completely disorganized. And it's, I don't know. I guess I hope everybody is happy now. Because I think firing Steve when we had 7 years of building up prospects and building up the cupboard, right? When he got here, it was empty. It was bare. I mean, all the while making the signings to improve incrementally, in a not necessarily in a linear growth, but there was obvious growth over since the time that he took over till now. A continuous improvement. There was.
They kind of plateaued as a team that couldn't make the playoffs. I mean, the last 3 seasons all kind of felt.
And why? So why do you guys want to blame Yzerman and not the guy that can't score 80 points, that can't score a 5-on-5 goal from the month of December? What are we talking about here? Why are we blaming Yzerman for a guy named Dylan Larkin? Yeah, Yzerman signed him, but you guys are all defending him, and Yzerman's the bad guy, but Larkin's a choke artist, and he's probably the main reason why this team falls apart in March.
Steve's the main reason.
Yes.
And John, I had forgotten this element, that this was going to be the last hurrah of the Yzerbots. I hadn't considered we would get this hour. This is kind of your last chance to yell at us, right?
No, because it's ridiculous.
Your dude failed. He's our dude too, but Yzerman failed. I don't know how you're fighting this, dude. You called in today to tell us that actually Yzerman did a good job?
I'm calling to say that this takes time, and patience was the answer here.
This is the longest drought in the history of Hockey Town.
Dude, how much
it's not
hockey
normal.
Do you actually watch? How much hockey do you actually watch? Do you understand the game now? It's Mr. I isn't running the show anymore.
Here we go, the bingo card. I don't know puck because I don't worship at the altar of Yzerman. You know what?
How much? Let me ask you this. All right, let's take it down just a notch. How long do you think were you willing to give Steve Yzerman to get this right?
I called in last week. You guys clipped me, put me all over Facebook. It was hilarious. I loved it.
Okay.
But I was willing I'm willing to give Steve the endless runway here because I think I have the full confidence that he'll eventually get it done because guess what? Championships mean more to me than just making the playoffs. So I don't care about just making playoffs. So I'll wait until we win championships. So that's my stance. There's a lot of other people out there like me that are pretty diehard hockey fans that understand the game.
Okay, so I think I saw the clip. This was on the Midday Show with Gator and Mark Ryan, and they took you to task for this never-ending rope that you're willing to give Yzerman. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you could say this is normal in hockey. It's not normal to go through droughts of this magnitude, of this amount of time. This is one of the
teams jump us.
Yeah, I mean, teams behind us in the division had all come up and bubbled up above us, whether it's Ottawa, Montreal, Buffalo. Buffalo took longer, but there's only a handful of droughts longer in the history of hockey. This isn't normal. It shouldn't be normal in a place that loves hockey. You got a passionate guy calling in, and I think they took you for granted. They had you hook, line, and sinker. You would have bought in every year forever and ever until the end of time without criticizing.
Yeah.
You deserve – I'm advocating for you, the caller. You deserve a team that's actually moving forward and not plateauing outside the playoffs.
Take a breath. We'll take a break.
All right, I'll tell you about Shaner Roofing, and then we'll get some more feedback on this. This is breaking news. Tensions are to be expected with this. Shaner Roofing, over 30 years trusted service, proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. They'll deliver for you. 5-star quality for roofs, windows, and siding. And the thing with Shaner, it's a family-owned company. They can treat you like family because they are one. They'll answer to you and not some investors or private equity. And a great example of how Shaner takes care of you is their no-pressure promise. Nobody wants to be hard-sold something, feel like they're getting a sleazy sales job. They're going to go out, do an honest assessment of your home's needs, and they're not going to sell you a roof if you don't need one. Unmatched reputation, 4.9-star Google rating. You don't have to take my word for it. You can see the reviews. It's thousands of satisfied homeowners and a reputation that's earned through doing the job right. Peace of mind. I think this is a big selling point, too. If you work with Shaner, every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Shaner's committed to you. Their competitors may be being bought out by investment firms, but that's not how they do business. If you want to work with a company with that proven track record that looks out for you, that treats you like family, get started. Get your quote, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, mymichiganroof.com. Phones are flooded. We'll get to you guys momentarily. Just resetting for people hopping in the car, driving around. What is this I'm seeing? Steve Yzerman out as general manager. A soft firing, a golden parachute into a senior advisor role.
And we don't know, we have no clue. We're only speculating as to whether it was a voluntary decision. Maybe he threw his hands up and said, I give. Doesn't seem like that's in his personality, but at some point.
The alternative is that Ilitch came to him and said.
But we also hear him talk about how much he cares about the Wings and how much he wants success for the Wings. And if he came to the realization, I'm just not the guy, falling on his own sword and saying somebody else who is willing, is willing to come in and clean up the mess and is willing to do what has to be done.
Look, Steve Yzerman is a fan favorite. He's a favorite of mine.
Sure.
I did a book report on the guy when I was in like 3rd grade. You know, I mean, he was a huge influence on sports fans. And when he was hired, I was doing, laps around the station I was at, celebrating that this guy was going to come and restore Hockeytown and fix the mess that Ken Holland left. Because it was a mess, and I gave Yzerman a couple years, and then a couple more years, and a couple more years. But this was his 8th offseason. And I know some people were like, well, you got to be thrilled he's gone. Only from the sense that I felt like the team had been stale and that Larkin was being proven right. That this guy wanted to leave because the team was going nowhere. Now a fresh set of eyes can come in. And I stress it needs to be a fresh set of eyes. Yzerman can have the advisor role. He can do charity golf outings and shake hands. Keep him in the proper family of Red Wing legends. But he should not influence who's making these decisions moving forward. They should not promote Draper from within. It needs to be someone from the outside that can put fresh eyes on this so that we don't continue to circle the drain.
And I mean, the biggest question is, okay, who's going to be his replacement? That's probably number one. Number two is, what does this mean for Dylan Larkin?
Yeah.
And what does that mean moving forward? Has Dylan Larkin become just a piece of the future puzzle, not in performance, but in what he can bring the Red Wings in return for a trade?
Text says, is this somehow going to result in Larkin staying? If his relationship with Yzerman was the issue, is the chance that he takes away his trade request? Well, I think you have the chance to sell him on a new vision. If he says, I'm still 30 and I don't believe it's changing anytime soon, now you have the runway to pull off a trade that doesn't immediately result in the postseason, which is the pressure Yzerman was under. Text says, does this mean Larkin won? Did he win the power struggle? That's Tony in Warren. Another says, who is Helene St. James going to talk to now? Don't worry, guys. Draper will take over. Don't do that to me. Wow, you guys finally got breaking news. Congrats.
Yes.
And how about this? Kenny Cott working miracles already.
Yeah, and we got a ton of calls. We got a full bank of callers.
Yes, let's do it. Let's get to Will in Detroit. Will, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you doing today?
Good.
What's up?
Good. Hey, I got a question for you here. So obviously, I think that, Larkin kind of forced their hand, which I'm not mad about. He's a cheap superstar, and I'm happy about it, okay? My question is Todd McClellan safe? Is he going to get the boot here? Like, what's the plan with him? And, I mean, I think this completely changes the trajectory of Larkin. I think he's going to stick around.
So let me ask you this about Todd McClellan. From what you saw on the ice and a year and a half worth of a body of work here in Detroit as the head man, would you want him to stay?
Absolutely not. I'm ready for him to move on. If we're going to do a top-to-bottom management change, let's get the head coach out and let's start fresh there. I mean, let's see what we can do. I don't think this team's ready to tear it down completely. I think we're ready to win now. I just think we don't have the right people in the building, and getting Yzerman out of that role, I think, is the first step.
Yeah, I think a criticism, and John, you had it right away, is the timing of this. The offseason initial wave has come and gone. Yeah. The ability to make big moves, still possible, but you missed a window to do it with the draft and the first wave of free agency. In terms of hit caller's point on McClellan, I don't think McClellan was the problem. But a new GM has the right to hire their own coach and chart their own course forward.
Right, or do you keep the coach in place because you're going to be making some moves on the roster? You don't necessarily – you believe there's a 2, 3, whatever year rebuild.
Yeah.
And do you want to make that change? You want to make your first hire now,
right?
Or are you willing to inherit Todd McClellan? He's not a bad coach.
No, it's not like it's a detriment. You say, hey, Todd, I want you to coach these guys hard.
Yeah, I listened to what you said at the end of the season. Yeah, you did have some jerseys. Now let's weed this thing out. Let's
together.
See. Yeah,
we'll weed it out together. And if in a year or two it's not going well, you know the deal. We're going to move on, but we're going to give you the chance.
Then they can make their first hire.
Yeah, their first, and then it would be their foray into competing if it is a 1 or a 2 year reset. See, it didn't feel like Steve had the. Well, we thought he had a lifetime contract, but with the fans, it didn't feel like he had the latitude to say, hey, we're going to do another 1 or 2 year step back.
Right.
Him leaving affords the organization the chance to maybe do the right thing and take a minor. You still have Sider and Raymond. You're not trying to punt their prime, but a year or two reset, and Larkin's going to be a huge piece in all of this, whether he's here or he's used as a chip to facilitate. Let's go back to the phones, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Larry and Troy. Larry, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, John, I just want to let you know how fortunate you are to have a fantastic brother.
Oh, thanks. Which one?
It's Matt.
Okay.
Troy guy. He's one of my favorites. I just wanted to get back to caller John. Thank goodness I had some extra blood pressure medication. I took an extra pill because I don't understand what that guy is talking about. Yzerman had 7 years and didn't put the right people in place. So I never thought that we'd see this day. I'm glad that, we're moving on. And as far as, the coach, McClellan did a great job coming on board when he first started. He turned the team around. But really, the new guy or whoever we bring on board, it's up to him. If he feels comfortable with McClellan there, keep him. But if not, you got to bring in your own people.
Doesn't it feel like suddenly there's some life? Like they have options, there's paths. It's not a guarantee that this next hire will work or that we're promised a future Stanley Cup, but that we're not stuck. Felt like we were stuck with Steve. It didn't feel like a change was ever possible. It didn't feel like he was willing to change with the NHL, these hard-line negotiating tactics to the point that he turned off Dylan Larkin. I don't know if there's ever if there's repairing that or if there's a way to keep him, but it does feel like independent of Larkin, there is a chance to chart a new course for the organization.
It does, and sometimes you just need a shakeup.
Yes.
And this is certainly that shakeup that whether it's for the organization, and it's most important for the organization, that they feel a little bit energized, and whoever that hire is, that they come in, they bring that energy to the franchise. But as a fan base, because it's been 10 years.
Well, but put it this way: like if you're in my shoes, or you're someone who does the full season tickets, you're looking at this going, I don't want to give up because I like going to games, but otherwise I feel like you've got me as a sucker and I'm on the hook. Now at least I see Yzerman stepping back or ownership telling him you have to step back, that someone in that building feels it. Yeah.
Identified this isn't working. And the prospects of missing an 11th playoffs with Steve Yzerman versus, missing a first playoff, but then you see some of the moves. You hear a fresh voice talk about their vision for this franchise. And for an original 6 team, how do we get back to the playoffs? How do we get back to winning a Stanley Cup? And I don't think it's certainly not going to be this year, but what does that vision look like and how long is it going to take?
2 key things that we're looking at this very positively and where things can go. The criticism would be, why wasn't this done before free agency?
Yep.
Someone else is going to be settled. Arvidsson's only a 2-year deal. And the Kolasar deal, you traded a third. It's not like they made major surgery moves. But why did someone else make those moves if this was going to be where things went? This should have been done proactively and not into the heart of the offseason.
Yep.
The other criticism will just simply be if Steve is still influencing or if Draper is promoted and it just feels like a shadow government, like a puppet government.
Right.
It's like, hold on, we just want to take the heat off of Steve but still run things with the Yzer plan. That would be unacceptable. And I'm choosing to believe that is not what's going to take place. If they do that, I don't need to be the one to lead the mob. The mob is going to be ready. Nobody wants more of the same.
Yeah.
I know we got calls and I'm blabbing. We'll get more calls next, 97.1.
Hey, if you've been thinking about a new truck, I'm going to give you a few reasons why a Ram truck should be right at the top of your list this month. Don't wait any longer. The Ram truck lease deals at every single Metro Detroit Ram dealer They're really good right now. I've seen a Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've driven a Ram. I'm driving one right now. For power, there's no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, and trust me, I do. I've been driving it for about a month now. The 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, that's the one I chose. They also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. And I'm going to ask you a question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's not going to get done what you want it to do. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you, you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull in your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
All I got to say is good luck to the guys coming up in the middays. It is a hot day. We're out live today, Corner Ballpark, Corktown. It's the Youth Sports Combine.
Yeah.
It's presented by Henry Ford. Also special thanks to a bunch of our other sponsors, Befitting You Medical Supply, Sam Bernstein Law, Fago, ABC Warehouse, Delta Dental, National Coney Island, U.S. Auto Supply, Nike, Detroit Pal, and us, 97 Won the Ticket.
And I like to think I did a solid for the guys. I gave both Doug and Gator a text that says, hey, bring a fan. Not much air movement in here.
Well, and they do get the gift of heads up from you and breaking news.
Yes.
We should knock out a few phone calls and pass the baton to these guys. But the news, if you're just getting in the car, Yzerman's out. He's going to be a senior advisor, but he's out as the general manager and as the hockey ops decision maker. Where do we want to start? 248-539-9797. Rob in Port Huron, good morning.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I do think that obviously Yzerman was not the answer, but I'm not sure he's the root cause problem. Okay. And I don't know why Detroit fan has such allegiance to ownership and we don't hold them accountable. Isn't Chrissy Ilitch responsible here too?
In what way?
Well, what do you mean in what way?
Did he draft the players? Did he not trade the players? Did he, ultimately he has to hire good people, and if he was standing by for too long, that's where I think you can criticize ownership. But I don't blame him for the moves Yzerman did or didn't make. That's on the hockey side of things.
Yeah.
Well, it is on the hockey side of things, but did Yzerman have enough wherewithal, enough in the tank to go out and get the things that he wanted? I know we've seen Yzerman.
I think there was enough money available.
Yeah, and
it's a salary cap sport. We get this call a lot, and it's one of the more puzzling ones. And I hate to.
Yeah, when we talk about the Tigers and them spending, which they did this year,
top 10 payroll.
That's a completely different conversation than when we're talking about spending in a salary cap sport.
Yeah, it felt more like Steve was notorious for drawing a hard line in negotiations and trying to save every penny.
Yeah.
They had the cap space, and there were years where they approached the cap.
This is more about the decisions of who they brought in, who they didn't bring in, who they drafted, who they're not willing to trade.
Yeah, the criticism I would have, if there's any, for Chris Ilitch would have been, why did it take so long to come to this conclusion? That's the only. Otherwise, the criticism should sit with Yzerman.
Yeah.
This was his 8th offseason. They are in the midst of the longest active playoff drought in the NHL and the longest drought in the history of the Red Wings. You can blame whoever you'd like, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, people are going to place their blame wherever they want, but it's ultimately when you are the owner of a franchise, you hire people that you believe are going to make really good decisions. When they don't, that's when you have to make the decision of when to relieve them. Now, you could argue it took too long.
You had a great question, and we just don't have an answer. Who put this in motion?
Was this? Yeah. Whose decision was it?
Was it Chris Ilitch that said, we need a change, or was it Steve that said, I think I need to step away from this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, and I'm sure we'll get some insight and a feeling of where this came from, and maybe it was mutual.
Maybe they want to honor him. They don't want a bad relationship with the franchise. Great.
Sure.
And it's hard to separate, but you have to separate just how special he was as a player and how emotional and how connected people were to him as a hockey player and how frustrated he made us all as an executive.
Yeah, and this is probably going to end up being one of those moments where, hey, where were you when you heard Yzerman was no longer general manager?
Gator, where were you?
Red Wings?
I was literally working on the show, getting ready to leave my house. It was, I don't know, 9 o'clock, 9:30, I don't know. And I saw that, I had my email open, and as I'm working on a document, I saw this email pop up, Red Wings PR, and I'm like, I wonder what this is. And I think 9 times out of 10, I would have just kept going and typing away without looking at it until I had a break and go ahead. Yeah. And I'm like, well, I'll take a look and see. Maybe they traded Larkin, whatever. And, doubtful, but we'll see. And then I saw it, and I was like, whoa. So I immediately called Doug and texted Doug and Kang, and it was 3 minutes later we're in a conversation like
about which exit will go better, Larkin or Skubal, and then people were talking about, well, you never know with Yzerman, and we got some text, Yzerman's out, and I'm thinking, okay, these guys are just messing with us, right? No, there's a release on the team website. This is happening.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't a report that you saw ahead of time.
No.
Right? This was straight from the Red Wings.
Yep.
And I'm like, whoa. Yeah, I told Doug. Doug didn't know. I told him as he was driving over here. So
It's busy. We have remotes, and you got to check a whole bunch of boxes, and you're racing to get here on time.
Oh yeah.
But now you got that's a huge chunk of the show. I mean, we've stacking calls since the
I don't
news
know.
broke.
Doug, take all that stuff that you put down on your show sheet and just
Save
throw it away.
I don't think so. We
Tomorrow.
It's a slow week. Save it for tomorrow.
Guys, we had the All-Star game last night. Okay? So I don't know. We'll see if we can fit it in. We'll take a look at the schedule. I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to set some time, set aside some time for it, I think, otherwise. Yeah.
Issues with the tripod there, Doug?
This is not a great surface for you to set up a tripod, huh?
It's all right, Doug. Just leave it there. It'll melt into the table here in a few minutes.
Yes. Yes, it absolutely will.
Do you need a tripod for the tripod?
This
is hilarious to watch.
Listen,
this is exactly when I wish we had Twitch.
If there's somebody you expect to get it done, it's going to be Doug. Like, Doug doesn't know how to work a camera? Are you kidding me?
Right, yes. Yeah.
Please,
well, yeah, I mean, the selfies, I keep telling him his selfie
Well, the
game
selfie that's horrible.
I see it the other way. I think it's an elite selfie game. And so, yeah, this is – I think the camera will be focused –
his ability to work the
Probably
camera,
him.
though, is better than everybody's.
I agree. So
After all the years of following his children's sports endeavors.
So for the next 4 hours, is there anything that rises to the level to mention other than discussing where the Wings go from here? What do you, let me ask you this real quick, and I know you guys are going to talk about it, but what does this mean for Dylan Larkin?
I don't know. I mean, It could mean anything. It could mean, does this mean that he wants to come back? Does this mean that, it further cements that he's got to go and that they just wanted to, okay, we're going to the bench, bringing somebody else in to work the trade because Stevie's not going to get it done and we want to get it done. We want to go in a different direction. I don't know what this means for Dylan Larkin. The sky's the limit on everything. What does it mean for Todd McClellan?
Right. It's come up, too, in this last hour.
Is this, whoever's next, do they get the Brad Holmes, Matthew Stafford opportunity?
I mean, they do.
Yeah.
It's just a question, is that what they want to do?
Who's our Jared Goff? 248. Carson Anderson coming up next. Loaded show. It's 97.1.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Carson Anderson here on 97.1. The transition is always smooth between the morning show and the midday show. particularly when on remote. So please bear with us as Doug is trying to
get everything
some
set up.
stuff going on here. But obviously, Doug, we start with news that broke literally 60 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was putting together my thoughts for the show in email form, getting ready to send it out to you, and then I saw the email come across from the Red Wings PR saying that Steve Yzerman will be accepting a role upstairs and being basically a role to assist Chris Ilitch with the organization, and that he will no longer be the president of hockey operations with this team or the general manager, and they are now actively looking for a replacement internally and externally. They will evaluate all options. Don't know when this is going to get done. There's a million questions about this and what this means for the Red Wings organization. Who asked for this? Is this something Chris Ilitch said, hey, we're going to have to make a move? Did Steve Yzerman say, look, this just isn't working out. I recognize this. Let's try to change some things up here. I don't know what happened. I'm sure there's the Dylan Larkin question is out there. What role does he play in all of this? What does this mean for Dylan Larkin moving forward? Does this encourage him to say, hey, you know what? Yzerman and I didn't get along. So, I do want to get traded, but I'm also willing to wait and see, if you want to, of who you decide to hire as the next leader of this franchise moving forward. What does this mean for Tom McClellan, the head coach? As we know, when general managers are hired, they typically like to bring in their own guys. Now, a lot of times those GMs will hang on to the coach that's there and evaluate it and then decide if he wants to move on or not. But a lot of times it happens right away, too. So there's a bunch of questions with this.
Okay, you want answers? Is my mic even on? I'm sorry, I can't hear myself at all in my headphones. Here's what I think's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Larkin told ownership, I'm not playing for this guy.
This is what you think happened.
This is what I think happened. And ownership sided with Larkin. Or Steve Yzerman, the best offers he could get were only for futures, for prospects and for draft picks. And Steve Yzerman has to make the playoffs. And we talked about this for a few weeks, about how Yzerman is in a bad spot and why, unfortunately, he probably shouldn't be the one making this decision, because he has to win now. And every piece of reporting we heard was that Steve Yzerman didn't want futures. He didn't want prospects, and he didn't want draft picks. He wanted players now. And we hear that Minnesota wanted Dylan Larkin and Yzerman wanted Matt Boldy.
Right.
And when we hear stuff like that, Yzerman was in a compromised spot as the general manager. And I hate this because Steve Yzerman's a legend. This has been painful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not for some people, but it has been, I think, for both of us, because we both talked about why he's compromised and why he shouldn't be making this call. And they should have moved on. And they eventually did, but I think it's because they got backed into the corner. I think Yzerman is in a tough spot from a standpoint of he had to win now. And so what he wanted, teams weren't offering. So I think one of two things is happening. Larkin is staying. He's going to stay now. Or he's about to get traded by a new general manager for draft picks and or prospects that aren't going to immediately impact this team. But an attractive enough group of prospects and draft picks that you have a situation where they can do it and get back and make a good trade from a hockey sense that just isn't going to pay immediate dividends. And Yzerman needed immediate dividends. He couldn't sit here and say, I am making a phenomenal trade that this organization is going to be so happy we made in 2029. He couldn't do that. And so I think one of those two things happened. And we're working our way through this in real time. It just happened. There's little reporting out there. And essentially we have a situation where Why did it happen now? I think it happened now for those reasons. One of those two reasons. And you know what I think is becoming abundantly clear? Whatever Larkin is as a player, okay? And like I heard somebody call up and use the term superstar. And I thought, well, immediately there are going to be some people that take issue with that description of his game. But whatever Larkin is as a player, his contract and his term makes him an extremely valuable asset. 30 goal scorers are getting $10 million, $12 million, and the Red Wings got him locked up at 8.5 for 5 more years. So people wanted him. And when you have, why is that valuable? It's valuable because you can do other things.
Mm-hmm.
So
as the cap continues to grow,
as the cap
you've got more money
to
spend. You don't have to spend it necessarily on a number 1 or at worst a number 2 center on your team.
It's a team-friendly contract, right?
It's extraordinarily team-friendly.
And it's not the only one they have. And so I think you're looking at a situation where this team they realized how and why they were stuck. And because of how and why they were stuck, I'm going to guess that this was a mutual decision where Steve was given a soft landing spot and the organization can do what's in the best interest of the organization. And the general manager and the agenda that had to come with the pressure that was applied because of having to make the playoffs, the general manager is not getting it away. And I will say, from my standpoint, thank you, Steve Yzerman, for everything you've done for this organization historically and even now. I am hopeful that your draft picks and the guys that you got, we will see them pay dividends, and that somehow, some way, he can be a part of the organization still in a role where he can help the team. And for the people that are frustrated with what happened with Steve Yzerman, can give him a big giant hug and say it's okay. Like I can't stand the way the Joe Dumars era ended.
Right.
Alan Trammell has been re-embraced by the Tiger team and it seems to be a beloved figure once again after his stint as a manager. But as it stands right now, it is, I think one of those two things happened. This is sort of a hunch, and I floated this out there to hockey minds in the game, said, that sounds awfully plausible. And then I got back, or it could be something else that I'm not willing to. Like there's other theories out there, but they weren't going to give them to me. So I don't know, man. What do you think?
I think this is something that was necessary. I'm glad, actually, that it worked out the way that it's working out now, because it does allow Yzerman to save face a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I was a massive Steve Yzerman fan growing up. I obviously watched his whole career here. You saw him leave for Tampa, and if you remember what people thought about that at the time, like he left the Red Wings organization to go to Tampa, people were pissed.
Mm-hmm.
People were like, why go there? Why aren't we? Why isn't he here? Why are we still with Kenny Holland? Why can't Steve Yzerman take over for Ken Holland right now? And eventually it comes full circle and he comes back, and everybody wanted it to work out. And I'm sad that it didn't work out with him. I don't know how close he was. It got to a point, there was a caller earlier towards the end of their show, was clearly an Yzerbot, and he's the same guy that we had on last week. And I was stunned that call was out there. But, the caller was right to a point, and then he gets off the rails. And that was that there was improvement. Yeah, there was improvement. And then Costa's also right. There's also a plateau. And the problem is they couldn't get past the plateau. And if the plateau is, the purgatory of being good enough to not make the playoffs, and you do that for as many years in a row as they have, it's time to move on. And I thought that, when I heard the news this morning, an hour ago, I thought, okay, I think this kind of makes sense. I think this kind of makes sense with the way that they're getting it done. Now, does it happen too late? Did they miss their window? Should they have done this, a month ago, so that they would have had some momentum going into the draft? A different kind of, could they have had a conversation with Dylan Larkin before the word got out that he wanted to leave? There's a lot that's still there to unpack that we don't know about. And, this is going to look like a power struggle between Dylan Larkin and Steve Yzerman until we find out what happens with Dylan Larkin's fate. If Dylan Larkin stays, it's going to look like a power struggle, and then the player wins. If it's Dylan Larkin still gets traded, then maybe that power struggle narrative goes away.
Okay, a few things here as we get you set here for a show on a Wednesday with a lot of breaking news. Steve Yzerman out as general manager, still retains a role in the organization. We are at the U Sports Combine with Detroit Pal at their headquarters, which is the old Tiger Stadium, the corner ballpark, broadcasting live out here, supporting the event today. And also, we will be taking your calls and just doing a regular show, streaming on Twitch and YouTube, streaming on Odyssey. Kang, our producer, back in the studio. I have 2 questions for you real quick. One, did you figure out if it was me or Gator that had the live read?
I believe it's me.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And 2 is, what do you think of this move, something that I know you've been talking about for one of the first to get on, that this Yzerman thing wasn't working out?
Yeah, I think the common theme from what the early reports from just like, the writers and things is that everyone's saying stunned yet not surprised. So what does that tell you? It tells you he wasn't doing the job as a general manager, but they didn't think this was going to happen because of what he's done, meant to this organization historically, right? As a player and all that. So I've kind of felt like I feel the exact same way. Like, I didn't think, maybe I just had, I don't want to say given up, but I didn't think it was going to happen, right? Now, my only question is, guys, though, and you kind of brought up there at the end is it because of the Larkin trade request? Because this should have happened at the end of the season then. If you're going to move on, right, and find a new GM to take over, give him the whole offseason. Now you get started after the draft and after a lot of, free agents and trades have happened, right? So I feel like they hurt himself again somehow by making this decision so late. So
well, they could have, but there's so much, and I agree with that. I mean, that's certainly a possibility, right? But is it also a possibility that something has happened here in the last week that has changed things up? Where like Larkin's camp is so adamant that they're not going to expand this list of teams that he wants to be traded to, and Steve, he can talk tough about it, and I appreciated that, saying, "Hey, look, you're signed for 5 more years. You may have to enter training camp as a Red Wing." But maybe at some point he's like, this isn't going to work out. I can't work with what they're giving me.
I actually have a theory that Steve kind of did something that was counterintuitive for job security. But we'll get to all that. I know people want to respond. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll knock down your phone calls. Breaking news. Steve Yzerman out as GM with the Detroit Red Wings, 97-1.
Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Now, whether you're planning road trips, hauling the boat, or you're just ready for a new ride, now is the perfect time to upgrade. Get behind the wheel of the new 2026 Chevy Silverado, and you can lease it for just $134 a month for only 24 months. Or if buying is a better fit, qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. If you need something a little smaller for summer adventures and everyday driving, check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox. You can lease it for just $234 a month for 36 months. Or, again, qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and 696. It's just south of 12 Mile Road, and they're even open on Saturdays. That makes it easy to stop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet with Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive.
Okay, to the fans, this might sound like, of course, but I think one thing that might have happened here is Yzerman could have made a trade that wasn't up to the standard he thought, and he wasn't going to do it. He just wasn't going to do it. And I think Yzerman's agenda and what was available for the organization were in conflict here, because Yzerman knew he had to win now, wasn't going to trade for futures. The organization knows he could get a great return with draft picks and young players. And I really think that Yzerman, if this was a mutual decision, I honestly think he did something that was in the best interest of the organization. And because he wouldn't compromise the organization and make a bad trade, he realized I probably can't continue in this job because the pressure's on me and this is getting uncomfortable and I got to win now. And the public's going to start really revolting, and it just was time. And that's why I think the timing is now. I think they thought sincerely that he could get something done, and what they need to win now isn't what teams are offering. I suspect one of two things, and I really am starting to lean towards this theory. Larkin will be moved for draft picks and prospects very soon. The other one that's possible is that Larkin stays, which I think is what I would prefer, but I don't know how real it is. I think the other theory makes more sense.
I'm torn on the Larkin staying thing, whether that's what I want or not, because I think him asking out lets me into some thoughts into the Larkin that I don't like.
Yeah.
That I don't think he should be here. If he's the one that asked out, then go. And I don't want to be stubborn about that because I think he's an excellent player. But if his heart's not here, now if you're going to tell me his heart isn't here solely because of Steve Yzerman, then that's kind of stubborn too, and it's a trait that I don't like either. So I would guess that he's going to get moved. I think all along I've said I think he's going to get moved. Does this move the needle a little bit that it's possible that he can come back? It does, actually. Yeah, I think it does. I might be up to 12% now.
I joked with you earlier today. I'm at 90%. I've moved from 10, like 5 to 10 to 25 to 35 to 50 to 60 to 75.
But I think a trade is quite possible, but they're not going to make a trade until they hire somebody. So how long is that going to take? I mean, this isn't a situation where you're going to have a GM by the end of the day or by the end of the week. You know, they're going to cast a wide net, and they're going to have to interview lots of people to see who gets the gig. Maybe they don't have a large list. Maybe it's a short list. Maybe they have a couple internal and literally like 2 or 3 external. I'm not sure what that list would look like. If it were me and I'm looking for a new guy, the first guy I'm going to contact is Jim Nill down in Dallas. Mm-hmm. I don't care what his contract is down there. I'm going to go talk to him, and I'm going to try to see if I can buy him out of it and get him to come here to Detroit.
All right, let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. Steve Yzerman now just an advisory role. There's a title. I haven't seen it. Do you remember what it was? He's got a title. He's still with the organization, but he's no longer.
He's like he's there to assist Chris
Chancellor. A Duke of the he's the Archduke of the Red Wings. Yeah. A count. Anyway, let's talk to Dave. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Just want to start by saying that Steve Yzerman is and always will be my number one Detroit sports hero and has been since Kirk Gibson left. However, I think this is probably overdue. I kind of wish it would have happened before free agency and, before the offseason activities. And I'm speculating it probably happened. I'm thinking there were probably good offers on the table for Larkin, but Stevie's ego probably said, no way, I'm not letting Larkin win this one. And I'm also going to speculate further. I'm doing Google searches right now for Igor Larionov to see what he's doing. But that's it. I mean, like I said, it kind of had to be done.
Well, I don't know. Nobody's going to know what happened here, right?
We might eventually.
Yeah, maybe, although I still think probably not. I think with Yzerman, it just seemed like, even I'm an ardent supporter of Steve Yzerman, but I'm not an Yzerbot.
No,
there's a line I get to, but I'm not going to cross and say anything Stevie wants, Stevie gets. I thought at the end of this season, okay, if they fired him, I'm fine with it, and this is what's happened. I'm fine with it. I'm disappointed, not that the organization did it, but that they had to.
Yeah,
that's where the disappointment lies.
That's a good way to put it.
And I really wish it would have worked out. It did not work out. I'm glad he's still with the organization. I'm glad he's saying all the right things, at least in the statement. That he loves being here, wants to be part of this organization and change things around. But now they need to figure things out and who's going to be that next guy in charge. As far as having a deal worked out and that he just wouldn't give into it. Keep in mind he's only been given 3 teams and now a reported 4th team to work with. And if you're looking at what Minnesota has to offer and it doesn't include one of their good players, then what are you looking at? It futures that don't entice you. And the same thing goes with Florida made their move to get Brady Tkachuk, and what does that do? It depletes what they can offer.
But it could be some team that really loves Wallstedt, and they're willing to move him. It will be getting Wallstedt, and Detroit will be getting prospects from that organization. And
maybe,
Minnesota
but that
will be getting
includes,
Larkin. But
that's a third team involved, and
but that's I certainly, I really expect this is no duh. I think he's either coming back because of this or they got a trade all ready to go. Larkin, yeah, he's coming back because of this. So they got a trade all ready to go. That Yzerman the timeline wouldn't match what Yzerman needs. Let's go to Andrew next on 97.1. Hello, Andrew. We lost Andrew. Tim is next on 97.1. Hello, Tim.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I think regardless of whether you you thought it's Yzerman's fault, it's Larkin's fault, or the owner, I think sometimes you come to a point where it's like it's just time to move on regardless of whose fault it is. And I think this is kind of what we've come to here. The change had to be made. But on a lighter note, there was a clip a few years back on TNT where they were interviewing Yzerman in between periods, and he basically said, without saying, he smokes a nice one, every once in a while to relax. Do you think maybe he was on that was lettuce a little too much? He was a little too passive, perhaps.
What? Do I think that they're high?
Steve Yzerman admitted he smoked weed.
So?
You think that was a factor?
No. What?
Do we think that Steve Yzerman struggled because he's a pothead? Is that what you just asked us? No. No, I don't. And did he admit that?
No,
I mean, I feel like if he admitted that,
I don't even just don't worry.
Are you on the devil's lettuce?
The devil's lettuce.
Are you the pothead? What?
You a pothead, Fokker? All right. Well, there's that.
No.
It's a fun way to start a Wednesday.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, I feel like we need to clean up a mess here on the Carson Anderson program regarding the last caller. Sometimes you wonder how it's possible that a story gets past us. And this guy said that Yzerman said on TNT that he smokes pot and wanted to know if that was undermined his time as the general manager of this organization. And so, of course, you got to go to Google, and the answer is no, Yzerman has never admitted to smoking pot. Rumors actually stem from a notorious 2019 pre-draft prank he pulled on NHL player Kirby Dach. When interviewing Dach ahead of the draft, Yzerman used an incredibly intense, intimidating approach and grilled Dach over and over again about his alleged weed use, claiming Dach's former teammates ratted him out. After making Dach sweat and deny it multiple times, Yzerman admitted, "I'm just joking around." The grilling became a viral story featured on podcasts like Spittin' Chicklets. In one account, Yzerman said, "I should have joked with him about smoking pot then together," after he'd put him through that. That is what led to that call. But
now we don't have to address it again.
No.
Because it's stupid to bring up again.
Yes. So, but I feel, like I said, we needed to clean up the mess. 248-539-9797.
That being said, I love the term devil's lettuce.
All right, do we still have Scott, or is Scott gone? We don't have Scott. Nathan from Warren, you're next. Hello, Nathan.
Hey guys, what's going on?
What's up?
I got to follow the weed guy. That's awesome. So I think honestly, anyone who thinks that this Larkin saga is what the reason for Yzerman being gone, I don't agree with that at all. I think that it's a culmination of years of him basically just being thought of as a complete prick by a lot of general managers and teams. I think Illich has probably been out there talking.
You got to dump him, guys. Yeah, that's got to get dumped. We're not, can't use that term. But secondly is, then why the timing now? If it had nothing to do with the fact that the timing now, if it had nothing to do with Larkin, I don't know why the timing would be now.
No, I mean, the fair question to ask is why now?
I think the only thing that makes sense,
trade your team captain who asked out. Why is it now that Yzerman is moving upstairs and the search for a new GM is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it might have nothing to do with it, but if you think about it, why would you wait until now? I feel like it's a culmination of frustrations over not being able to make it work with Dylan Larkin. Now, I might be wrong. It might be mismanagement. It might be took them way too long. Could be all that. But if you start, usually when you meet with people in sports, you realize they're not idiots. Most people that own and run teams are not idiots.
Right.
They might make mistakes. They might be too loyal, but they're not dumb. Because right now, if you say, "Oh, we just decided right now is the time," that would not make sense.
No,
so usually look at what makes sense as the first plausible explanation. It's not going to always be that way, but it makes more sense that we're talking about this because of culmination of we've reached a breaking point with this Dylan Larkin trade situation. Now, Yzerman is a guy who he's not. I don't think he wraps a warm, fuzzy blanket around people he's talking to. He's very busy. He's very busy. My accounts and people I've talked to, he's very business only. And that can rub people the wrong way.
Yeah. I no doubt. I mean, he is very business oriented. He's no nonsense is another way to put it. But why now?
Mm-hmm.
So why now? Did Larkin's camp say something about that they'd be willing to come back if Yzerman weren't here? Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility.
I mean, I don't think it's a strong one, but it's a possibility. Is it possible that there was a trade proposal that Yzerman didn't like that the organization might like? And there's a difference in philosophy there, and it just comes to loggerheads and like, okay, you know what? We're actually going to take this and we're going to move forward. It's possible. Again, maybe not as likely, but it's possible. But what else is out there at this time? Did Steve Yzerman come to Chris Illich and say, "There's nothing I can do, man"? I mean, beating our head against a wall here. I've got 4 teams to work with. None of these 4 teams have anything that we can really get in return that the other teams are willing to give up. We got the players we want in return. Of course, we'd want Boldy from Minnesota, or we'd want Johnston from Dallas. Of course they'd want that. But those teams aren't going to give up those players. Those teams are building around those players, and he knows that. But he's got to ask. He's doing his due diligence, and if he doesn't ask, he's doing a disservice. Maybe people think it's a non-starter to ask for those players, but you got to. You got to see where you're at, and it's all a negotiation. But at the end of the day, when there's nothing coming back in return that makes sense, was there an edict? Was there some sort of timeline set? Hey, you got to have something done by this date, and if not, we're going to change things up. There's a lot of scenarios, but who knows? We won't know, maybe ever. But what we do know now is that he's not going to be the one that makes the Dylan Larkin trade.
Feedback coming in here from an unnamed texter. Makes one wonder how much influence did Yzerman actually have in Tampa's success. I actually don't wonder that, because I think you can build a champion. I think it's really hard to build a champion, and then you can't repeat it. That's what happened with Joe Dumars. Joe Dumars built a championship team, had broke it down, started to build it back up, and went nowhere and got fired.
Yeah, I think what's happened with Tampa, Tampa they were able to draft and acquire some amazing talent. A goaltender, a defenseman, and a forward, in addition to working with guys that were already there. There was a lot of talent to be had already there. When he came here, there really wasn't anything, right? There was Dylan Larkin, and that was kind of it. And then you had the draft picks that he started to make.
I think he swung and missed more here than he did in Tampa.
I think he did when it came to free agency for sure.
Come on, Doug. Thanking Steve for what he did for the organization as GM is such a soft stance. He didn't do anything as GM for this team. Separate your fandom from reality. I didn't thank him just for what he did as GM. I thanked him for everything that he's done for this organization. Yeah. I said historically all the way back, and I will always thank him for that. Being part of the Cup winners, and I'm sorry, but I don't. That's the same thing with Dumars. In fact, Dumars I love more, and I think in many ways Dumars was more important than Isaiah Thomas, because Dumars was huge part of the championship teams, just like Zeke. And then Dumars went out and built a championship team as an executive for this team.
In an unconventional way.
In an unconventional way. And it wasn't a popular stance because Isaiah is Isaiah, but Dumars was part of 3 championship teams, including one that he built in a very unconventional way. But, yes, I said historically. Be clear here. I'll take the heat if you don't like something I said, but that's not what I said. I said everything he's done. Go get somebody who works under Bill Zito for the Florida Panthers. That's from Dave in Farmington. Matt says, I think this actually makes Larkin coming back less likely. If he doesn't get traded and they don't win and win soon, then Larkin will forever be known as the guy that pushed a legend out of town and still failed. Well, that's the risk that is run here, but that could be what happened. It could be what happened. And it certainly is a risk, though, of Larkin looking bad and long. I mean, in some people's eyes, Larkin's already done the unforgivable, not wanting to be here and going public with it, and that some fans never forgive you for that. It could be extraordinarily uncomfortable moving forward. But, it's nothing personal. It's business. A wise man once said that.
Oh, yeah. Well, keep this in mind, too. Dylan Larkin has not said one word.
Yep.
Not one word publicly. Nobody has any idea. I mean, people have an idea of why he left, right? But they don't know why he left. You can speculate.
You're
you
talking
can
about
say,
Yzerman.
No, I'm talking about Larkin. Dylan Larkin has not said one word.
He's also not left yet.
I understand, but I'm just pointing out that through all of this, what's going on, it's
we don't know why
played
he made
out.
the request.
Exactly.
Okay.
We don't know why he asked out in the first place. We can guess why he asked out, but you don't know 100%.
No, we don't. Next text. Had the Wings obtained Hughes at the captain's request, we would have a different conversation right now.
Well, you don't do things necessarily at the captain's request. You do things because you're trying to make the team better. Would Quinn Hughes have made the team better? Absolutely. But you don't know what the entire deal was, and if that entire deal included all your prospects and Simon Edvinsson and the uncertainty of a contract extension, then that's a real gamble to take. Some people were they would have been willing to risk that and take that gamble. Others not so much. Think about how different the blue line looks. You take away a physical force like Simon Edvinsson, add Quinn Hughes, which is awesome. I love Quinn Hughes, but it's a different look for sure. And then if you don't even know if you're going to be able to re-sign him or give him the extension. That's a lot to give up for somebody that might have been a year and a half rental.
248-539-9797. Steve Yzerman, no longer the GM of the Detroit Red Wings, will stay in the organization as an advisor to ownership. Hey, the hottest day of the week just got hotter at Twin Peaks. That's right, it's hump day, and that means tequilas and cervezas at your favorite lodge. And what makes it even more special today, a semifinal matchup between England and Argentina in the World Soccer Championships at 3 p.m. Ditch the office and head to the nearest Twin Peaks to catch all the action. That 3 p.m. start time for the game aligns perfectly with happy hour. We're talking $5 tall house beers, Tito's, Jack, and more. If you prefer premium, $7 Woodford Reserve, Patron, or Grey Goose. Not to mention awesome food specials at both prices. And the best part yet, it's all served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls, dressed to impress in their finest red lingerie. So get your jerseys on, grab your scarf and your crew, and get to your favorite lodge to cheer on your squad. With 50 wall-to-wall TVs, there isn't a bad spot in the house. Pair that with coldest draft beer in the country and Scratch Kitchen that Gator likes, that I like. You'll see why game days just hit different at Twin Peaks. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so we are at this event put on by PAL. Great event to get kids out there on the field running around, getting time, doing all the drills that they see. They got younger kids going now. Older kids will go later today. And just a good all-around event that I believe is free. I'm pretty sure it's free. It's free, right? think it's free for kids. If you haven't signed up, go to the Police Athletic League, and you can do so for future events. In the meantime, we obviously have breaking news today, and it's big. Steve Yzerman no longer the GM of the Detroit Red Wings, and news that broke this morning. And, the reactions are coming in. All kinds of theories are coming in of why it went down. And, we've run some of those past you, but now we're getting your reaction. And Dan in Grand Rapids is next. Hello, Dan.
Gentlemen, what a warm day it is for you guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so torn on this. Like, I love Yzerman as a person, as a player, but I'm also excited that he's out. As far as Gator, I'm very torn. I'm the same way as you. As far as Larkin coming back, I mean, if he does, you got to take the C away from him. He just can't have that captaincy anymore. Like, you're your legacy player in Detroit. You're trying to build something. I understand that, but you've done the city dirty by wanting out. Now we don't know the stories, and I think as fans, we are owed an explanation, but we'll probably never get one.
Well, I would say this regarding the captaincy for Larkin. I mean, this is my take on it. Nobody else's take, unless you agree with it. I think that I think the big reason for Larkin asking out in the first place might be because Steve Yzerman wanted to take the C away from him in the first place. So we don't know, but that's just something that would make sense to me as to why Larkin would ask out. I mean, to quit on your teammates with 5 years left on a contract, that doesn't all – I mean, some of it adds up for sure, but it doesn't all add up. I mean, if you're a captain of a team, it feels like you take a lot more pride than that there was something else there.
And Gator, I honestly, to the previous text of what you guys were trying to squash there, I do believe that it does go back to not him pulling big splash names in free agency or trades. And you ask why. I mean, look at Quinn Hughes. He wanted to come here, but you were too stubborn to give up some prospects to bring a big-name player that could significantly help.
But the other big part of that is, okay, yes, he wanted to come here, wants to play with Dylan Larkin, but he also wasn't willing to say, yes, I'm going to sign an extension. And if you're going to give up all the draft capital, the prospect capital, possibly Simon Edvinsson as well, and maybe somebody else on the roster, if you're going to give up all that, then you're going to want assurances that this guy's going to be here and sign a 6-year extension or an 8-year extension. And if that assurance wasn't given, then I can understand why Steve Yzerman wouldn't make that deal.
248-539-9797. When it comes to captaincy, my question is, can he walk back in that room and be effective as a leader? That's what matters, right? The captaincy is, do the players in that room respect you, and will they follow your lead? And, there is something to be said for players having players back when it comes to the business aspect. This feels more like an abandonment, but can it be made good? And that is a question that I think is answered by those that remain in the room. There has been some turnover. There have been some younger players that have come in. And if he walks in and says, guys, I'd reached my breaking point, I was frustrated, and I didn't want to do this, but it felt to me like we were going nowhere. Now we have a chance to win, and I'm back on board, and it's up to you guys if you want to accept my apologies and my leadership. Pro sports is weird, man. And what I mean by that is I think that players often have players' backs, and I think as fans it's hard to understand that it's a business. I think it's hard to understand that it isn't for them only about winning and losing, which is all it is to us. It's their careers. It's trying to maximize their profitability in that short period of time. I always, there are some greedy aspects of it that don't make sense to me, but it's a different lifestyle that I don't know that unless you've been in that room and been a player, that we can really relate to. So I'm not sure they have to take the C away. My instinct is that could be a big part of it, and that he won't be wearing the C next year. But if he's still here, I mean,
well, that's the big if. First of all, you're saying if, and I would say no. I don't think he can come back and be the C. No, I don't think so.
I mean, right now, I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess there's some Red Wings listening to us right now because they're just as interested in this fallout, and those guys are either laughing at my possibility that he could be back? Or they're going, yeah, dude, fans don't understand.
I think each sport is unique with what that brotherhood is. I tend to think hockey players are really tight with each other.
Yeah.
And I think that if you've got somebody that asks out of a situation, that's really hard to come back from. I just do. And maybe I'm wrong
disagree.
on that.
No, I don't disagree. I don't think it's going to be
I think
easy.
it's difficult in any sport, but I think in hockey in particular, I think it's different. There's such a pay disparity with hockey and the other three sports. I mean, the highest paid player in the NHL just got signed to an offer sheet at $18 million a season, which he probably doesn't deserve because he's done very little in his career to this point to get $18 million a year, and yet that's laughable by NBA standards, by baseball standards, and by NFL standards. You know, it's different, and the money situation is all part of it, and this is tough. It's tough to swallow all around. If you're going to somehow try to find a reconcile with Dylan Larkin, then you're going to have to go to the other leaders of this team and talk to them and see what they think. You know, everybody seems to think that Mo Seider is the obvious choice to wear the C in the future. Okay, well, talk to Mo. What does Mo think about this? Because you know what? It's your team. If you think it's Mo Seider's team now, then you've got to talk to Mo and see what he thinks. Because you have to start at the top. If Mo would be on board with bringing Larkin back, then he's going to have to do the sell job to the rest of the team, and you'll really see where leadership is.
Let's go to Chuck next on 97.1. Hello, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah, and then of course you got to double everything because you got to get enough to soak it. It is.
Chuck,
awesome.
you're on the air, buddy.
With the sugar and the apple juice and the tagging of the soy sauce, and then you do your little salt,
fantastic.
pepper,
Chuck,
I'm afraid.
Let it marinate for hours.
Sounds really good.
He's doing ribs?
I don't know.
Someone's cooking today.
Smoking some ribs?
Yeah, I guess so. Did Chuck call up to give us a recipe? Do you think he was... feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. John in Detroit, a fan in Nebraska. Is it possible that Larkin wouldn't work with Yzerman anymore, but would try with a different GM? Yes.
It's possible.
Absolutely. I don't think I've read this one yet. From an unnamed texter, what a letdown this era was for the Wings. Hometown kid becomes captain. Steve Yzerman comes back. All for it just to end like this. Next chapter, I guess. I'm hardly excited, though.
Yeah, it is very disappointing.
Yeah, these are hard. The marriage seems to make so much sense to put a legend in charge or have a hometown kid, but it also can make things uncomfortable. And we've seen this before. You used to sit in on Alan Trammell postgame meetings with the media when the Tigers were awful.
Yep.
Those got tough and uncomfortable.
Yeah. Tram on more than one occasion was sitting at his desk, and you got the media all around him, and there'd be a tough question, and Tram's answer was, hey, I wish I could, and he'd pull open a drawer. I wish I had the answer right here. But you know what? It's just baseball.
Mm-hmm.
These things happen. And in some respects, he was 100% on. In other respects, well, maybe not so much. But, it's tough. It's tough when you're a legend and you come back to the team to take over in some capacity like that. And obviously, the Trammell seasons were not good.
Nope.
The Joe Dumars stuff was great until it wasn't, and unfortunately now Joe's, it's like he wants nothing to do with the Pistons organization. At least that's the way it looks, because he's been asked to come back for certain things and he hasn't. And now it's Steve Yzerman. But at least with Yzerman, he's going to stay with the organization, and I'm glad he's staying with the organization.
I hope
we'll see someday, for how long.
Yeah, I hope that someday he can be part of the Red Wings winning again, and can be re-embraced as a legend. Like, he was a legend here, and still is a legend here. The GM thing didn't work, but
what does this mean for the people that worked under Steve Yzerman? What does this mean for Chris Draper? What does this mean for Kirk Maltby? What does it mean for the other scouting staff members? There's a lot to unpack here still this summer.
More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Steve Yzerman is out as the Red Wings leader of hockey operations. The team has announced that he'll transition out of his role as executive vice president and general manager and start a new role as a senior advisor. The Red Wings say that a search for a new head of hockey operations has already begun, and both internal and external candidates are being considered. Yzerman will run the day-to-day operations of the team in the interim until his replacement is named. He'll also be part of the search committee for his replacement. In a statement, Yzerman says he looks forward to supporting the organization in whatever role is needed moving forward. And in another statement, Wings owner Chris Ilitch says that, quotes, clearly we are not where we and our fans expect to be as an organization. Yzerman has struggled to restore the Wings' elite status. They haven't made the playoffs in a decade. Yzerman's been here for 7 of those seasons, and this offseason, Captain Dylan Larkin requested a trade, further boosting the temperature of the organization. The American League shuts out the National League 4-0 in the All-Star game in Philly last night. Riley Green, Kevin McGonigal, and Dylan Dingler, they went 0 for 5. Justin Verlander got his flowers, though, as the honorary All-Star. Argentina takes on England today, looking to face Spain in the World Cup final, and the Pistons take on the Suns tonight in Summer League play. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff has joined USA Basketball. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's a hot one here in downtown Detroit, but it hasn't slowed those kids down, man. They're they're out there running hard. The first thing I thought of as a parent is they're going to nap later, and they're out there on that turf too. Obviously,
there's an afternoon session too.
I know that's the older kids.
Those poor kids.
No, they're going to have nothing but fun. There's a lot of water breaks. A lot of water breaks.
Hydration breaks?
Yes. In the meantime, yeah, so they can run commercials. No, the reactions come pouring in today with the news regarding Steve Yzerman. And I opened the show with 2 theories. And one is that at this point, since Larkin hasn't been traded, discussions with Larkin's camp evolved to the point where Larkin said, well, I'd consider coming back, but I don't want to play for Yzerman. And I think that is a possibility. And given the fact that it's becoming clear that Dylan Larkin is a far more coveted asset in the NHL, given the production, which he might not be a superstar, but look what guys that put up his numbers get now in the open market. And he signed for 5 more years at $8.5 million. And I'm going to bet that maybe 24 teams called and were interested in Dylan Larkin. But Larkin had his short list.
His precious list.
And because the Red Wings are at a point where we don't want to get rid of this guy, yeah, let's keep him. And Yzerman wasn't willing to make a bad deal, and I'm glad he wouldn't do that. But I think that could have happened. The second theory I have, and again, most of it's based upon why the timing, why now? Why on July 15th when the off-season is half to 3/4 of the way done? Why would you do it now? The other theory I have, and I think this one might be more likely, is that what Steve Yzerman, his goals in a trade, which were published, he didn't want future assets. He wanted a hockey-for-hockey trade. We had heard that he asked for Matt Boldy from Minnesota. We had seen the rumors that maybe Jason Robertson that could be a deal that could get it done.
Could still get a deal.
Yeah, there was one more.
Wyatt Johnston was the other player from Dallas.
Okay, so you hear these names, right? And everybody's reporting he doesn't want future assets. And why does he not want future assets? Because he needs to win now. But the Red Wings, and again, this goes back to beginning of this offseason when this was going down, and we'd kind of gotten to the point, okay, let's be fair. Yzerman shouldn't be making this call. They should have moved on. But it's because the best offers for the organization that were coming in were all draft picks and prospects. And that they're good packages of draft picks and prospects, but Yzerman was saying no because his goals were in conflict with the organization's goals. It doesn't make sense then to have this marriage together, and they realized Yzerman wasn't going to be able to accomplish what he wanted to and get a hockey-for-hockey trade done, so they just made the move now to have somebody else because they're going to move. I think they're going to move Larkin now what we're going to see back is certainly not a win now package of returning players and assets.
And what sucks about this whole thing is that I think it's poisoning the well a little bit for what Red Wing fans the expectations are here.
Yep.
It's because Larkin has his list of 4 teams. If this were open to everybody, the Red Wings would have had a deal done by now, and it would have been a spectacular deal because you're letting everybody bid on the process. But he's got his no-trade clause, and he's exercising it, as is his right to exercise it. But he's the one that asked for the trade in the first place. So that's really what riles me up about this whole situation is that he asked to leave, and he's really not willing to bend on the number of teams that he's willing to go to. And that sucks because there's no question in my mind that there is a deal out there to be had with Utah or some other team, San Jose or whoever it is, that they could get players that would help the team now and get assets for the future, because then everybody gets involved and they have to up their price, right? This is, in some respects, it's like when you found out the Luka Doncic trade to the Lakers, and we're all like, that was it?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You only traded with L.A.? Had you opened it up to everybody in the NBA, you would have gotten a haul, but they didn't. So this is the same thing. Unfortunately for Yzerman, though, it wasn't that they didn't. It was that they're handcuffed and they can't because of the precious list.
All right, let's get to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Matt is on a cell and next here on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So, to me, Yzerman being gone, best news I've gotten all this year. Good, he'll still be advising on the team. Good for him. I just don't think he's a good GM. As far as Larkin, if he stays, I think it'll be up to the new coach to repair the relationship. And then I wanted to ask you guys something. So this is not verifiable because it's on social media, but I saw all this morning a bunch of posts where Dallas is proposing a trade to the Red Wings for Jason Robertson, and it said unnamed prospects for Larkin and DeBrincat. Now, is that a good deal, or would you advise against that?
I mean, that's a lot to give. Giving up DeBrincat, I mean, that's the next step, right? Because he's a free agent after the season, and you'd want. I love Alex DeBrincat. I think he's everything that we'd love in a Detroit athlete. And if you're trading 2 all-star players like that to get Jason Robertson in futures, I don't know if that's something I love.
2 things about this. One is I still don't know why Robertson would sign here. If he turned down 8 years at $15 million a year in Seattle, didn't he turn down a trade to St. Louis? And now
So why come to Detroit, if they're going to take away their 2 best players?
And 2 is it depends hugely on what the assets are, right? I need to know what else they're getting.
Again, I agree with you guys. It's just, again, this is on social media, so nothing's verified, and I don't trust it until it happens. But I just kept seeing it all this morning on my Facebook.
There was reporting yesterday that Dallas and Detroit, and this is actually from over the weekend, that Dallas and Detroit could work out a deal that included Robertson for Larkin. But that likely Detroit would have to give up something more than Larkin to acquire him. And then, of course, you're talking about the money it takes to sign Jason Robertson. And if you're looking at $15 million a year as a baseline, okay, that's a lot. And this is, again, this is what sucks about this whole thing is that personally, Doug, I think that what Yzerman's real plan was he expected this to be a playoff team by now, and that he was stockpiling money, war-chesting money, to go into next year's free agent market to get the giant piece, to make the big splash when you've got an incredible amount of high-caliber free agents that could be available next year, provided they don't sign extensions. But there's a major class next off season. And things have gotten derailed over the last couple of years because they haven't made the playoffs. So now it's no longer an attractive opportunity to come to Detroit because you wouldn't be going to the playoff team, Detroit. You're going to a team that's perhaps rebuilding again. And if you're going to trade DeBrincat, you're really rebuilding.
There is some attraction here that somebody in the league told me about this morning. But we'll get to that coming up at 11:20. It's about what happens next here, and we will get to that again at 11:20, but we promised we'd knock down some calls. Toots in Utica, you're next. Hello, Toots.
Hey, guys. Great to talk with you. I was calling to counterpoint the Quinn Hughes stuff, and I know that a lot of the prevailing sentiment is he didn't make that deal because he couldn't guarantee Quinn Hughes would stay. Well, to me, that's an indictment on what Steve Yzerman is able to do and what kind of pull that he's got with some of these guys, or what the temperature is with some of the players with him. Because Bill Guerin's over here whispering in Larkin's ear, it seems like all the time, like, come over here, we'll get Quinn Hughes. Then he makes that move. There's all this turmoil. You know, I think if Yzerman makes that Quinn Hughes move, I don't think any of this is happening. I think the whole temperature from the fan base and everyone else would be totally different if he just makes that Quinn Hughes move.
Oh, I think you're right. But again, are they going to sign to an extension?
Well, that's my point. Is he can't maneuver an agreement between these guys who want to play together in an original six franchise. You're this tenured GM that's won championships, but he can't seem to broker a deal to bring a superstar to a city that he wants to play in, and also in doing so, keeping his superstar happy. And then
what does that have to do with an extension? It's not about brokering a deal. He could have gotten a deal done if he wanted to give up, say, Edvinson and all the prospects they wanted.
Well, when he's saying a deal, I think the caller's talking about a deal on a contract. You're talking about a deal on a trade. I think you guys are talking about two different things.
Well, I mean,
Toots, are you still there? Do we move on from Toots? Okay, sorry, we're good.
Yeah, because Quinn Hughes is likely to get $18 million a year now.
Yeah, look.
So, I mean, if they had traded for him last year or last season and given up all the assets possible, would they have been able to get a long-term extension done with him that would be nowhere near 18? Maybe, because the 18 number gets thrown out there now that that Carlson has signed his deal.
We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. I did get some feedback about something that's working in our favor here in Detroit, and we will get to that today at 11:20. Plus, Max Boltman of The Athletic. Did we confirm that, Kang? I think we. My apologies. I should have done this off the air, but I think we got him at 12:15. Perfect. We will talk to him at 12:15. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, you heard us talk about how great Shaner Roofing is for a while now, right? Been talking about it for over a year now. And if you don't just want to take my word for it, I understand. Why would you? Hey, how about this? Testimonials for people that have actually gone through the Shaner Roofing experience. This is one we found online. Super impressed with Shaner Roofing. From beginning to the end of my roof replacement, the roof specialists spent a lot of time with me at the estimate appointment. They made sure that all of my questions were thoroughly answered. The installation crew, they did a great job and cleaned up all the debris and metal items that my dog could have stepped on. Financing was simple and made it fit my budget. I highly recommend Shaner Roofing. Look, they've got thousands of these reviews, right? They've unmatched reputation, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of satisfied homeowners just like this one. It's a reputation that's earned through decades of doing the job right. So you can get your quote today from Shaner Roofing by going and visiting mymichiganroof.com. Remember the name, Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding, the name that Michigan trusts. Again, check them out at mymichiganroof.com.
Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Chuck is next. Hello, Chuck.
Hi, how are you?
What's up, Chuck?
Just a quick idea. Tampa Bay's lost 4 years in a row in the first round. Head coach, even though I don't like him, is a good coach. It would be a promotion for him, and he knows Stevie. Just your thoughts.
John Cooper for GM?
John Cooper?
Yeah. It would be a promotion. He's young.
I've heard worse ideas. I don't know if he'd see it as a promotion. Well, I mean, look.
that statement.
Yeah, he's got – he's there's a difference between coach and GM. You might not want to be a GM.
I mean, if you go to the old guys – if you go to guys like Hitchcock, people are going to say he's too old, can't relate. You go to the guy that just coached Vegas and then he left. He's too old, won't be able to relate. This guy's young. Maybe he would be relating. He knows Stevie, and it would be a promotion.
Well, he's younger. I don't know if I would say he's young. And Doug's right. I mean, who knows what his aspirations are, if he wants to be a GM or not. And maybe he feels like he's got unfinished business in Tampa. I don't know. Do you want to go back to the Tampa well? If you were talking about making John Cooper a coach of the Red Wings, I'd be all about it. Right? GM, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting idea. So here's the one thing about it. Again, reaching out to people this morning and trying to get some reaction from people in the game. I'd mentioned that, I ran my theories, one of two things. Larkin said, okay, I'm not getting you. I know you're not getting a trade offer. Would I come back if Yzerman still isn't here? Yes. I think that's one theory. The other is that what Yzerman wanted out of a trade was in direct conflict of what they could get. And what they could get was mostly future assets. And what they were, the offers they were, that's what the offers they were getting. And he wanted a hockey trade. And so they moved on, and we'll get a new GM who can accept future assets in a deal that, for Larkin, that makes sense for the Red Wings. And Yzerman wasn't going to do that because he had to win now. And those are two different motivations. But same source told me this is an attractive job. This is an attractive job because of cap space, because of a chance to shape your own roster, and as he put it, a very good prospect pool.
Yeah,
that's what it's considered. People think they can win here.
People think that there is a good set of prospects for the Red Wings. That they're consistently rated in the top 10 overall of prospects, but they're just that still. They're prospects, and maybe it takes somebody else, a new face, to come in and trust players to come in as 19-year-olds or 20-year-olds instead of letting them marinate for a few years. We'll see what the case is when they get to training camp. But there's a lot of questions for sure about this, and the first one's going to be, are they going to be able to hire somebody quickly in the next couple of weeks, or is this something that's going to take all through the summer? And does that kind of leave the head coach, Todd McClellan, in limbo? And what does this mean for the Larkin situation?
I think everybody's in limbo.
Everybody's in limbo now,
right?
yeah. How long?
Let's go to Glenn on a cell next here on 97.1. Hello, Glenn.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, Glenn.
Days like today make me glad I don't work in a pizzeria anymore, man. Oh,
right.
Definitely be a hot one in there. But my opinion is Dylan Larkin should never have been captain in the first place. The only reason he became captain is he was the best player on a bad team. I think he's a crybaby, a puck hog, a squatter, and I don't think he's a leader at all.
Why do you think he's coveted around the league?
Well, he's one of the top 15 centers, top 20 centers, but he's not a number one center, man.
If he's one of the top 15, if he's one of the top 15, by definition, I think he would be indeed one of a number one center.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess maybe if you look at it from that point of view, but he just doesn't seem to have
I don't think a guy who hasn't scored 40 goals in a season is a puck hog. I think you saw him play on the international stage with Team USA, and he looked great. I mean, he's exactly the kind of player that you want. There was some sort of disconnect with Steve Yzerman and Dylan Larkin.
Look, he has flaws, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I found that the market for Larkin appears to be quite strong. I think the respect for Dylan Larkin around this league for whatever he is, and I don't mind people that say he's not one of the top centers in the league, but whatever, given his contract and his production.
Every team in the league would want to add Dylan Larkin to their team.
At
Every
that price,
yes,
especially.
Particularly at that price. So, but it's not easy when you're only given 4 teams to work with, and those 4 teams don't necessarily have the assets. Those 4 teams are killing themselves trying to create more assets so they can get them. Minnesota would absolutely die to get Dylan Larkin.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they just don't have it. They don't have the players.
I'm not. Again, he's not flawless, but I think in my opinion, he's not as bad as the caller implied. Although when the caller was asked to define him, he defined him as, I don't know, if he's one of the top 15 centers in the league, by definition, wouldn't that make you a number one center?
If you're a top 30 center, you're a
right. Hussein is next on 97.1. Hello, Hussein.
Hey, gentlemen. How's it going?
Good.
Real quick, with Yzerman and his ask of the top player for every team that Larkin put on the table for him, I think it was just because it was so preposterous and Larkin not being reasonable with him that he was making these asks. And believe me, I'm not a Yzerman fan in terms of the GM role. I've wanted him out. I kind of want Larkin out too. But I think that's where his head was at the whole time, being like, well, you're not giving me any options here. Okay, you want to go play with your friends. This is what I'll do here for you. And then in terms of Larkin coming back to the team, I really think it just depends on the temperature of the room. How do the teammates also perceive Yzerman? Are they more on the Larkin camp?
Right. No, that's a valid point. Hussein, that hasn't been brought up yet because Larkin might be speaking for he's not speaking at all. Let's be clear here. But if we're talking a lot of hypotheticals here, if he wanted out because of Yzerman, he might have wanted out because the room might not believe in Yzerman. It's a valid thing to bring up, Hussein, and it hasn't been brought up yet, and that might make it more possible that he could be back here.
The room might not believe in Larkin.
They might not. They might not. They might. It might be a bridge that's burned. But
right? So
no, the temperature in the room is really important here. And Hussein, that's a really good point. That is a really good point.
Let me go. Just a quick question here. Do you guys think that the owner Ilitch or his right hand man or whoever is went behind Yzerman to discuss with the team how their feelings are of Yzerman and what they are or what the issues are, at least recently?
I don't know. I mean, I would have to believe they have a pretty good idea of what the feelings are, but I don't know. I mean, if I were the owner of the team and I saw that the team captain asked to be traded, I'd probably want to do some investigating in that.
Yeah, I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and say I know. Maybe it's a question we could ask Max Bultman next hour. He covers the team. He's around him more. He'll have a better sense for if that's true. It's certainly possible. Hey, why does my captain want out? I gotta do a little recon mission here and see what's going on in that room. But yeah, it's possible. Hussein. Tony is next on 97.1. Hello, Tony.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right, Tony.
So here's the deal. Larkin didn't ask. I personally think it goes back to when Larkin commented about adding to the team a year or two ago, and they were close. They were within a couple points of making the playoffs. And then if you add on to the fact that Larkin's been a piñata for 5 years. Without getting people to have his back, I think that kind of set it in thing. And everybody was shocked that Yzerman wasn't fired after the season. And I think that just tipped Larkin over and said, man, I can't do this again. My whole 20s have been wasted. It's bad enough we're losing. But here's a guy that got knocked out for 5 minutes on the ice, and only one guy had his back. The rest of the team was looking for nickels on the ice. They didn't do anything. And management didn't do anything, and the coach didn't do anything about, hey, we win, lose, or draw, we got to protect each other. That doesn't happen. I mean, we don't get the reputation of the softest team in the league by accident.
It's an interesting theory. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're connecting a lot of dots. You're coming up with a theory, and it could be right, but
I think a lot of it's right. I think, or even factual, right? There's no question there was acrimony between the two after the season, and when Larkin said that, we wanted to add, but we didn't add. But it goes both ways. They didn't add, and you guys didn't perform well enough down the stretch. It was on the players, and the players didn't win games when they had to. And when you miss out by a point, or you miss out because of a tiebreaker situation, I mean, that's on the players. As much as you want to say, okay, adding one more player to the mix at the deadline could have helped this team ensure a playoff spot, maybe, yeah. But if you had won one more game as a team, that would have done it too. As far as the team not sticking up for him as much, I think that bothers a lot of people. There were a lot of moments out there where Larkin getting cross-checked in the neck, and there aren't enough people standing up for him. And had that happened to Steve Yzerman in his day, there'd be blood all over the ice.
All right, feedback coming in. A couple that agree with me and a couple that don't. The best interest of the organization was to trade for high picks. It was best for Steve to have the Wings make the playoffs. It's from an unnamed texter, and that's what I was getting at a little bit earlier this hour. Eric at a shop, I think Doug nailed it. You're going to get picks and a lesser player or two for Larkin, not the deal Yzerman wanted. Larkin can't come back, makes him look like he got Steve fired. They both need to and will go. I don't know if not sure about the second part. Could be. And then there's this one that doesn't agree with me. I'm sorry, being business-oriented is just a nice way to say you have no people skills. And you have to have that in any good business. Perhaps the number one consideration in any transaction is the people skills. I just finished a book called The Boys of Winter, and it was about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team. The man on the planet that had the worst people skills was named Herb Brooks, who got the job done. Now, I'm not saying that being a cold, maybe standoffish leader is the way you should go, but it worked for some people that don't want to get close to people, and Brooks admitted this. He didn't want to get close to people because it made his job harder. He had to be emotionless, and he wanted to be the enemy to the players. He got the most out of them that way. Now, I'm not saying, again, that everybody's going to do it that way, but that's just an example of a way why it can work for some people.
Yeah, and there's a difference maybe between coaching and being a GM, although effectively I guess
that he was
the
both.
GM of that Olympic hockey team. He was in charge of deciding who was going to make the roster. But then he also made sure that his assistant coaches were the opposite.
A bit, yes.
That they were go-betweens.
Coach Patrick and quite frankly the whole staff.
Yeah, so it's
Craig Patrick was the assistant.
A little bit different. I don't know if the general manager should even have a whole lot of contact with the players in the first place, because he's the general manager.
Now, he's dealing with other general managers, too, and that's where those people's skills can become useful. But 248-539-9797, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, we're at the Youth Sports Combine at the Corner Ballpark, where Tiger Stadium used to be. Kids running around on the field this morning, part of a great event put on by the Detroit Police Athletic League. And joining us now is the CEO of PAL. It's listed in his bio as Fred Hunter. I got to be honest, I didn't know who Fred Hunter was. I know who Freddie Hunter is. Who played basketball at Michigan as a classic walk-on story back in the day, worked his way into the rotation. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, glad to be here, definitely.
And thanks for putting on the event.
Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. It's a great partnership and, all about the kids, giving them great opportunities, which is what Detroit PAL is all about.
So kind of explain what this Youth Sports Combine is, how the idea came about, and what your involvement is with all of this.
Yeah, it was brainstorming. It's what things can we do for kids here at this classic location in terms of the Corner Ballpark. So seeing the NFL Combine, what the pros, becoming pros have the opportunity to do, hey, let's bring that down to kids, ages 7 to 14, give them a chance to have the same quality of drills and that same feel. I mean, that's what it's all about.
You're a Detroit native, went to UAD Jesuit High School, and you were a kid with a dream that was probably told your dream was unrealistic. When you see these kids out here, can you relate your story to them?
Yeah, absolutely. I was the kid, and I wasn't the one that was winning the awards. I was a late developer, but I was hungry. Always wanted to have the opportunity. And for kids that are growing up and doing things, you just want to continue to be there. And then at some point, it may open up for you, and that's what I had the opportunity to have happen for me.
So as this thing goes on today, I mean, of all days to pick, it's
the last 2 days.
Yeah, right. It's a bit warm out there. How many bottles of water do you think will be gone through during the course of the day from all the participants, let alone how many bottles of water Freddie Hunter's going to have?
I was going to say probably 6 to 8 to 10 times a few hundred. I mean, it's a lot of water going out, and we use the almanac to figure out what's the hottest days of the year. But no, it's wonderful. It's clear, no rain, and it's great for the kids. We got shade, we got water, keeping everybody hydrated. But out here having fun, it's a beautiful thing.
What's your favorite part of all this when you look through the drills everybody's running through and all that?
Yeah, big part is the big man's camp. You got Lomas Brown out here. So kids are out there, they may take pictures, but to realize you've got pros, people that are part of the pride for the Lions that are out here sweating, hot, drinking a lot of water, but dedicating themselves to the kids with all the sponsors. I mean, it's just an environment where everybody is all about what can we do for the kids. So it's just fun to see who's coming out, how they're supporting it, and then the parents and the kids and the smiles on their faces, that's what makes it happen.
Okay, Lomas Brown. I got to tell you, I did Lions post games with Lomas Brown for a couple of years, forever ago. And getting to know Lomas, I'm not sure you could have a better personality on a field with a bunch of kids. I describe Lomas as everybody's uncle. That's the way he treats people. What are his interactions with the kids like?
It's so genuine. You can tell, and kids can tell. I mean, kids have this radar to know if you're genuine and authentic or not. And you can tell from the kids in terms of how they connect with him. And just seeing his smile, his face, it's just gregarious. And it doesn't matter who you are. Everybody's important and valued. So the kids see how much he values them and how much he's pouring into them to help them develop and, reach their dreams as well.
What kind of future events do you envision planning with PAL and keeping this thing going?
Well, the Combine is the second year, and I think that's always important. You start with an idea, but when you can do it a second year, I mean, that's moving things forward. And then just additional opportunities. We got the ballpark, we have kids, and giving them experiences where the same things the professionals are seeing or going to games, those are the type of partnerships and ideas we want to see happen and continue to make happen.
For people who want to get involved, how can they get involved?
Best way is looking at our website. So DetroitPAL.org, you'll see a whole lot of amazing things that are going on with the organization. 13 sports, over 9,000 participants in all the programs, different events that we're doing. So if you want to get connected to volunteer, your time, talent, or money, that always helps us out. DetroitPAL.org is the best way to go.
Oh, let us geek out here a little bit. What is your favorite moment from playing basketball at Michigan where you worked your way into a lineup with the Fab Five? What was your favorite moment?
Yeah, first one is the opportunity to put on the jersey. So, as a walk-on, you don't even know if you're traveling, to actually see laid out Hunter 31 on my jersey. I mean, that was a dream fulfilled. And then just, getting to the Final Four, that whole run, it's just 3 weeks of madness, literally, where, people are outside the hotel room. You just got everybody congregate, and you realize, man, Chris Webber, Jalen Rose, Juwan Howard, for me as a walk-on that didn't really have a chance to be the captain with those teams, making things happen. I mean, it was just pure joy, wonderful experience, wonderful opportunity.
Building those relationships as you were in college and certainly guys you came up with through high school, have you been able to reach out to some of those guys and get them involved in this? And is that something that's going to happen in the future, too?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jalen does a lot of his events for Jalen Rose Academy. So they host their athletics banquet, a lot of things they do here. Been in touch with Chris Webber. What's cool is those guys were PAL kids as well. So they grew up playing the AAU at 1300 Bovian with PAL. So there's good connections, and they're always looking for additional ways to get them back and have them help out because they got hearts for kids. They played, had amazing professional careers, but they have a heart for the city, a heart for giving back, and a heart for kids.
What do you think? Do you think Freddie still got game, Scott?
I mean, I saw him walking around.
Oh, look, he's ready.
I think he could back some people down.
I think so. Yeah.
I think he's got a spin move.
All right.
I think there's something still left there.
Freddie, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
There he is.
Thank you very much.
President of PAL, Freddie Hunter, puts on this youth sports combine. 248-539-9797. We got breaking news today. Steve Yzerman is no longer the GM of the Detroit Red Wings. And as you take a look at this situation, well, a lot of reaction coming in. Why now is probably the biggest debate point we've had, and most of it is centered around perhaps frustrations and the inability to get a Dylan Larkin deal done the way the Red Wings wanted as opposed to what Yzerman wanted, but there feels like there's a lot of moving parts here. He will stay within the organization as part of the team that works with Chris Ilitch ownership, but certainly reaction flowing in, and our phone lines are packed, so we want to get to the people. A couple texts to get caught up on from an unnamed texter. When you think about the excitement and how high the positivity was when Yzerman was first hired as GM, has there ever been more disappointing GM in Red Wing history? For me, never. I don't know, man. I mean,
they were called the dead things.
Yeah.
So
they would.
Yeah, I think there was a period that was infinitely worse than what we've gone through here. Was this tough? This was tough.
For you can label it however you want. Yeah. I tend to not just throw labels on things that how awful they are. It didn't work out, man. I mean, it's a tough reality of seeing a legend struggle.
I really think that had they made the playoffs, even if they just barely gotten in, which would have been the case the last 2 years, if they just barely gotten in, I think it would have made a world of difference because it's kind of proof of concept of what he was trying to do, build through the draft, make some smart acquisitions, and I really think he was stockpiling money for next year's free agent market. And I think, a lot of people, I've been asked by people whether or not they think that the game just passed him by. Was this an era of hockey he doesn't understand? And I think the exact opposite. I think he absolutely understands it and wants to work with the cap to his advantage and was poised to do so, but things just moved too slowly, and things had to change.
It's interesting. I had an interaction with a coach that has responded who told me, former head coach, told me he thinks Yzerman is struggling mostly because of the way players are running things now.
Well, that's a whole
and that it's not about the on-ice stuff as much as it is the off-ice stuff that he had done a great job, perhaps, of adapting to.
Well, no trade clauses are part of the off-ice.
It's an interesting theory. 248-539-9797. We talk to the people coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
You know, Doug.
Yeah, I do know.
This will give you a little insight to how hot it is out here, how warm it is. I was offered a Coney dog about a half an hour ago.
Yeah.
I said, no, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, that happened.
My man.
That happened.
Interestingly, I was not offered.
The person looked at me and said, I'd ask him, but I know better.
That's funny. Let's get back to the people on this day. If you're just joining us and haven't heard Steve Yzerman out as GM announced this morning, we've got a bunch of theories as to why, and certainly why the timing is probably the most intriguing part of this. But he's still going to retain a role in the organization, but will no longer be the director of hockey operations. Let's go to Rodney in Westland. You are next on 97.1. Hello, Rodney.
How you doing, gentlemen? I am gentlemen. Hey, I got two comments to make, and I hope that the last comment is going to be about the huge trade that didn't happen. Chris Ilitch kind of surprised me, but the only thing that this will work if Yzerman has nothing to do with the decisions and the hockey operations, and anyone they bring in is going to need to be free and clear of any Yzerman people still in the organization. They need to get rid of Draper and Maltby and any people that still are connected with Yzerman for the new GM or whoever they bring in to have an effect. Now, the next thing I want to talk about
Let me ask you this: What if the new guy wants to keep one of them or anybody?
Well, that'll be up to him then. That'll be up to him.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so if you're saying they shouldn't have an edict that you have to hang on to these people, I understand.
I think everybody would agree with that, yes.
Let them select their own staff.
Yeah, let them select.
Yeah, in other words, for it to work. And Yzerman whispering into other people's ears, it's almost like he's not going to be leaving. Now, I want to get back to the Hughes thing, like the other caller said. Go ahead. The other caller.
No, I just can't imagine that's the case.
Okay, well, Hughes, if he came here, Yzerman should have went for it, because I would have traded what's his name, the defenseman for him in a heartbeat. Everson, yeah. I would have got Hughes instead of Everson in a heartbeat. So you telling me that Larkin, or if Yzerman at the time could have talked Hughes into signing an extension? No,
how much money would you have been willing to go on an extension?
It all depends. You could have.
It depends. I'll throw this at you. If it cost you $18 million a season, would you have done it?
May not have cost you $18 million. You don't know.
But what if it did?
We'll never know.
What if that's
the going rate right now?
Like, you think about, why did he say no to the trade? First of all, I'm sure it was Edvinsson plus.
Well, it was all those things that were talked about before, whether it was first-round draft capital, players that were in the system, with addition to maybe a Marco Kasper, and then you're going to throw on Edvinsson at the end of it. I mean, you're talking about a serious haul, like what would be the equivalent of maybe 5 first-round picks.
I'm not mad at Rodney. I agree. I would have loved to have seen Quinn Hughes.
Yeah.
Where the only thing that it cost him at the NHL level was Edvinsson. Okay, and the question is, how much more would it have cost? And we don't know the answer to that question. And we don't know if Larkin could have talked him into signing here, or he would have signed here. It's probably a better option than what happened. That I would agree with. Probably whatever was on the table would probably not have us sitting here today. We'd probably be talking about how can they get to the second round next year? How can they get to the third round next year?
Maybe.
Right?
I mean, obviously there's no guarantees.
Nope.
And a healthy Quinn Hughes was going to be better than a not so healthy Simon Edvinsson. But how much?
He's probably right.
How much else was going to be taken from the active roster to accommodate a defenseman? The defense, and he's dynamic, and I love Quinn Hughes, but is Quinn Hughes going to add to the forward goal total?
Well, I mean, in some ways,
I'm just saying there's a risk. It's not so much a slam dunk. I think that everybody wants to say. I mean, it's door number 2. So door number 2 looks better than doing nothing, or just adding Justin Falk. And Justin Falk is fine, but that's the other thing you have to take in mind. If you sign Quinn Hughes, you're not adding Justin Falk. So, and you're subtracting Simon Edvinsson. How much does that make your overall defense better or worse?
I think, though, the argument that they would have been better off trading for Quinn Hughes in the end for this era of Red Wing hockey would have been better. Maybe long term it wouldn't have been, and since we are where we are, maybe we'll be happy they didn't. I would love to know someday what the ask from Vancouver was. That's always a thing of what was the ask, and the ask might have more people going, oh, okay, I wouldn't have done that. What was the ask for Quinn Hughes as far as a contract? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ned in Oxford. Hello, Ned.
Hey, Doug Gator. All I want you boys doing, no chili dogs, Gator. Just strictly bottles of water, all right?
Yeah, that's all we got.
Kind of what we're doing.
Trust me.
A little iced tea.
I want to make a quick comment. I think that we know that Steve Yzerman is in love with growing the system and the farm system and that aspect of it. And I think I would have liked to see more from the, RedWings.com article this morning that explained more of what capacity Yzerman was going to stay with the team. Now, saying all that, I want to throw a name out there that I have thought for a long time would make a great GM, and that's Vaughn Karpan, and he's with Vegas Golden Knights. He's the current assistant GM and director of player personnel. And I think if anybody deserves a shot, I think that bringing him over with what he's done with McCrimmon and the short success that Vegas has experienced, I think he can bring that aspect to the Red Wings. And then depending on where what Yzerman's capacity is, what Ilitch wants to do, if it was what you guys were just talking about, where Yzerman was so in love with his guys that he couldn't make the big splash move, does this GM bring in, does a new GM bring in the ability to make that splash move? So that's kind of my food for thought on this. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about.
I don't hate it.
What capacity he is in and who the next GM will be.
Look, I think it's smart to look at good organizations and see who's available there, what roles they played there. So go ahead and shake that tree, and if it makes sense, yeah, I don't have any problem with that. If that makes sense, that's a place I'd look at. I'd look at Vegas 100%. Look at Vegas. You look at Florida. You look at Carolina. You look at teams that have been perennially really good, and I hope that they're going to take a look at all that. I think another one of the things that hurt this Red Wing team over the last couple of years, when you talk about Steve Yzerman liking his prospects or loving his own prospects, I think there's truth to that. But I also think that it gets dashed, unfortunately. He doesn't get to see it because guys got hurt. Nate Danielson was hurt most of last year, hardly got a chance to see him play. You had Carter Mazur, who got hurt on his first shift as a Red Wing, and missed a lot of the next year too. So, there's a couple of guys that you like to see, and then they weren't there. And I think they had high hopes for Kosa, but they never gave him the opportunity. But maybe they didn't give the opportunity because they didn't think he had it, and that was, a missed pick. So, and they've got players they got to make decisions on right now if they're going to bring back.
Let's go to Mike in Livonia next on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
When Yzerman was in Tampa, their scouting team hit home run after home run with Kucherov, Point, Vasilevsky, Palat. And I think they tried to model that here, almost like the Patriots era with the Lions, and it just didn't work out. They got Sider and Raymond. I wouldn't call those home runs. They're very good players, but they hit multiple home runs.
I think you can call those home runs. Don't be afraid to say that. You got a point-a-game guy in Lucas Raymond who's, 23 years old, 22 years old, and you got Mo Sider who was top 5 in the Norris Trophy voting. Those are home runs. But the truth is,
the drafts, honestly, are paltry returns, especially outside of the top picks.
Yes. There's not a whole lot that they got later in the draft.
And I tracked this back to 2018, and there was a huge mistake made taking Zadina before Quinn Hughes. I think it was 5 and 6. And if you take Quinn Hughes in that spot, you have access to his brothers. And I think this franchise looks completely different with that one draft pick.
Yeah. Was that Holland?
That was Ken Holland, yeah.
It wasn't Yzerman.
Was that Holland? Okay. My apologies there, but nonetheless.
All right, we're up against the break there, so I had to let you go. But, yeah, look, that didn't help.
No.
There's other examples of misses. and a bunch of them in the Yzerman era as well. We've been talking about the drafts for a while, and the returns haven't been there. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plan, Steve Yzerman is out as the Red Wings leader of hockey operations. The team has announced that he'll transition out of his role as executive vice president and general manager and start a new role as a senior advisor. The Red Wings say that a search for a new head of hockey operations has already started, with both internal and external candidates being considered. Yzerman will still run the day-to-day operations of the team in the meantime until his replacement's named. He'll also be part of the search committee for his replacement. Yzerman has not restored the Wings to their former Stanley Cup glory. The Wings have not made the playoffs in a decade. Yzerman's been here for 7 of those seasons, and this offseason, Captain Dylan Larkin requested a trade. Argentina takes on England today for a spot in the World Cup final against Spain. Spain beat France 2-0 yesterday to earn that spot in the final. ESPN reports that the Sixers have ramped up their free agency pursuit of LeBron James. Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, and Jaylen Brown have all been in contact with LeBron. The Cavs and Heat are the reported other finalists for his services. Caitlin Clark's become the fastest player in WNBA history to 600 career assists. She needed just 72 games to do it, and USA Today's out with a new Big Ten football power rankings. Michigan comes in at number 4. Michigan State is number 13. The top 3 are Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, feedback coming in the Carson Anderson inbox to the breaking news, as you heard there in the update from Luke, that the Yzerman move has been made. Timing is peculiar. You don't see this a whole lot. It feels to me, Scott Anderson and everybody else, that like there has to be a correlation between the Dylan Larkin trade request, the lack of a trade being done, and maybe a reset because of that lack of a trade being done. I think there might be a conflict between what the GM says he wants, and by all reports he wanted a hockey-for-hockey trade where he got players that could play now. And my guess is that all the organization heard was that deals were being offered, but they were all for future assets, first-round picks, and young prospects. Yzerman needed to win now. Organization best interest, those trades weren't being offered. They've decided to go separate directions. I suspect now the new GM will be able to then pull the trigger on a futures-based trade where you're getting assets and picks. The other thing might be that they've gotten to the point where Larkin said, okay, I might stay if Yzerman wasn't running the team. We may never know the truth on this, but those feel to me like what would be logical answers as to why this has happened now.
Well, I think it'll become obvious if Larkin ends up staying.
Yeah.
Then that would tell you a lot. But I think just trying to read between the lines and tea leaves and all that, it feels like something must have happened in the last couple of weeks to change things up. And it might just be as simple as, Yzerman having a difference in philosophy, like saying, I want to wait. I'm going to hold out because right now dealing with 4 teams is ridiculous. These 4 teams aren't going to help us. I know there are players out there that we can trade for if he expands his list. We're going to hold out and wait for him to expand the list. And at some point, maybe Chris Ilitch said, yeah, you know what? We're not going to wait any longer. I want to get something done. And then, maybe they just mutually agree to change the situation and do it with a lot of class and dignity, which is, I think, what they did. There's a lot of, okay, Yzerman's able to save face, saying he loves the organization. There's Chris Ilitch being able to say, hey, we love Steve Yzerman, all the contributions he made. But at the same time, Chris Ilitch is also able to say, you know what? We didn't get the results that we wanted to, nor that our fan base wanted to. So we need to do what's best for our organization, and this is what's best moving forward. We look forward to, the process of selecting the next leader of this franchise.
We got an early call text saying, this one of the reasons why this didn't work is Yzerman has no people skills. I've made the comparison to Herb Brooks. We got this text. Doug, Herb Brooks was working with college kids. You can't coach that way with grown professionals. I hate to kill the myth. Half that team wasn't college kids. In 1980, half that team had been playing minor league hockey, some of them for a number of years.
Yeah, they weren't all 18 to 22-year-olds.
They weren't. There were some guys in their mid-20s, and I think one of them was like 26, 27. I think it might have been Buzz Schneider. But there was a lot of professional hockey players. The rules allowed as long as you hadn't played in the NHL. Some had put off NHL opportunities to play on this team. So there were definitely some pros in that group, but that was one of the great myths. But anyway, there's few exceptions like Brooks and maybe Bill Belichick, but damn, people skills in this business. But damn, got to have people skills in this business, and Stevie just didn't see it have him as a GM. Maybe not. I mean, one of the things you're running, you better win. Right? You're not. If you struggle in terms of that area, you better win. That's how you get accepted. Then you're considered just a recluse, but a genius.
Well, I don't know because I wasn't involved in any conversation Steve Yzerman had with other GMs.
And that's true. But what we do know, well, I've had feedback that, yeah, he doesn't wrap a warm, fuzzy blanket around you. Yzerman gets the majority of the blame, but Larkin is a second line center on contenders. Has to be a first line center here. The Red Wings lack enough talent, and ultimately that falls on Yzerman. But enough of the Larkin glazing. Larkin's an asset. Larkin is an asset that is coveted in this league because of his contract. If you look what 30-goal scorers are getting on the open market, you're getting Larkin at way less than that with a lot of term left on the contract. It is a valuable player at that price, and you can build with him on the team. Do you need better players? Yes. And that does fall on Yzerman. But I think what we've discovered is this player for this price is an incredibly coveted asset.
Dylan Larkin has extraordinary value both as a player and a contract.
Yep.
The contract only adds to it. Dylan Larkin is without question a top 15 center, and that's probably, you could probably pare it down even further. He's really freaking good. He really is. You may not have liked what we saw in 5-on-5 hockey after December. I'm not going to argue that. I think that's one of the reasons that you get frustrated if you're Steve Yzerman and the rest of the organization. Like, your best player needs to show up, but there could be mitigating circumstances to why he wasn't as productive in the second part of the season. Injuries probably play a role in that. You have the whole the energy dump from the Olympic experience. There's lots that go into it. But that being said, he's still a really good player. And to try to, I think the whole thing is stop the glazing of Dylan Larkin. I mean, what do you want to say? The guy's a point-a-game guy, a 30-goal scorer, but 6 times in his career, including each of the last 5 years. How about stop, trying to completely character assassinate a guy who was a pretty good player?
Pretty good player. I don't know that we are overemphasizing it. I don't think anybody's saying he's one of the top players in the league. I am saying for what he is getting paid, and that matters because there's a cap, and what he does,
there's a lot of value.
Very, very valuable because you can do more things around him. The problem is they didn't do enough around him.
Well, the other
Yzerman did not do enough around him, and that is for hook or by crook. However we got here, we are here, and the draft didn't produce enough or produce quickly enough, but it probably didn't produce enough. Additionally, he didn't do enough around him, whether it's his free agency signings, which are a little bit more easy to be critical of because you know pretty much what players sign their contracts for. Trades are a little bit harder because you don't know what the ask was.
I think the biggest,
he didn't do enough.
The biggest problem with seeing what his value really is in the league, the biggest problem is that he's got the precious list of 4 teams.
Yep.
If you expand that list, you'll see how valuable he is. And you would have all teams being sharks in the water trying to get at the chump.
Let's go to Wes in Schoolcraft. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Wes.
Hi, how you doing today?
Okay.
All right, Wes.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your guys' opinion as to would a new GM not want to come to Detroit because of all the turmoil? I'd like to hear what you guys think about a GM just says, I don't want to get in the middle of it.
So what I was told by somebody in the league, played in the league, now works in the league, is that this is a coveted job. Cap space, flexibility, prospect pool, he thinks this will be a coveted job. Now, there's probably other opinions out there, but Wes, I'll just go with what I was told. And I respect the person who gave me that opinion. Let's go to Mark on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, guys.
What's
up?
Mark. My opinion, one of the reasons Yzerman failed is because of the people around him. You have to be as good as your people are, or your people have to be as good as you are. And unfortunately, that's not the case. You have Draper, you have Yuri Fisher. Those guys have been in that organization since Ken Holland. And I think these guys are a victim of his demise. That's my opinion.
How do you know that those guys are the wrong guys?
How do I know that? I don't know that. I said that's my opinion.
Well, then why say it? If you don't know.
I mean, it could be. You know what? We'll ask Max Bultman. He's going to join us next if he thinks that's the case. If others around Yzerman let him down. I think Yzerman let Yzerman down. I think the reason Yzerman is gone is because of Yzerman's work. And when this whole Larkin drama started, that's when I realized that's the breaking point. He shouldn't be the man making this trade. and I hate it, but it made sense that what he was going to need was in conflict with what he was going to get, and that they needed somebody who could make the best trade for the Red Wings, which was probably a long-term trade. Usually when you're a bad team trading a star player, you're getting future assets. That's almost always the case. It's not always the case, but it's almost always the case. So the idea that a bad team was trying to trade a player to a good team that wanted him, but that good team was going to give up players they're using now was kind of a pipe dream. Hell of an effort. Sometimes those deals work out.
But it's also possible that maybe Steve Yzerman didn't lean on his guys enough.
248-539-9797. We will talk with Max Bultman of The Athletic straight ahead. Hey, injured, call Sam. Get the firm. Got to trust on your side. I've known the Bernstein family for years, and they've been fighting for Michigan clients to get results they deserve. Get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. That car, Scott Anderson, at the Corner Ballpark, the Youth Sports Combine put on by the Police Athletic League. Afternoon session just getting set to get underway. But we continue on a day with huge breaking news. Steve Yzerman out as GM of the Detroit Red Wings. He will stay on at a consultant role. And we bring in an insider that covers this game, and a guy that we've actually read forever. We've quoted him forever. And I don't think we've ever had him on the show. We were debating him. We don't think we have, right?
I don't know if we have.
Max Bultman of The Athletic. We've never had you on, right?
I don't think so, no, but it's good to be on with you guys.
Well, you do great work, and we've been silent fans, and I don't know if you know, we quote you and use your stuff all the time. But we wanted to get you on today. We don't do a ton of guests, but obviously it's a huge day. What was your reaction when you heard the news?
Surprised. I mean, I thought this was something that could happen, in April when the season was ending, and obviously the way it ended for the third consecutive year ending in really similar fashion, that it definitely seemed possible in April. But once the off-season progressed to the point of, May, and then, he's running the draft, he runs free agency, certainly I had no expectation at that point that this was still even a possibility. So I was very surprised today, mainly at the timing of it. And I think that's one of the most interesting things about this is that, materially what has changed since the end of the season is really just one big trade request from Dylan Larkin. Now, Steve Yzerman talked at the end of the year press conference about, kind of needing to reevaluate everything. But that I think was my most shocking thing here was that this is happening on July 15th, not April 15th.
So then I guess that begs the question, why is it happening on July 15th? What's changed over the last, few weeks? Because the draft wasn't all that long ago, and obviously they've been dealing with this request to trade Dylan Larkin for a while. Why now on July 15th?
And I don't have a firm answer to that. All I can kind of give you is, I guess it'd be theories or analysis, right? Is that I look at the situation here, and as everything has played out this summer, I continue to feel like they maybe were kind of losing control of the rebuild. And I don't know who initiated this decision, if this came from the Ilitch family or if this came from Yzerman himself. I don't know that. And so I'm kind of just left to look at the situation. And I know, Gator, you and I have spoken, I felt like their path was getting narrower and narrower to being able to kind of pull this off. And, you get past the draft and then you have kind of this limited set of, parameters to work with. And the biggest move of the offseason, which presumably will be the Larkin trade if and when that happens. It just seemed to feel like there were so few options for them to find a way to thread this needle. I mean, it's a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 10 years, 7 of those years under Yzerman. I felt like the most prudent thing to do at this point was kind of reset, but that I do think that was going to be a hard thing to do for him specifically in the 8th year of this rebuild. So I don't know. These are my analysis, my theories, but I think it's the question is why now, and those are the best things I can kind of come up with was that the path had kind of become too narrow, but I don't know that. That's kind of me talking.
We just had a caller call up and suggest it's the people around Yzerman that let him down. Do you have any reason to believe that or not believe that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, any pro sports job is it's a front office, right? There is a brain trust. I think I get what they're saying with that is that, was the Red Wings pro scouting good enough? Was their drafting outside the first round good enough, right? Was the, leadership in the locker room good enough? You can question all of those things, but I do think he controlled everything. I mean, this was his front office. This was his team. Signings aren't happening without his sign off, right? Draft picks aren't happening, especially early, without his sign off, right? He's the one making the staffing decisions. So if there is any truth to people around him letting him down, well, he certainly didn't do anything to change that, right? I mean, he staffed the team, he made the hires, he picked to a large degree the players. I mean, we're 7 years in here, guys. There's not a whole lot of Ken Holland players left on this team. This was a Steve Yzerman roster and a Steve Yzerman staff. So, no, I would have a hard time saying that this was him being let down by others.
Do you find it unusual, or is there any insight into the fact we haven't heard from anybody in this and the whole time? Like Yzerman had to address it because of the draft, and he was going to be in front of cameras and microphones. But Dylan Larkin hasn't said anything public. His agent hasn't come out and said anything public. We haven't heard from any of Dylan Larkin's, now perhaps former teammates that would give any insight to what happened here. Obviously, there's a disconnect with Yzerman and Larkin, but nobody is talking. Is that kind of weird?
Yes, I mean that is part of the kind of the off season. Is that once you get to July and the main business is done, there's kind of the old meme is everyone's at their cottages, and everyone's hard to get a hold of. But yes, it is, especially in a situation this significant. Pierre LeBrun did talk to Pat Brisson, Larkin's agent, and that was on the same day as Yzerman spoke after day 2 of the draft. But to your point too, Yzerman even at that time was talking about, hey, we'll address more of this after free agency. Well, it doesn't seem like we're ever going to actually get that from him. I was still waiting on that press conference, right? Because we never talked to him after July 1, after those signings. And I think that's an interesting element to this too. So to your point, even when they have spoken, they haven't said a whole lot of, to reveal much other than kind of confirming what is out there and what's known.
Okay, I got 2 theories of what happened here. One is that Dylan Larkin, this trade is going nowhere. Eventually, ownership or somebody said to him, would you consider coming back? And he said, well, I mean, maybe, but I'm not with Steve Yzerman in charge, and that's why this happened July 15th. Or Yzerman is dead set on getting a hockey-for-hockey trade done. Nobody's doing that with him. Nobody's offering it. The only offers are for future draft picks and assets in minor league prospects, and that's not what he wants because he has to win now, and the organization realizes, okay, we need to put somebody in place that we can accept a trade like that because Yzerman has no timeline left.
I think there's some validity to both of that potentially. I mean, I don't know that it would be as direct as, I will do this if X, Y, Z or whatever. But, I certainly, the second theory is kind of where I'm at, right, is I think that's the direction that they're going to have to go. And I don't know if you can go there in this way. The thing that I think is interesting with Larkin, and I don't know this, right, but I do wonder, does it change his outlook on things? But the secondary question to that is, does it change things? It might change how Larkin feels about being here. How does what's happened in the would Yzerman leaving change how the people of Detroit feel about the situation though? Because I think there's a lot of wounded feelings in the market about the trade request, and it's one thing for if it changes Larkin's thinking, but there's the second order question to that, which is would it change how people feel about him being here? If he did rescind it, in other words, will people be ready to forgive him? I listen to your guys' show plenty. I think I know how people feel about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For sure, and this is becoming a real polarizing issue in town. Your Camp Larkin or your Camp Yzerman, and now the Camp Yzerman camp is gone because of this decision. And is this something you think in terms of, let's just assume that the trade's still going to be on, they're still going to find something. Is this something where the new general manager, whomever it is just going to be hell-bent on getting it done? He's going to be more than willing to take prospects for it because he's the new guy on the job, as opposed to, hey, we're trying to make the playoffs right now. This person coming in is, hey, I want to build a future for the team that I'm going to construct.
It's hard to say without knowing who that person is going to be, but I tend to think that if you're bringing someone new in, one of the reasons to do that is because it buys them maybe a little bit more patience than you were going to get with Yzerman, right? I think that was part of the real advantage of hiring Yzerman 7 years ago, is this was going to be a long, hard process no matter what. I don't think it needed to be this long or this hard, but it was always going to take a lot of time and a lot of, patience. And who is going to buy you more patience than the greatest player, one of the greatest players in your franchise's history, right? Certainly one of the most beloved leaders in your franchise's history, right? I think that was one of the big selling points of hiring him, and it didn't work out. But when you make this change again, I think one of the few advantages that you get is okay, I think people are a little more understanding now if someone does want to take this opportunity to reset and is willing to take futures, picks, prospects, young players in a way that is just simply harder for a guy who's been in charge for 7 years, I think, to do. So it's hard to say that for certain until I know who the person is, right? I mean, if it's an internal hire, I don't know, maybe that changes a little bit. But I do think that, when you reset, you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to reset now, and I think that's extended with the possibility of a new GM.
Do you think there's a short list of potential GM candidates and that you could maybe shed some light on?
Well, I don't know who would be on that list, right? So I'm sorry. I feel like I'm giving you a lot of I don't knows today. I'm not trying to. But, yeah, I'm sure that this looks like it's going to have to be a big search, right? This is a huge job. It's a huge moment in the franchise's history. I think the interesting thing is the franchise, too, despite I think that, Yzerman's tenure, you can't call it a success. They didn't make the playoffs in 7 years. You can't call it that. Strangely, though, I do think they're in a better place, and it's probably a more appealing job than it was in 2019 too, right? Based on the assets that you have, both in terms of young players, prospects that are coming up, draft capital, right, and also tradable assets. The Red Wings, when Yzerman took over, did not have they had Dylan Larkin, but you were building around Dylan Larkin. You didn't have a trade asset like Dylan Larkin at that time to kind of kickstart the rebuild as well. So, when Brad Holmes took over the Lions, right, you start that tenure off with a trade that nets you 2 future first-round picks that you're going to really build around. And, by the way, the guy who's going to become your quarterback. I'm not saying that the Red Wings are going to do that well in a Larkin trade or anything like that, but at least that you have a chip like that this time where they didn't. And you wonder what happens now with John Gibson, Justin Falk, some of these guys that are on one-year deals, even Alex DeBrincat. Even though I think you got to stay competitive, I think you should try to keep Alex DeBrincat if you can. He's still in his prime. I think you're going to get a lot of good years out of him, but they have some of those things now. So there's a lot there to kind of chew on. And in terms of who the names I'm watching are, like there's names I wonder about. Internally, I would wonder about Sean Horkoff, the guy who's been running the Griffins. They had a near historic season in Grand Rapids this year. And so obviously he's done well in that way. I even wonder about, could you go try to take a Jim Nill, a guy who has a lot of experience in this franchise from Dallas. He's done a great job. He's 68. I think that's an obvious question, and he's employed by another team. But I think you have to make the call. He's been one of the best executives in the NHL. In terms of other outside names, like outside the family, so to speak, the Ilitches own another sports franchise, guys. We know how they've done things. The Tigers, and granted, baseball is a more data-optimized sport, but the Tigers have really beefed up the analytics department there. They've beefed up data, and they hired a guy in Scott Harris who that's kind of his background. And when that's the hire the Ilitches made on their other team, I got to wonder, would they look at making that kind of hire in hockey? Is hockey as data respondent, I guess, as baseball? No. But there's a big data movement right now. The team that just won the Stanley Cup, the Carolina Hurricanes, the most data-friendly team in the league, right? The New Jersey Devils just hired Sonny Meta, big data guy. He had come from Florida, which won a couple of Stanley Cups recently. So there's momentum for that in the sport. The ownership clearly has done that on the other sports franchise they own. I do wonder about a guy like Sam Ventura in Buffalo, who had previously been in Pittsburgh. I wonder if you can find someone on that tree in Carolina, Tyler Dello, for example, who have front office experience that you could see giving a promotion to. Those are some of the kind of things I'm looking at here, whether it's internal kind of ties to the organization. Ryan Martin, another former Red Wings AGM who's with the Rangers now. There's all kinds of names like that come to mind.
Max Bultman of The Athletic, thank you for your time. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Always, guys. I'll be listening. Take care.
There you go.
Thanks,
Insider with some. That's why we had him on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And then laundry list like 7 guys
Yeah.
that all could make sense for this organization. 248-539-9797. There is a lot of people that want to sound off on Yzerman, his time being done in Detroit, and some people that are coming at us with some harsh criticism. We'll read those texts next.
Great.
Here on 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking at your home and you're realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding somebody that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. With over 30 years of service, it's right here in Michigan. Shaner has built that reputation that's frankly unmatched. I mean, we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. None of that stuff. Instead, what they provide is a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, visit Shaner Roofing by going to mymichiganroof.com. You're going to get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves at mymichiganroof.com.
I just did my own 40-yard dash. Had to get to the restroom and back, but made it. All right, so look, let me read this text.
Surprised at anything that was outgoing.
I know, right? We are sweating quite profusely here at the Youth Sports Combine at the Corner Ballpark. From Dave and Graham Blank, why do you guys constantly defend and debate callers about Yzerman? Even now that he's been fired. Yes, he's been fired. He obviously made terrible decisions, guys, including the trades he did not make. So I will tell you one of the reasons, and it's not that we defend him. I defend him against specific criticisms about things that we don't know, which is almost always trades he didn't make. Like that's the biggest. It's one of the biggest problems with. I don't want to co-sign on something I don't know.
Yeah, and
it's almost always Dave and Graham Blank trades he didn't make. I don't know how many times we had to say it, starting a couple months ago, that we thought he should go. Okay, maybe we didn't put it as excitedly as you wanted us to, but we expressed that opinion. Additionally, we've said, look at how bad his drafts are. We've said, the free agency didn't get. The trade stuff is a little bit harder to co-sign on, and I'll give you an example. What if you found out that last year that Scott Harris had a trade worked out for David Bednar, and the ask was Kevin McGonigal and Troy Melton? And would that be a trade that you wish they made? Or would you also say no to that?
Right, or Mason Miller for the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, are you like that GMs say no to trades that many people would say no to. And so, if you listen to the specifics about it's not defending Steve Yzerman. It's not defending his record. It's not defending that he should still be here. But when it comes to those specific criticisms, yeah, I don't co-sign on those. And then so, you can take it however you want, Dave. But that, if you listen to any of those defenses, it's just hey, careful here, because we don't know that you wouldn't have turned down the same trade.
Well, if you've listened to our show for any length of time, you'll understand that the way we do things on the show is we look at things from a 360-degree view, right? Mm-hmm. And in the end, we'll make an informed opinion, and we'll state what that is. In the end, Doug was ready to move on from Steve Yzerman, and I was at the point that if they fired him, I'd have no problem with it. I'd be disappointed, but that's probably what had to happen. Now, I'm sorry that we didn't come out vociferously and demand that he be fired like you'd want. It's just not how we do things. I agree with Doug 100%.
There are times when we would do it.
Yeah, there will be times when it happens for sure. I mean, look, I don't know. For 6 weeks I was saying Jahmai Jones needs to go. Ironically, he's been traded to Boston. But it's with the trade situation, yeah, I bring up when people, like Doug said, if you're going to come out and say he should have made the trade for Quinn Hughes, then understand what the trade would have been. And I'm not saying it would have been wrong to do it even after you throw out there, okay, Edvinson, Casper, Danielson, Sandine Pellick, a couple first-round picks, whatever it was, and then when you throw out also that would you take him if you couldn't re-sign him, then it's a 1.5-year rental. And if you would, fine, okay, I'm not going to shoot you down for it. That's your opinion, you do it. But understand that all that is a possibility. And try to put it in other terms here. Would you, if the Tigers were in a different position, would you trade for Tarek Skubal?
What do you mean?
As a rental? Like if you were, well, I guess we'll put it on another team. I mean, if you're another team, are you going to trade for Tarek Skubal as a rental and give up the farm to do it when he's just a rental? Is that kind of similar to what would have been there with Quinn Hughes? And it's not right or wrong. It's just looking at it from a different perspective.
248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. Some of the feedback we're getting here. You can't call Raymond inside or a home run until you see if they can perform in the playoffs. I have serious concerns, especially with Raymond, and don't tell me he has had a great Olympics. Where was he the last 2 seasons in March when they really needed him? That's from Brett McComb. Actually, 2 seasons ago in March, wasn't he great down the stretch? If I recall correctly, he scored a bunch of important goals down the stretch.
Yeah, I think you find that Lucas Raymond was not healthy this time around down the stretch, and he was still a point-a-game guy on the season and a player that could score 40 goals. There's a lot of talent with Lucas Raymond, and the fact that he's so young still.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you want to throw away a guy who's 3 years into the league and has produced as much as he has. That's your prerogative. But, yeah, I think that's a home run when you draft a guy and he ends up being a point-a-game guy this early in the career with a ton of potential. And same thing with Mo Seider. And when Mo Seider was drafted, people thought Steve Yzerman was crazy for drafting him. Now, how do you feel about drafting Mo Sider, a guy who can play 24, 25 minutes a night?
It was a good pick in a laundry list of unsuccessful draft picks. Next text. The Yzerman tenure's been a disaster and an absolute failure. I don't understand how anyone can defend him. Shanahan minus the Toronto media scrutiny might be what the Wings need to run this organization. Give Shanny a call at the very least.
Yeah. I'm not big on the Brendan Shanahan.
Aren't you?
No, because what did he do with Toronto? You want a guy that's got a track record of doing something, not a track record of failing.
Right. I mean, the problem is, the funny thing is, you go for a guy with a track record like Yzerman, somebody who's built a cup contender. Right. But I like what Max Bultman had to say in The Athletic, because he was going to successful organizations that have built something. Some of them have done it differently. And in the analytics world, which
his idea about the analytics thing is really interesting.
It is, given the Tigers' direction.
Exactly. That's the route the Tigers went when they hired Scott Harris, and now they've completely flipped and really embraced the world of analytics, where they started to going into it, but now they're completely in on it. And is that something where you're seeing some success with the Tigers and how they've done it with getting their own homegrown guys? And can you find that with a hockey mind? You can. I think that's a really interesting point he brought up.
Next text. Yzerman couldn't even build a playoff team. Let's be realistic about his tenure here. There's nobody in the minor leagues that's at all good. When you look at those rosters, it's career minor league guys in their late 20s.
Yeah, I would completely disagree with that. I think some of these guys are already starting to matriculate. We'll see how good they end up being. Are they all going to be home runs? No. I don't know if Sandin Pellikka or Brandzig Nygaard are going to be home runs, but Trey Augustine might be. Michael Postova might be, the goaltenders they have there. Carter Bear, who has yet to play in the AHL, he played with his junior team last year and was outstanding. He's got a shot at being something good. Max Plant, who was the Hobey Baker winner, he looks real good. He's going to spend another year in college. They do have players in their system that haven't necessarily played in the AHL.
Next text. Don't make this sound like a promotion. He was fired and failed as a GM.
Who's making it sound like a promotion? I think we all agree we know what it is.
Yep.
It's hanging. It's a way to save face, is what it was.
Well, it's giving him a soft landing spot, right? Yeah. And I'm going to bet here that Steve Yzerman has a useful skill set. It's just, as a general manager, it wasn't working. They needed to do something else, and they are.
I wonder if he wants to pursue a career outside the Red Wings in hockey. Does he want to be?
I'll tell you what.
Will other teams be interested in him as a GM, given that he failed in Detroit?
Remember, I said I got a text from a former coach that said he thinks there's an element here of Yzerman struggling with the world order where players are running the show, and that whether it was his ability to adjust to that, was that the biggest reason for the struggles? It might be why he wouldn't seek out another job as a GM. Could be. Next text. My hunch is that the Larkin debacle is the final straw. It's the culmination of a poorly managed franchise. No owner wants to deal with locker room drama on top of his team failing to deliver on the ice and no clear path to contention after 10 years of rebuilding. I mean, the question is, why didn't he get let go immediately when the Larkin trade request came in? And, that was before the draft and before free agency. So I would say that, the Larkin debacle, the Larkin saga, having been a saga for 2 months, and the fact that it wasn't resolved, I think is what eventually led to this decision being made at an unusual time on July 15th. Get to your phone calls and feedback when we continue. Big breaking news in Detroit. Steve Yzerman out as GM, will be retained in a role as an advisor in the organization. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. That's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011. They're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. A simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage door, which you probably don't even think about until something goes wrong. It went wrong with us. We call the M&M Wish we got some tune-ups done. Their experienced technicians arrive ready to work and stand behind every job. I can tell you that for a fact. When we had an issue afterwards, due to user error, they were there just like that to fix it. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. That's GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Yeah, it's a hot one down here at the Corner Ballpark. 248-539-9797 as people reacting to the breaking news today. Steve Yzerman out as GM of the Detroit Red Wings. Peculiar timing, although the more we talk about it, the more we think about it, we think there's a reason why it feels like the Larkin situation has kind of reached a breaking point and probably is why the move was made today. I mean, you don't see GMs fired two-thirds of the way through an offseason where they've gotten to draft a class, work in free agency, et cetera, et cetera. Let's get back to your open line calls. John in St. Clair Shores is next on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
You know, I think Yzerman's got some of the blame, but you got to blame ownership. They haven't signed any big free agents. We had that one guy with the two brothers in the Olympics, Larry. They could have signed him. They didn't. Every trade has been like a lateral trade. I can't. The two brothers in the Olympics. He scored the game-winning goal.
The Hughes brothers, Jack Hughes.
Yeah,
Jack Hughes.
Yes, the Hughes brothers. That's them. You know,
they could have traded. They could have traded for one. They could have traded for one.
Yeah,
Quinn Hughes. There was a path to Quinn Hughes.
And the Illiches, since the old man died, they haven't really opened up the purse strings. And then,
well, they have for the Tigers, and there's a cap in the Red Wings. The Tigers have a top 10 payroll, the highest payroll of all time, and added $80 million in the offseason. That's an Illich move, and an Illich family. It has nothing to do with the Red Wings. The Red Wings aren't a cap world, though.
Yeah, there's only so much you can spend. And
look, I don't know the ownership's beyond blame, but is it because they aren't spending money?
How is the Larkin contract good?
Well, hold on. Ownership can be blamed, I guess, because they hired Steve Yzerman. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but I mean, the take that they're not spending money, I think, is a lazy take and an uninformed take. You could be upset that they haven't done what you wanted them to do. If you wanted them to go out and trade for Quinn Hughes, I get it. Yeah, I think we all wanted to see Quinn Hughes here. But it's not as easy to get that done as simply saying, we'll make the trade. I mean, there's consequences to it. But in a cap world, it's difficult. And right now, they're in a position where they're forced to look at trading their top player, or one of their top players anyway. And it should, in theory, it should be easy to do and get a haul of players in return. In reality, it's not, because the player has the no-trade clause, and that's changed everything. And I wonder if he didn't have a no-trade clause, would we even be talking about this right now?
He'd probably be moved on. Stefan on a cell is next here on 97.1. Hello, Stefan.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
You know, the thing that has really got me shaken up about this whole thing is that we're talking about a team game, a team sport. It doesn't matter who's behind the desk, who the ownership is. It starts in the dressing room. Those 4 Stanley Cups that they won, that was a team that all pulled the rope. The foundation of any success is going to be in the dressing room. Doesn't matter, Wings, Pistons, Lions, Tigers, Spartans, Wolverines. At the end of the day, it's the players that decide win or lose as a team. Great show. Keep it up. You guys are the best.
Well,
I mean, yeah, having everybody rowing the boat in the same direction. Yes, that of course it helps. It also helps when you have 10 Hall of Famers on a team during those dynastic teams.
I would argue that everything he said is true, but the players who's in that locker room ultimately is the responsibility of the general manager. And so either you're not getting players that are good enough, no matter how many of them are rowing in the same direction, or you're getting guys who are good enough, but they don't mix together well. So
sometimes you got bad luck, and sometimes it's more than that. Like you look at the Lions over the last couple of years, some horrific luck when it comes to injuries, for sure. But if that continues to happen, then you have to look at a wider picture. With the Red Wings, I think they've dealt with some of that, but not enough, I think, where you would say, oh, that's why they didn't make it.
My takeaway from that is he doesn't think it's Yzerman's fault, and that I disagree with.
I think his take on that really is just that he blames the players for not
performing,
or for not being, in his words, being on the same page.
He hung up, so we relaxed.
I think there's
follow-up questions.
I think there might be some truth to that these guys weren't all on the same page. There were times they didn't look like it, and Tom McClellan called them out for it.
Mike on a cell is next on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. This is Mike, formerly of Saskatoon, Toronto, Columbus, Detroit, now Edmonton.
Okay.
I've known Yzerman for years. He's a stand-up guy. We work together often. And look, it's
why were you working with him?
Well, we worked at Team Canada together. We the Red Wings together. You know how it is, hockey to hockey.
Okay. No, we don't know how it is. You had a role with Team Canada?
Well, name the coach of Team Canada with Yzerman.
What are you doing, a Mike Babcock impression here?
Well, it's not an impression if it's the real guy, but it's up for you to decide, But, I mean, it's a hard day for the guy, I mean, he's been through a lot. I've been there. I've been through a lot myself. And I've seen his phone. He's got some good pictures on there. But
it's time to go. Now, Greg on a Cell is next on 97.1. Hello, Greg.
I mean, it was kind of funny, though, from Saskatoon.
Hello, guys.
Hey.
My biggest concern, because I know you guys had mentioned early about the possibility of keeping Larkin. Now, I would assume the new GM, they're going to have some time which Yzerman didn't have at this point. My only concern with keeping Larkin is, because I see this a lot in the NFL, a GM gets fired, but they keep the coach who is now they're in their win now stage, and nothing ever aligns with. But I think we need to. I mean, Larkin wants to win now. I don't know if that's the new GM's. I mean, everybody wants to win now, but that's not going to be their focus is win now. And it's the same with the coaching staff. I mean, he's going in, I guess, this second full season, but call it 2.5, 3, and I just think everybody needs to be in the line of, it's going to take a couple years, and having a mixture of win now people, and then.
So you just want to preach patience a little bit with whoever the new guy is. All right. Okay. Look, I disagree when people would say something like that they can't win now. They're going to have to. I mean, I think any coach or any GM that comes in is going to try to win now. They have to change some of the players on this team. There's a big task at hand, and teams go from not being in the playoffs to being in the playoffs all the time. It could happen with this team. So they could see some big gains from players that are just getting their feet wet in the NHL, and they still have the Larkin trade to make or not make if there's some kind of reconciliation that's on the horizon that he's going to stick around. I mean, that if Larkin sticks around, then I would say that this team is going to try to make a run at the playoffs.
To crystallize his point, he's worried that Larkin wants to leave because he's ready to win and wants to win now, and a new GM might have a longer-term plan. And that's why him sticking around might not work. And he might be right. But that is what I believe was his point. So, hey, man, if he's got if he does stick around, there is a number of challenges. Like, how do his teammates feel about him? Is he still the captain? Can he make good with the fans? Can he, can he indeed be in line with the GM? Because this probably isn't an overnight fix job.
Who's the coach going to be?
Yeah. So there's quite a few issues that would be challenging if Dylan Larkin sticks. And I don't think it's a given that he sticks. I certainly think it's a possibility, but well, we will see what happens next. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson from the PAL Youth Sports Combine at the Corner Ballpark here on 97.1. You just heard in the update, and it was breaking news this morning, the Detroit Red Wings today announcing a change in hockey operations leadership with Steve Yzerman transitioning from his role as Executive Vice President and General Manager. Yzerman continues serving the organization as a senior advisor to Governor and CEO Chris Ilitch. We like to call that role Count. A search for a new head coach, hockey operations, head of hockey operations underway. Not a coach, head of hockey operations. So I got two theories, and I've given them, but I know we get new audiences all the time. One is that because the Larkin trade talks have gone nowhere, there was discussion about what if you have to come back and he doesn't want to play for Yzerman. You know, fair. Maybe that's unfair to make that implication, but I wonder if that's one of the reasons why. Because it's unusual to make a transition 2/3 of the way through an offseason. After the draft, after free agency. But the other one, what I'm more likely to buy into, is that all the offers Yzerman was getting was for future assets. And some of the offers are really good, but the truth is he wanted to make a hockey for hockey trade, and those are hard to do. His goals were in conflict with the Red Wings' goals, and they needed a new GM to buy time because Yzerman didn't have any more time. He had to make the playoffs, which is one of the reasons why a couple months ago I said, I'm done. I don't think he should be making this move. And I hate it. It is what it is. I thank him for his lifetime of work, professional work with the Red Wings, being part of 4 Stanley Cups, and he obviously won one elsewhere, which was very impressive what he was a part of in Tampa. But at the end of the day, it wasn't working here. And I think because of this weird timing, there's probably a logical reason for it. And I went with those two theories. It could be something else.
Well, I mean, the odd thing is the date of when it happens. And to me, maybe what it says is simply that the road to get there to a trade is going to be a ways away, right? You've only got 4 teams to deal with. You know it's going to take a while. And if you're Chris Ilitch and you're thinking, if it's going to take this long, why don't we just cut ties right now? Take the time in the meantime to do a search for a new GM, and we'll let that new GM take over, and then they can have whatever it is, a month before the season to figure things out. Unless they hire somebody in the next couple of weeks here, but you're looking to go back to training camp in September, whatever it is, middle of September. So you're still going to have some time to make that a trade happen. Basically, free agency is kind of done with at this point. The only thing left to happen are really trades. So the GM who comes in will know the situation. He'll know what teams have what to spend and act accordingly. And maybe that's just as simple as it is. Hey, now we've got a little bit of a longer runway to work with here. Let's take advantage of that and let's just reboot everything. And Steve, thanks for everything. We want you to be an advisor with this to Chris Ilitch, and we'll move on.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Mitchell is on a cell, and next here on 97.1. Hello, Mitchell.
Yeah, hi, guys. Calling from Florida. Don't talk to me about heat in the summer.
Yeah.
So, listen, I've got a theory as well. I think that, I'm not a conspiracist, but there's no way Yzerman made this decision in a vacuum. Locker rooms, teammates. He absolutely told Raymond. He absolutely told Snyder he was going to do this. Kane, DeBrincat, and that's why he'll be able to.
Wait! Hold on, Mitchell. You said there's no way Yzerman didn't tell the locker room he was going to do what? Or did you mean Larkin?
No, not Larkin. I meant Larkin.
Okay. All right.
That makes more sense.
These are Larkin's teammates. There's no way they didn't know. And Larkin was a sacrificial lamb, and it was a gamble, and he didn't want to play for Yzerman. No, and I'm sure those other guys didn't either. But Larkin was the only one with the leverage, and so I think that this, and maybe even Ilitch knew, because Ilitch had a hard time because Marion loves Yzerman so much, and I have a problem with Yzerman still staying around, especially if Larkin comes back. He's a great recognizer of talent. He got Vasilevsky and Kucherov down in Tampa. He got Raymond here and Snyder here. Make him the head scout. But this has not been done in a vacuum. I'm not saying. I mean, it had been pretty calculated for Larkin to come up with an idea like this. But I think it was serendipitous and hopeful that Yzerman got fired as a result. So Larkin could easily go back into. They're his buddies. Hockey players, any sporting team, they stick together. They understand. And Larkin wasn't the only one.
A guy who requests a trade is not sticking together.
No,
by definition.
It was a calculated move, and his teammates knew. Because
okay, hold on, slow down. Even if his teammates knew, it doesn't mean his teammates like it.
Well,
guys asking to get off.
Well, the one thing that Mitchell said here that he stated as fact that we don't know is the Mitchell stated as fact that none of those guys want to play for Yzerman. We don't know that that's
right.
a fact. They might not, but we don't know that that's a fact.
Because he never brought it. Yzerman can never pull the big deal off. He never brought in, anybody that really made a difference. He's got.
Well, Alex DeBrincat is a pretty big difference maker.
Other than DeBrincat, you're absolutely right about that. But there was no confidence. He hasn't done it in the last 2-3 years.
Well, he hasn't done enough. We all agree that he hasn't done enough. I wouldn't say he didn't do anything. It made no difference makers because DeBrincat is an example of it, but he didn't do enough. I guess we don't need to get caught up in the minutia. I'm just not going to co-sign on the idea that nobody wants to play for him, and I maybe.
You don't. Here's the thing I struggle with. You don't play for the GM. You play for the coach. Right. And you play with and for your teammates. The general manager is the guy in charge of making moves. Obviously, Dylan Larkin was upset a couple years ago when they didn't make moves at the trade deadline, and he said as much. And you know who else was upset? Steve Yzerman for Dylan Larkin for making those comments because the players are the ones that had to perform, and they didn't. They didn't get it done. So Yzerman put more of the onus on the players and specifically the captain. Okay, you want us to make moves, then you got to show us that it's worthy of making moves. Stop tanking in March.
Art on a cell is next. Hello, Art.
How you doing, fellas? Hey, I want to kind of segue from what you said that I don't think Yzerman did enough, but to give him no credit for taking the cupboard was bare to a 90-some point team, I think is an overstatement. But I do think he took him as far as he could, and there you go. And, as far as some of the other reasons, I think it may be more than Larkin. DeBrincat saying he's not signing an extension right now, and the fact that Kane didn't sign back and some things like that. So it may be that.
Wow.
Well, Kane hasn't signed with anybody yet either. If you're Patrick Kane, you're probably sitting back and waiting to see how things shake out because you know that you can go and kind of pick and choose wherever you want to go, and it may very well end up being back here in Detroit. But let things flesh out here, and they just basically fired the GM and announced they're going to hire a new one. So see what happens, and see what happens with Dylan Larkin.
Right. And I think so there may be more behind the scenes, and maybe he hasn't been very successful with bringing free agents in because they don't believe in the Yzer plan. So there may be more to this than just the Larkin thing, although obviously that's a big deal too. So
possible.
Anyhow, I just this thing that Yzerman failed bugs me because I don't think he failed. He just didn't. He wasn't as successful as he needed to be. So.
Well, I mean, the job and the way you look at it, trying to win Stanley Cups. He didn't win a Stanley Cup. It's a failure. And I don't necessarily need to dwell on it. We all can see it for what it is. Sure,
I think it's a failure in that they plateaued. They got to a point and couldn't get over the hump, and that to me is a failure. It's 7 years. It's 10 years of not making the playoffs. Yes, he inherited nothing when he took over. I recognize that, and I wanted to give him as much room as you could. But when you have the munch of Marth as they've had for the 4 years in a row now, I mean, that's frustrating. When you plateau like that, it's time to go get somebody else. And the Pistons weren't afraid to do that when they were a really good team. Under Rick Carlisle, they won back-to-back 50-win seasons. They were an outstanding team, but they said, you know what? Let's try something else. Let's go for let's go for Larry Brown and push us over the top. And they won a championship. Heck, the Red Wings did it with Brian Murray. Brian Murray was a really good coach. Had these high-scoring teams that did really well in the regular season, but couldn't get over the hump in the playoffs. What did they do? Moved on from Brian Murray and went after Scotty Bowman. So I mean, that's coaches versus GMs, but we'll see what happens here. They've got the opportunity now with a clean slate to do whatever it is that they want to do.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for Star Stripes and savings on demos all month long. Pay just $189 a month for 24 months on the Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, the 2FL 4x4 with $999 down. $189 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. A GM employee discount, Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo may have up to 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends August 3rd. Let's get right back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Sam is next on 97.1. Hello, Sam.
Hey, good afternoon.
What's up?
I want to make a point that I don't think anyone pointed out yet. But first, the last caller, I do not want Yzerman to be a scout. because I feel if he would have scouted better, we would have had better players on this team. But the point I want to make, if the organization knew that they were going to fire Yzerman, why didn't they do it before the draft? Like, why would you let him draft?
Because I don't think they knew they were going to fire him. Right? They must not have known they were going to fire him. That's why I don't know if you've heard much of the show, but we think this is because of the stalemate with Dylan Larkin.
No, I've been roasting in a warehouse all day. I just got out of work.
God bless you. I get it, man. No, it's you could tell me if you buy or disagree with these theories. Good Lord. There's two theories that we've come up with, and one is that because Larkin hasn't been traded, Larkin has now said he would stay if Yzerman was gone. That's a possibility. The other one that seems more likely is that the offers they've gotten back is for future assets, and Yzerman needs to win now. And eventually, he's like, I'm not going to make a trade because I don't have time. And the organization said, you're right, you don't have time. We need a new GM then we can make a trade for prospects and draft picks. And they couldn't find a team that would. Yeah, I mean, they asked for Matt Boldy. They were trying to get Jason Robertson. They were trying to get Wyatt Johnson got speculated. Like, teams that wanted Larkin weren't going to give those players up. They're still using those players. They would be willing to give up future assets.
I do like the second theory better. And, again, it sucks for Yzerman, but I don't want him to have any advisory or role where he can put his input in with the new coach, because most likely the new coach isn't going to take it.
The new GM?
Yeah. Whoever the new guy is not going to want to listen. He's going to want to do things his own way. He's not going to want the input of someone who failed to make the playoffs.
He also helped build a Stanley Cup champion, but he might be just seen as an asset that's there if ideas are needed to be, if somebody needs to sound off. In a Chris Spielman role or whatever. I don't know. I don't think I'm ready to make a blanket statement that I don't think he should be part of the organization in any way. It depends on the role. That's not clear. To be fair, Sam, that's not clear. But he could be a useful asset.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's an advisory role to the owner of the franchise. And, look, the owner's already said in the statement that they needed to make a change.
Yep.
It became clear that, not only for them, also to the fans, that things had to change.
If you think about Steve Yzerman as an asset in a hockey organization, does it not seem there would be some use for him? Like, failing here as GM doesn't mean he can't be useful in some other capacity. And it might just be a sounding board. But who knows? It might be just showing up at team events and signing autographs.
It might be. I just want to I'm trying to find the quote from Chris Ilitch where it makes all the sense in the world. I think because he kind of laid it out pretty clearly. He said, clearly, we are not where we and our fans expect to be as an organization. I'm looking forward to bringing in new leadership to build the championship caliber organization Hockeytown deserves. Yeah, I think it's key there because you also included the fans. Right. And I was doing shows with Mark Ryan last week, and that was one of the things Mark was a little critical on, is that where are the owners of these teams coming out and saying things publicly? And I said, well, they don't typically do that all that often. Unless you see, I literally said this, unless you see a change with a general manager or a coach, that's when they come out and speak. Well, it's not speaking in front of cameras, but it is, in fact, releasing a statement and addresses the fans' concerns, and now they're ready to move on and find something else.
Let's go to Andrew in Rochester. You are next. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, gentlemen. How are we doing?
What's up?
So I'm going to say it a little bit differently, but agreeing with the caller several callers ago. I think that the core leaders of the team in the felt the same way as Larkin. And I do feel like Larkin had the leverage here. And this wasn't a request to be traded to Yzerman, although, yes, it was. But it was more so to Ilitch. It's either him or me. And I think that was the call all along. And, I'm going to I'm going to throw a shoot the boot guarantee that Larkin is back, and he's back wearing this team next year. I don't think he had any plans of leaving as long as Stevie Y was gone. And I believe
so. That's theory one.
The rest of the team was behind him. Now that's an assumption, but I think that the rest.
Yeah,
of the team
I don't know that. I mean, these are all theories, and you've presented it differently than the previous call that stated as a matter of fact.
Isn't that a little bit more inmates running the asylum?
A little bit, but isn't that a little bit feel like that's kind of professional sports these days, to a degree?
To a degree, I guess. I just don't know if somebody who asks for a trade all of a sudden has that kind of pull.
Let's go to Babs on a cell. You're next. Hello, Babs.
Hi. I
Hi.
think that the whole reason that Larkin asked to be traded was because the organization was not bringing in the players of his caliber or the players that could help him win the Stanley Cup for the team. And you talk about Yzerman needed the players now. Well, Larkin needs the Stanley Cup now, too. He's given us, 10 years? And they just haven't brought in the talent that they needed. And we all saw how Larkin played for the Olympic team. So we know when he's got good guys around him, he can be a really powerful force. So if it takes firing Yzerman to get some honest-to-goodness, talented players in there to put with Larkin, I hope that Larkin will come back now and they'll have some more power, and then we can do it finally.
Babs, you're not wrong in that I think it's pretty clear cut, right? Simplest explanation. Players weren't good enough around him.
No.
The failings in the draft was produced too little. Free agencies produced too little. And for whatever reason, he couldn't make the trades. And, he didn't make massive impact trades necessary. If you're not going to get him out of the draft, if you're not going to get him through trade, you're damn well better through free agency and the draft. And those other two ways weren't producing.
Yeah, and look, the next 4 years, you better hope that guys like Carter Bear, Max Plant, JT Hurlburt, that these are guys, and Emmett Finney, that these are guys that are potential 30, 40, 50 goal scorers.
Yeah.
That's what you better hope for.
Yep.
Because if they are, then, okay, this organization is going to be fine for the future. But unfortunately, you're going to have to wait a while to see those guys get to that point. Now, Finney had a real nice rookie season with 30 points. Hopefully he builds off that and becomes a guy as opposed to, just another guy.
Let's go to Ron in Southgate. You're next. Hello, Ron.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I got a couple thoughts here. Let's do this. You're the owner of the Red Wings. You got the Pistons in your own building that are making the playoffs. Okay, and I'm sure that had a little thought there. And now you look at the Tigers. Yeah, they've made the playoffs the last couple of years. And my question is this. I wonder if this came down to Christopher saying to Steve, look, we need to start making some changes in your group. And maybe Steve is like, you know what? I'm not changing anybody. I'm not firing Draper. I'm not firing Maltby. And, look, Hinch just got rid of Cora, right? As minor as that may be, maybe that was part of the topic here that says, hey, look, you got to make some changes here. This ain't working. And maybe Stevie, just being Stevie, said, you know what? I'm not doing that. This is what I want.
Well, maybe that's also – but that's
possible.
It's possible, but that's just throwing something against a wall. You don't know. There hasn't been any reporting on that.
Well, no, but it's possible.
I agree.
It's possible, but again,
I agree with you guys, but listen. Do
you have any reason? Is this just brainstorming, or do you have any reason to believe that?
Well, the reason why I would believe this is this. Let's pretend one of us three are the owner, right? You look at the other two teams. One of them is your tenant. They're making the playoffs the last 2 years. They won 60 games. And you're sitting there thinking, man, the fans are loving the Pistons. They're talking about them in positive ways. And say what you want about the Tigers. They made the playoffs 2 years in a row, and you're still talking now about them making the playoffs. But your franchise that is the key of this Ilitch family, the Red Wings, they're just not going anywhere.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah, I don't know if I look at that and then say, oh, the problem must be the guys working for Steve Yzerman.
Yeah, those are two different things. I'm sure just not being in the playoffs for a decade is motivation enough.
That's pretty big.
I doubt that it's the breaking point is other teams having success. I think alone not making the playoffs for the entire Yzerman tenure is enough.
Look, I think the evidence is there that change had to happen. The surprising thing is that it happened on July 15th. That's where the surprise is. It's not that they made the move. It's they made the move now after, the season ended, after, Larkin's request to be traded, after the NHL draft, after free agency. To me, that just screams something has happened in the last couple weeks, maybe even the last couple days, to change the mind. Like something happened behind the scenes we don't know
It
about.
does feel like there had to be a flashpoint moment recently to make the timing make sense. Straight ahead, what an insider thinks. Hey, the hottest day of the week just got hotter at Twin Peaks. That's right. It's hump day, and that means tequilas and cervezas at your new favorite lodge. That is Twin Peaks. Today's even more special because of the semifinal matchup between England and Argentina in the World Soccer Championships at 3 p.m. Ditch the office, head to your nearest Twin Peaks, and catch all the action. At 3 p.m. start time, convenient. It aligns perfectly with happy hour. We're talking $5 tall house beers. You got Tito's, Jack, and more for $5. If you prefer premium, $7 Woodford Reserve, Patron, or Grey Goose. Not to mention some awesome food options at those prices as well. The best part, served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls, dressed to impress in the finest red lingerie. So get your jersey on, grab your scarf or whatever, your crew, and head to your favorite lodge to cheer on your squad. With 50-plus wall-to-wall TVs, there isn't a bad seat in the house. Pair that with the coldest draft beer in the country and the Scratch Kitchen that both Gator and I love, and you'll see why game days hit differently at Twin Peaks. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson at the Corner Ballpark, the Youth Sports Combine put on by the Police Athletic League. Afternoon session just getting set to get underway. But we continue on a day with huge breaking news. Steve Yzerman out as GM of the Detroit Red Wings. He will stay on at a consultant role. And we bring in an insider that covers this game, and a guy that we've actually read forever. We've quoted him forever. I don't think we've ever had him on the show. We were debating him. We don't think we have, right?
I don't know if we have.
Max Bultman of The Athletic. We've never had you on, right?
I don't think so, no, but it's good to be on with you guys.
Well, you do great work, and we've been silent fans, and I don't know if you know, we quote you and use your stuff all the time, but we wanted to get you on today. We don't do a ton of guests, but obviously it's a huge day. What was your reaction when you heard the news?
Surprised. I mean, I thought this was something that could happen, in April when the season was ending, and obviously the way it ended for the third consecutive year ending in really similar fashion, that it definitely seemed possible in April. But once the off-season progressed to the point of, May, and then, he's running the draft, he runs free agency, certainly I had no expectation at that point that this was still even a possibility. So I was very surprised today, mainly at the timing of it. And I think that's one of the most interesting things about this is that, materially what has changed since the end of the season is really just one big trade request from Dylan Larkin. Now, Steve Yzerman talked at the end of the year press conference about, kind of needing to reevaluate everything. But that I think was my most shocking thing here was that this is happening on July 15th, not April 15th.
So then I guess that begs the question, why is it happening on July 15th? What's changed over the last, few weeks? Because the draft wasn't all that long ago, and obviously they've been dealing with this request to trade Dylan Larkin for a while. Why now on July 15th?
And I don't have a firm answer to that. All I can kind of give you is, I guess it'd be theories or analysis, right? Is that I look at the situation here, and as everything has played out this summer, I continue to feel like they maybe were kind of losing control of the rebuild. And I don't know who initiated this decision, if this came from the Ilitch family or if this came from Yzerman himself. I don't know that. And so I'm kind of just left to look at the situation. And I know, Gator, you and I have spoken, I felt like their path was getting narrower and narrower to being able to kind of pull this off. And, you get past the draft and then you have kind of this limited set of, parameters to work with in the biggest move of the offseason, which presumably will be the Larkin trade if and when that happens. It just seemed to feel like there were so few options for them to find a way to thread this needle. I mean, it's a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 10 years, 7 of those years under Yzerman. I felt like the most prudent thing to do at this point was kind of reset, but that I do think that was going to be a hard thing to do for him specifically in the 8th year of this rebuild. So I don't know. These are my analysis, my theories, but I think it's the question is why now, and those are the best things I can kind of come up with was that the path had kind of become too narrow, but I don't know that. That's kind of me talking.
We just had a caller call up and suggest it's the people around Yzerman that let him down. Do you have any reason to believe that or not believe that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, any pro sports job is it's a front office, right? There is a brain trust. So I think I get what they're saying with that is that, was the Red Wings pro scouting good enough? Was their drafting outside the first round good enough, right? Was the, leadership in the locker room good enough? You can question all of those things, but I do think he controlled everything. I mean, this was his front office. This was his team. Signings aren't happening without his sign off, right? Draft picks aren't happening, especially early, without his sign off, right? He's the one making the staffing decisions. So if there is any truth to people around him letting him down, well, he certainly didn't do anything to change that, right? I mean, he staffed the team, he made the hires, he picked to a large degree the players. I mean, we're 7 years in here, guys. There's not a whole lot of Ken Holland players left on this team. This was a Steve Yzerman roster and a Steve Yzerman staff. So, no, I would have a hard time saying that this was him being let down by others.
Do you find it unusual, or is there any insight into the fact we haven't heard from anybody in this the whole time? Like Yzerman had to address it because of the draft, and he was going to be in front of cameras and microphones. But Dylan Larkin hasn't said anything public. His agent hasn't come out and said anything public. We haven't heard from any of Dylan Larkin's, now perhaps former teammates that would give any insight to what happened here. Obviously, there's a disconnect with Yzerman and Larkin, but nobody is talking. Is that kind of weird?
Yes, I mean that is part of the kind of the off season. Is that once you get to July and the main business is done, there's kind of the old meme is everyone's at their cottages, and everyone's hard to get a hold of. But yes, it is, especially in a situation this significant. Pierre LeBrun did talk to Pat Brisson, Larkin's agent, and that was on the same day as Yzerman spoke after day 2 of the draft. But, to your point, too, Yzerman even at that time was talking about, hey, we'll address more of this after free agency. Well, it doesn't seem like we're ever going to actually get that from him. I was still waiting on that press conference, right, because we never talked to him after July 1, after those signings. And I think that's an interesting element to this too. So to your point, even when they have spoken, they haven't said a whole lot of, to reveal much other than kind of confirming what is out there and what's known.
Okay, I got two theories of what happened here. One is that Dylan Larkin, this trade is going nowhere. Eventually, ownership or somebody said to him, would you consider coming back? And he said, well, I mean, maybe, but I'm not with Steve Yzerman in charge, and that's why this happened July 15th. Or Yzerman is dead set on getting a hockey-for-hockey trade done. Nobody's doing that with him. Nobody's offering it. The only offers are for future draft picks and assets in minor league prospects, and that's not what he wants because he has to win now, and the organization realizes, okay, we need to put somebody in place that we can accept a trade like that because Yzerman has no timeline left.
I think there's some validity to both of that potentially. I mean, I don't know that it would be as direct as, I will do this if X, Y, Z or whatever. But, I certainly, the second theory is kind of where I'm at, right, is I think that's the direction that they're going to have to go. And I don't know if you can go there in this way. The thing that I think is interesting with Larkin, and I don't know this, right, but I do wonder, does it change his outlook on things? But the secondary question to that is, does it change things? It might change how Larkin feels about being here. How does what's happened in the would Yzerman leaving change how the people of Detroit feel about the situation though? Because I think there's a lot of wounded feelings in the market about the trade request, and it's one thing for if it changes Larkin's thinking, but there's the second order question to that, which is would it change how people feel about him being here? If he did rescind it, in other words, will people be ready to forgive him? I listen to your guys' show plenty. I think I know how people feel about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For sure, and this is becoming a real polarizing issue in town. Your Camp Larkin or your Camp Yzerman, and now the Camp Yzerman camp is gone because of this decision. And is this something you think in terms of, let's just assume that the trade's still going to be on, that it's still going to find something. Is this something where the new general manager, whomever it is just going to be hell-bent on getting it done? He's going to be more than willing to take prospects for it because he's the new guy on the job, as opposed to, hey, we're trying to make the playoffs right now. This person coming in is, hey, I want to build a future for the team that I'm going to construct.
It's hard to say without knowing who that person is going to be, but I tend to think that if you're bringing someone new in, one of the reasons to do that is because it buys them maybe a little bit more patience than you were going to get with Yzerman, right? I think that was part of the real advantage of hiring Yzerman 7 years ago, is this was going to be a long, hard process no matter what. I don't think it needed to be this long or this hard, but it was always going to take a lot of time and a lot of, patience. And who is going to buy you more patience than the greatest player, one of the greatest players in your franchise's history, right? Certainly one of the most beloved leaders in your franchise's history, right? I think that was one of the big selling points of hiring him, and it didn't work out. But when you make this change again, I think one of the few advantages that you get is okay, I think people are a little more understanding now if someone does want to take this opportunity to reset and is willing to take futures, picks, prospects, young players in a way that is just simply harder for a guy who's been in charge for 7 years, I think, to do. So it's hard to say that for certain until I know who the person is, right? I mean, if it's an internal hire, I don't know, maybe that changes a little bit. But I do think that, when you reset, you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to reset now, and I think that's extended with the possibility of a new GM.
Do you think there's a short list of potential GM candidates and that you could maybe shed some light on?
Well, I don't know who would be on that list, right? So I'm sorry. I feel like I'm giving you a lot of I don't knows today. I'm not trying to. But, yeah, I'm sure that this looks like it's going to have to be a big search, right? This is a huge job. It's a huge moment in the franchise's history. I think the interesting thing is the franchise, too, despite I think that, Yzerman's tenure, you can't call it a success. They didn't make the playoffs in 7 years. You can't call it that. Strangely, though, I do think they're in a better place, and it's probably a more appealing job than it was in 2019, too, right? Based on the assets that you have, both in terms of young players, prospects that are coming up, draft capital, right? And also tradable assets. The Red Wings, when Yzerman took over, did not have they had Dylan Larkin, but you were building around Dylan Larkin. You didn't have a trade asset like Dylan Larkin at that time to kind of kickstart the rebuild as well. So, when Brad Holmes took over the Lions, right, you start that tenure off with a trade that nets you 2 future first-round picks that you're going to really build around. And, by the way, the guy who's going to become your quarterback. I'm not saying that the Red Wings are going to do that well in a Larkin trade or anything like that, but At least that you have a chip like that this time where they didn't. And you wonder what happens now with John Gibson, Justin Falk, some of these guys are on 1-year deals, even Alex DeBrincat. Even though I think you got to stay competitive, I think you should try to keep Alex DeBrincat if you can. He's still in his prime. I think you're going to get a lot of good years out of him, but they have some of those things now. So there's a lot there to kind of chew on. And in terms of who the names I'm watching are, like there's names I wonder about. Internally, I would wonder about Sean Horkoff, the guy who's been running the Griffins. They had a near historic season in Grand Rapids this year. And so obviously he's done well in that way. I even wonder about, could you go try to take a Jim Nill, a guy who has a lot of experience in this franchise from Dallas? He's done a great job. He's 68. I think that's an obvious question, and he's employed by another team. But I think you have to make the call. He's been one of the best executives in the NHL. In terms of other outside names, like outside the family, so to speak, the Ilitches own another sports franchise, guys. We know how they've done things. The Tigers, and granted, baseball is a more data-optimized sport, but the Tigers have really beefed up the analytics department there. They've beefed up data, and they hired a guy in Scott Harris who that's kind of his background. And when that's the hire the Ilitches made on their other team, I got to wonder, would they look at making that kind of hire in hockey? Is hockey as data respondent, I guess, as baseball? No. But there's a big data movement right now. The team that just won the Stanley Cup, the Carolina Hurricanes, the most data-friendly team in the league, right? The New Jersey Devils just hired Sonny Meta, big data guy. He had come from Florida, which won a couple of Stanley Cups recently. So there's momentum for that in the sport. The ownership clearly has done that on the other sports franchise they own. I do wonder about a guy like Sam Ventura in Buffalo, who had previously been in Pittsburgh. I wonder if you can find someone on that tree in Carolina, Tyler Dello, for example, who have front office experience that you could see giving a promotion to. Those are some of the kind of things I'm looking at here, whether it's internal kind of ties to the organization. Ryan Martin, another former Red Wings AGM who's with the Rangers now. There's all kinds of names like that come to mind.
Max Bultman of The Athletic, thank you for your time. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Always, guys. I'll be listening. Take care.
There you go.
Thanks,
Insider with some. That's why we had him on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And then laundry list like 7 guys
Yeah.
that all could make sense for this organization. 248-539-9797. There is a lot of people that want to sound off on Yzerman, his time being done in Detroit, and some people that are coming at us with some harsh criticism. We'll read those texts next.
Great.
Here on 97.1.
So Max Boltman got in touch with me, wanted me to mention a couple more names that he had been remiss of forgetting there. One was, in fact, Brandon Shanahan, who had another caller had suggested. The other was Evan Gold from Boston, thinking that he's an interesting name as well. So just wanted to pass that along.
No, good to know. I mean, look, there are opportunities to really change the direction of an organization. This is obviously one of them. The timing is interesting. I think we'll probably find out soon why the timing is what it is. You don't let somebody run 2/3 of the offseason, run a draft, sign free agents, and then fire him if you're planning on firing. So why did they do it? Why did they do it now? And I'm fascinated by this because it's such an unusual story. Like to say,
it's unusual.
Yeah, it's not shocking given their record, given some of the things we've talked about.
No, the result isn't shocking. It's the timing.
Yep.
That's what's shocking. I mean, it's July 15th. Like, if you were going to move on from Yzerman, the thought would have the conventional wisdom would have said you do so immediately after the season. You begin your search while the playoffs are going on, and hopefully you have somebody tied down and in place well before the draft so that you can get prepared for the draft. Then the conventional wisdom would say, if you're not going to go that route, okay, well, let's wait through the draft if we're going to let them go because they've already done the prep work. Let's see this through, and we can make an announcement later on, and he's got some time to maybe make the trade. It doesn't happen. So now here it is, 3 weeks after the draft, and still haven't been able to trade Larkin. The list of teams has not really expanded much at all. It's expanded by one. So now you have 4 teams. And now enough's enough. I'm curious why today is enough.
Chris Chelios, by the way, went on 104.3 The Score in Chicago. And being asked about Patrick Kane, he said, I'm not going to lie to you guys, it's down to Buffalo and Chicago. I know that. So, doesn't sound like – and can't be a huge surprise given the fact that if I were considering the Red Wings yesterday, today I'd feel like, well, maybe I'm not considering the Red Wings because the person I'd be talking to I don't know who to be talking to.
Well, the other thing to read into that is what does that mean for Alex DeBrincat, right? Because the reason Patrick Kane was a Detroit Red Wing was because of Alex DeBrincat. And that's why he stayed, and that's why he signed a couple more times to come here. If he is moving on and choosing now between Chicago and Buffalo, makes sense. Played most of his career in Chicago, and he's from Buffalo. Those two teams make all the sense in the world to me, particularly if you think that now the direction of the Red Wings, if it's a total rebuild, does that mean that they're going to offer up Alex DeBrincat in trade at some point?
You would like to move relatively quickly given the fact that this is basically portal time. Anybody that might want to get out, that has an opportunity to get out, might be getting out. So,
well, I don't. As far as I know, DeBrincat doesn't have a no trade clause.
No, but anybody, any free agent you were considering still, any offer sheet you were thinking of offering, any like everything now, move quickly so you could do something else this offseason.
Well, Simon Edvinsson is a restricted free agent. They have to make a decision on him. Mm-hmm. DeBrincat's a free agent at the end of the season, the upcoming season, so they have to make that decision. And obviously they've got Larkin to deal with. There are dominoes that have to fall for this team.
Feedback. Mike in Birmingham writes in, Todd McClellan should say extend me or fire me. If he's expected to win now after this chaos, then he should demand an extension.
Well,
I mean, I got to be honest, at least in my concern.
Yeah, I honestly, I like Todd McClellan, but I don't know if Todd McClellan's going to be the head coach of this team. And I would probably say to the general managers coming in, one of my first conversations is, okay, what do you want to do with the coach? If you want to fire the coach and hire somebody yourself, go ahead. That's why I'm hiring you to change the direction of this franchise.
I think the Red Wings need to sign Adam Fantilli to an offer sheet before he goes to arbitration. Well, who's going to offer that contract? They got to hire a GM first. I still want to trade Larkin. He's just as much part of the Red Wings' failures as Yzerman. Maybe. Here's the one thing to keep in mind. He's a coveted player in this league because of what he can do and because of his contract. And why do you think other teams want him? They think it can help him, especially because he doesn't chew up an enormous amount of the cap like now I guess is the price for 30 goal scorers.
he's, in a sense, he's like an ideal player because of his value on the ice and also his value to keeping things in check when you're spending your money. It's less than $9 million a season for the next not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 seasons. That's massive when you think about a guy who's just entering his 30s, who scored 30 goals or more in each of the last 5 years, and I believe it's 6 of the last 7. I mean, he's a performer, and it's been a letdown here in Detroit when you get to the month of March for everybody, but Larkin included. But you saw what he is in the Olympics.
Yeah.
He's got value, and clearly that contract has value. And if he were to open up this list of teams he wants to be traded to, then you would really see the value throughout the league of what Dylan Larkin's truly worth.
Especially since he's not overpaid. Like, if the guy's overpaid, that's one thing. Yeah. But he is not. A, he's not overpaid. B, when teams fail, I tend to lean towards blaming the bulk of the player, like the worst players, not the best players.
Would you rather have Leo Carlsson at 6 years and $18 million a season, or Dylan Larkin for 5 years at $8.75?
Yeah. Let's bring in Rico Beard, who joins us back in our studios. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen.
How are you doing?
Good, man. How you guys? You guys making it out? You're almost done, so I guess you'll be okay.
Yeah, we're surviving. It's hot, but it's not unbearable.
Well, we have fans, so
yeah. And lots of water.
Yeah, if we didn't have that, then we'd be in trouble.
Okay.
See, Fat Man going down.
I can imagine what you guys are talking about next.
Yeah, we're going to be breaking down the word manual in Michigan. Now, actually, they're the happiest people right now. They're off the front page. They're on the back page. This Yzerman thing. Yeah, didn't see it. That's Mike on the boards. Just so you know. Yeah, I don't think anybody saw this coming this morning. So, but kudos to the Wings. They didn't do a Friday news dump. Are you done?
Well, they did it at a weird time, to say the least. And it leads to wild speculation of what just happened behind the scenes.
Right. You're the only major news story going on right now. Congratulations.
All right. Hey, look, you guys have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Red Wings announces Steve Yzerman is transitioning away from general manager. Is that on to an advisor role? Owner Chris Illich and said clearly, quote, "We are not where we are and our fans expect to be as an organization. I'm looking forward to bringing in new leadership to build the championship caliber organization Hockeytown deserves," end quote. Max Boltman spoke with Carson Anderson earlier about possible replacements. He noted they may look at former Red Wing exec Jim Nill, who's currently leading the Stars, or maybe Grand Rapids Griffins GM Sean Horkoff after their success, or this. Former Red Wing Anthony Mantha signed a 2-year, $9.5 million deal with the Devils. England and Argentina battled for the second spot in the World Cup final at 3. Spain punched their ticket yesterday with a 2-0 victory. According to ESPN, the Houston Astros are finalizing a trade to send pitcher Lance McCullers to the Brewers. The 32-year-old has struggled this season with a .651 ERA in 55 innings. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Woo! Yep, nothing measured about 2-6. To hell with this guy. It's phenomenal. This is a blessing. Oh, man. I got to tell you, nothing like a good firing to just get you can feel it in your plums. 2-1, we're taking them to market. I'm so happy.
For the next 4 hours, man, just hit the drops. give him a taste of tomorrow's drop tournament.
I've been dissolving and evolving all day.
David, yeah, let's go get some lunch.
I'll still be here because it's going to last at least 4 hours. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, no one deserved to be bleep canned more than this infinitely arrogant, obstinate, out of touch legend. Oh, baby. Nothing better than that old soft shoe. Hey, Milton, we're going to move your desk to the basement. Hey, they didn't want to utterly bleep can Steve Yzerman. It's tremendous. I love it.
The soft firing.
Oh, it's so good. Nobody deserved it more. The king of I'm smarter than everybody, Mr. Obstinance, Mr. Out of Touch. Oh, and then where are all of his minions? Rubble, 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 rubble. Where are all the bots today? Tough day in your world. Yeah, he just needs more time. Yeah. Well, good. Call him. He'll be available. He ain't got nothing to do at work. His phone won't even be plugged in at his desk.
He's probably talking to Wojo right now.
Wouldn't shock me. No, I'm thrilled. Now, the problem? The timing. Draft's over. Free agency's over.
Right.
I mean, so it leads you to, okay, what warfare just took place?
Bruh.
Man, how delicious if Larkin got him fired.
You know what, Mike? Let's just kind of harken back. And because I wonder who flipped over the desk? Who threw the chair?
I don't know.
Was it Chris? Was it Steve? Was it Dylan? Like, there's 3 sides to this story that you could take either of the angles and it would make sense. That Chris just kind of came in here and said, Steve, what are we doing? What is going on with my team? Okay? We got a schedule. The season's about to start. We haven't made any moves.
Hey, Steve, how's it going with Larkin? No. How's it going with Edmondson? No. What about DeBrincat? Okay, I can't do this anymore. Sure, plausible. You know what? Here's my fantasy.
Okay.
Like, can I luxuriate in this bubble bath for a minute?
Let's go.
We're dissolving and evolving. Steve actually sat at his desk and had an epiphany. I'm god awful at this. I don't fit in here anymore. I don't like this league. I don't like these players. Why? And he quit.
Huh?
That's the fantasy I'm living in. He just goes, I don't want to do this no more. Help me.
And he flipped the table over.
I know it's probably what didn't happen. Right. But for a day, I want to live in that world.
Or was it Larkin just saying, hey, Chris, I'm coming to you because I can't talk to Steve. He's not going to trade me. I don't want to come back to this. And it was like, well, hold on. Let's get Steve on the line. Hey, Steve, can you guys make... No, I'm not going to do this.
Actually, I have what he said. Hey, Steve, does your key card work? Look, I feel no sympathy. I feel no human empathy. I feel nothing. Because for 7 years, this guy didn't act like a human being. And for 7 years, he basically thumbed his nose at everybody.
Yeah.
And he sat here and organized one of the singular worst rebuilds in all of professional sports. 7 years, no playoff appearances, no wins, and now your captain wants out. Yeah, awesome. Sweet. And the fact that it happened now, it does lend itself to speculation, and I allow it. Hell, I'm all for it.
I mean,
I love what Rico's selling. I don't, look, for it to happen now, this only reaffirms where I'm at. Burn this mother down. Burn it down, baby. Larkin, DeBrincat, I'd knock on Raymond and Sider's door. What are you guys up for here the next 3 years? You want to lose? You want to win? What do you want to do?
Yeah, we're just going to start all over again. Prospects.
Burn it down. But the problem? You missed the draft.
No, Mike.
You missed the draft.
Right. And because of that and free agency, let's take a bigger step back. Let's just go ahead and say the quiet part out loud. You kind of missed this season coming up.
Yeah.
This one, it's over.
Yzerman's parting gift.
Right.
Oh, hey. I ain't leaving. Yes, you are. Well, the damage isn't. Because your off-season's effed.
Yeah, this is, Todd, don't even worry about this year. This year, just go out there and let's see what we got with the young fellas.
I will say this, because this was number one on my power rank of things I was tired of talking about, was I can't stand him. I can't stand what he's put on the ice. I can't stand the way he talks. I can't stand the moves he does make. I can't stand the moves he doesn't make. I love the fact he's gone. Nobody deserved to be gone more. And before you call up trying to do this sympathy crap, this guy has basically been grifting for the last 2 years. No GM in hockey would have been around after year 5, maybe 6, never 7. Believe me, all that sympathy was wrapped up in that millions upon millions of dollars he was being paid. See you later. I love it. Amen. David, I'd like to donate to the church. The blessing of Yzerman getting canned. Oh, he's the special assistant to the traveling GM. What is he, George Costanza? Good. Yeah, call Yzerman's line, see if the phone works.
Yeah, but I think it got to the point where probably the Ilitch family, wait, so let me get this straight.
You're not trading him?
The only thing we could get are prospects.
But you don't want those.
But I can't let you do the rebuild of the rebuild. You can't do the remix. Steve, you got to go. You know what? I got a nice little job for you. And because you did so much for us as a player, we won't fire you. We're going to put you down there in the basement of the Joe.
I'd like my streamlined stapler.
Like the Joe doesn't exist anymore, and neither does his job.
They put Yzerman's desk in the rubble. Right. Look, the timing is beyond odd. But I'm sorry. To me, it's just simple. He had to go. He had to go years ago. How it happened, why it happened, I don't necessarily care. The team was going to suck this year anyways. The East got better, and Steve sat there doing Stugotz this offseason. I think the hurtful part, if you had done this right, you would have the new staff here, the new GM here, and you would have operated a draft. You would have gotten capital. You'd get some prospects into Grand Rapids to develop them. Yeah, no, on that level, this isn't positive, clearly. And as far as a new GM goes, look, I'll just be unequivocal. This can't be any more to friends and family picnic. It can't be anyone from inside the family. The closest I would consider, and the problem is he's approaching 70. I think he's 67 or 68. Like, okay, you could call Jim Nill, and I wouldn't bristle, because Jim Nill's been one of the best executives in the sport.
Right.
But he's almost 70. I swear to God, if they hire from inside the family, and it's a Draper thing or a Horkoff thing, I don't want anyone who's been here. Because frankly, no one here deserves to be here.
I was about to say, what if you can get Lidstrom to come back from Sweden?
No.
Okay.
I don't want any of them.
Okay.
In fact,
only because he's been away.
I would treat it like jury selection. I want people who don't even know who Yzerman is.
Oh.
I want something new wave. I want someone who is going to catch up to where hockey is. Because this guy has been rooted in 2010. Oh, I don't like the players have power. Wah. I don't like term. Wah. I don't like paying guys market value. Wah. Trade values are high. Wah. And all we did was sit here. The Red Wings, essentially, the winged wheel, one of the crown jewels of the NHL and one of the iconic franchises in all sports, has been treated like a cold chicken breast in the Tupperware, and it's day 7 in the fridge. That's what this rebuild under Yzerman is.
No, fair.
So, you know what? See, I love it. And I loved hearing people call into the middays and mornings. Oh, but I loved Steve. Great. What do you think he's going to do? Pay you back for all the money he wasted of yours?
Yeah, but see, I think these people have to realize there's two different Steves. There's that poster that you have that you grew up with, and then there's the man who ran your team into the ground.
That's right.
Okay?
And they're all the same.
So
he tarnished his legacy. Own it.
Keep the poster, but just know that this man not only ruined this team, you have to tear it down, Mike, to the studs.
I have a deep disagreement that this is somehow salvageable to be hyper-competitive next year. You knew I wanted to rebuild this thing the day Larkin asked out. What they were doing and why this happened, look, I'll leave that to the Elliot Friedmans of the world. I'm sure there's going to be a backstory. I can only hope it was a desk being flipped over.
I think.
Oh, can you imagine if Chris went into Yzerman's office like Ari Gold with a paintball gun? Barb! Boom, boom.
Who flipped the desk?
You're fired.
That's what I want to know.
Are you going to trade Larkin for picks? Are you going to pay DeBrincat? Have you got Edmondson signed? You're fired. That's
So,
how I
Steve,
choose to think of it.
Tell me, what exactly do you do?
Want my streamlined stapler?
You're
What
right.
would you say you do here?
Like, everything is over. Like,
I'm so happy we got past the draft.
Yeah,
Guy trades Kosa and he's fired 2 weeks later.
Here's the only thing that I'll say. At least the Wings didn't do a Friday news dump.
No, I'd like to thank the Detroit Red Wings, even though they're awful and I wouldn't give them my money. I will tell you, I would like to thank you. And in fact, I'm going to take the money I would spend to go to one of your games, and I'm going to give it to David's church. And I'm going to say the Detroit Red Wings have made a donation for this blessing of this news on July 15th, the slowest sports day of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yzerman getting the soft fire. Guys, where are you at with it? What do you want to see happen? What do you make of the timing? I'm thrilled. And primarily it's Yzerman's product, attitude, presentation, all of it. I love it. I absolutely love the fact he just got canned. It's tremendous. And now the Red Wings might have a chance because let me help you. This was going nowhere. You were on the treadmill of mediocrity. And Steve didn't want to do the things it took to make it off of that treadmill. He's caught in 2010. He still wants to bully players. He wants to nickel and dime. He wants to be authoritarian. He doesn't want to make big trades. He doesn't want to pay to freight. Then get out. I have no use for you. I don't care who you were in 1996. You're not that guy anymore. You're a guy impeding progress. Leave. If I want to remember the good Yzerman, we'll turn on NHL 94. Or we'll go watch your shot against John Casey again.
Let's say, what about the shot from the blue line, Mike? In the double overtime.
It's great. Because that guy's the same guy who drove this team into middle effing earth.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What a blessing. David, I will have an envelope for the church tomorrow. And it's going to be on behalf of the Detroit Red Wings. In fact, I'm going to have the return address as the world headquarters. I'm going to go down to the world headquarters and mail it to you. I love it. Oh, I love everything today. What a blessed day. 97.1. Oh, what a blessed day. Steve Yzerman, not gainfully employed to run this hockey team anymore. Tremendous.
Yeah.
What are the texters saying so far? Talk to me. We'll get to the calls in a second. And there's a bevy of things to break down. The timing of it, it's hilarious. As in disaster.
Brother, it is. And Dave, before we get to this is one of those times, man, I miss Kenny. I would love to hear what he had to say about that because he went from being Steve Bott to he had swung 180 degrees the other way.
Well, the first text here says the only thing that explains the firing is an act of God. Thanks, Kenny, for getting to heaven and standing on business.
I mean, his digital laugh would have been his reaction.
Yeah.
From G, he texts in and says, you guys and the callers are the true voice of fans. The city should be thanking you guys for everything that you do.
What did we do?
You got Yzerman fired, according to him.
No, we don't have those powers. Trust me. That's, I mean, maybe on some end we do, but look, the bottom line, he got himself fired. His performance, his personality, the way he talked, the things he did and didn't do, and right up until the end, thinking he was going to bully Larkin when he had no leverage.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we did was bring up the ridiculousness of the entire situation.
No and no. There it is. No and no.
Text here says, bye, Steve. Thanks for nothing for 7 years. This should have happened before the draft. No more malfunctioning, staring into the crowd, clueless. Bye.
I mean, yeah, it should have happened before the draft. Makes you wonder what took place that it didn't. And that's the only part I can say that the hockey insiders, who are as good as it gets with guys like Elliot Friedman, you'll figure it out. It'll happen. I don't have the answer. That's why we're just going to fantasize. That's why we're just going to basically create our own storyline.
I know. No more laser beam eyes.
Well, for you.
Laser beam eyes. Oh, it didn't coming out of those things was soft serve.
And you know that machine doesn't work.
Exactly. Steve Yzerman's rebuild here was the equivalent of the McDonald's ice cream machine. It would never working.
Well, just for you, Rico, someone did text in and say, it's going to be an awkward next meeting at the Coney.
You're right.
Hey, where's Steve? Anyone seen Steve?
It was Steve's turn to pay.
No and no.
Somebody call Steve. Steve, did you guys go to the other Coney? Because we're here.
All right, let's keep it rolling, shall we? David, are we good?
Yeah.
I am so excited to speak to you, the adoring audience, on what we're calling Freedom Day. We are free of the Yzer plan, or as I like to call it, the Yzer sham. DJ, you're batting leadoff out in GR. What's going on, brother?
Mike, how's it going, man?
Oh, blessed. What a day.
It's a great day. It's one of the most cathartic days that I can remember in Detroit sports history. It's kind of equivalent to like the quiet kid sticking up to the bully at the lunch table. I don't know who initiated this, whether it was Steve, whether it was Illich, I don't know, but I just love the fact that Steve's whole career as a GM, he was used to bullying, he was used to bulldozing these players, and he was used to just putting them in this war of attrition, and I love the fact that he got stonewalled and that he couldn't do it. And look, I'm not saying Larkin's not without fault here, but I just love the fact that his little game didn't work, and he couldn't bully Larkin, and it was that. I kind of think it was his demise. So I just.
Do you think that's what got him fired right now? Was the fact that he's been getting offers, he hasn't been able to get Larkin traded, or he wanted to stick to getting something for Larkin that wasn't available? Do you think that's what got him clipped now?
I mean, I kind of do. I just, I mean, I'm not on the inside, so maybe I should retract it. I don't know, but I love the fact that this might be one of the first players that didn't blink first in a staring contest with Larkin or with Yzerman. Like I think Steve was so used to just intimidating these players, and I mean, you've said it since day one. It's a different NHL, and I think he got a taste of that today. So I don't know. It's just I feel like the good guys won here in the end.
Well, DJ, I will say this, that maybe Dylan Larkin was the hero that we all needed. He became the leader and the captain that we all said, well, he's not that. You know what? He stood up to Steve. And I do think there's a reason why no one else in the locker room, they were all quiet. I think he was doing this. He was standing up. He was leading the protest. And we may never appreciate it fully until years from now when this team is totally rebuilt, that Larkin was the person who stood up and said no more.
Yep. You're exactly right, Rico. I hope the Dylan Larkin fan club starts growing in numbers again, because I think he was the sacrificial lamb. But
Well,
Anyway,
look, I mean, he
guys, thanks for
you got it,
Go
Deej.
ahead, Mike.
Of course, no, I appreciate it, Deej. You're good, bud. Look, Larkin's not without blame,
right?
But if Larkin had to do this in order to put the spotlight on a guy who's been malfeasant at his job for years, I'm good with it. And no, I don't want Larkin back. No, I don't want some mea culpa. I want burn this mother down, literally just detonate this entire franchise and try it again.
And
that's it.
Yeah.
There's my plan.
And see, I think that's what it was, is the change is going to happen because he stood up, and he may be a footnote in Red Wings history, and not to equate it to like Curt Flood and free agency and baseball, but somebody had to be the first person. Somebody had to stand up.
By the end of today, Rico's going to turn Larkin into Che Guevara, like a freedom fighter here. I mean, my God,
he'll be Caesar chef.
Yes, you're gonna have Larkin riding a boat across the Potomac with an American flag by 6 o'clock.
Larkin had a dream.
Nope. Little too far. We'll go to Jacob, 97.1. Jake, how you doing?
Oh, what a lovely day, boys. It is just glorious on a Wednesday. And you know what? You know what my reaction was when I saw the Yzerman news? I go, you just
hate to see it.
Oh, breaks your heart. You know
does.
What? Yzer Bots will just tell you, hey, guys, he just needed 10 more years. He was going to figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
But you know what? It needed to happen. Ideally, I would have liked this to happen well before free agency, hell, even the draft, so that way we can actually get some good compensation. Because, in my opinion, I don't think Larkin's coming back. I think a new GM that's going to come in, granted, if we don't hire Draper, who just is Steve Yzerman 2.0.
If they hire Draper, shut the whole thing down. Honestly, just quit at that point. It has to be an outside hire.
It absolutely has to be. And this new GM, if he actually has a brain and knows what hockey is today, you have to trade Larkin for futures picks. Like they have to realize this team isn't going anywhere. No mana, hey, let's go ahead and try to trade Dylan Larkin for Wyatt Johnson. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to sign right up for that.
Well, even the reports last night, this idea of Jason Robertson, who by all credible reporting may not want to play here. What is the sense of, if you were able to do that, which I don't think was going to happen, I do think it would have been a 3-team deal. Okay, I traded Larkin at 8.7 to bring in Jason Robertson, who turned down $15 million from Seattle. How does that help me again?
It doesn't. Yeah, I'm sure Jason Robertson's like, all right, I'm in a great team like Dallas. Let's go to Detroit, where my GM won't sign me to term. Yeah,
I think at best it would have been a 3-team deal with Pittsburgh, and he's going to Pittsburgh. And Larkin's going to Dallas, and then Dallas and Pittsburgh cobble together whatever they're offering you. Right. Here's some blueberry cobbler. Like, that's right, Jake, that's the whole premise here. It's been clear as day what had to happen. So something took place where there was a seed change, and it had to come from an ownership level. Unless you want to sell me on a fantasy that it was like a mutiny in the world headquarters and the whole player personnel department. This one's for Rudy, coach.
I was about to say, drop it for Dylan.
Like Sean Horkoff laid down his Joseph A. Banks suit and said, this one's for Rudy. Like, we can't work with this man anymore. I don't know.
No, I mean, and like even Chris Illich, who isn't necessarily in the day-to-day operations of the hockey team, he even realizes, like, okay, my GM is kind of being unreasonable here, where he's asking for so much in return for Dylan Larkin, who he thinks is Connor McDavid, which he's not even close. If you're going to trade Larkin, it has to be for futures pick, because you got to tear this thing down again. I mean, that's just the right way to go about this.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice. I mean, if they could somehow thread a needle, Jake, God bless. But first, you got to do a wide search. Has to be comprehensive. My opinion should be outside of the organization. And probably something, and as much as I hate what analytics is doing to sports, there probably has to be a younger, more data-driven hire to be made here. I mean, obviously, you could yell about Jim Nill. The man's almost 70. Now, you want to say that you hiring Jim Nill is what the Islanders did with Lou Lamoriello when Lou was 1,000 and the Islanders got to a conference final, etc.? Maybe. But it can't be anyone in the organization.
Right. And then how much you're going to have to pay to get Nill here?
Who cares? Sell a few more pizzas. All right, listen, if you're thinking about a new truck, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, it's GM employee pricing for everyone. I mean, Rico, the money ain't real.
You know what? Go buy a truck.
All right, GMC Sierra. There you go. Sell a new truck to the new GM. Whether it's for work, hauling your gear, or in the case of Iserman, packing up and leaving, they got you covered. Employment pricing for everyone. Absolutely everyone. So make the smart move. Go to Moran Buick GMC for elite car buying. No games, no pressure, real value. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, to the people. Steve Yzerman, he gone. And the question of why now? What do you think happened? And where does the franchise go? I don't think it's a question about whether you're happy or not. I think you should be elated. This was going nowhere. Think about this. He had major things to accomplish this offseason. Was Steve at work? The only thing I was waiting for before I was like, oh, man, maybe he's trying to get fired is like if Evanson got offer sheeted by Carolina. Like I have no holy idea what the hell has been going on.
And that's what I thought this morning when I got the text message from you. I'm like, the offer sheet happened. Wait a minute. It's more than that.
It's even better.
Is this real? Yzerman's gone. Well, not gone, but reassigned.
Look, I'm just also a big believer. If you're going to run a franchise like the Red Wings, you should have the highest of standards, which require the highest of accountability. If you don't want that, go be the GM of the New York Islanders. Go be the GM of some fledgling franchise. This is the Detroit Red Wings. Act accordingly. 7 years, no playoffs. The only reason you're here is your last name. Yeah, you can kindly leave. Take it right on down the road. Steve's in Detroit, 97.1. Steve, what's good?
First off, guys, I want to shout out Kenny Cott. I hope wherever you are, my friend, there's a roller dog, and we're playing TV highlights of the next cup wherever you are.
That's right. The NHL Network watching a random Blackhawks Kraken game in February.
Well, I hope there's a crystal ball attached to that TV, and he can see into the future, whether it's 2080 or 3080 or wherever it is when we win our next cup. But beyond that, Mike, you're dropping Ashley Schaefer references. Yzerman thought he was Ashley Schaefer, feeling the tension, but it's more like he was talking to Kenny Powers and Reg McElworthy, like it was Red Wings management regarding Larkin. Let the boy watch. I've been an Yzerman guy, and I've been an Yzerman truther. I was supporting him, and my patience wore thin after the season. And it was pretty much over when the Larkin saga came about. And Yzerman was trying to act like Marlo Stanfield, saying that the price of a Larkin is going up. I mean, I was wrong. I will admit it. And I swear I will go ballistic and not spend a single penny on this team that I've supported through thick and thin my entire life. If this is like a U of M football coaching search and we go hire a Michigan man or a Red Wings man.
It can't be.
I love Lidstrom. No, and I will go ballistic if it is Draper, even Lidstrom. So that old school culture doesn't play anymore. I, too, am like you guys, though. I wonder what has happened over the last week, last couple of days that has been said, because Yzerman has been able to make all these acquisitions through free agency, through drafting, through trading. I think there was like a two-way contract that was signed in the last 72 hours. So what has been said, like what levee is broke, it probably has something to do with Larkin. I'm wondering what that is.
That's the only reasonable speculation. And Steve, look, I think we're all going to wait for what we presume to be an Elliot Friedman expose on it. And Steve, maybe it's as simple, Rico, do you have some fancy name for this? Schrodinger's parrot or something? The easiest explanation is the right one.
That's Occam's razor.
Got it. So, Steve, maybe it's as simple as, Steve, you've got to trade Larkin for futures. No and no. No, Steve, seriously, it's our offseason is going to be submarine. Maybe it was as simple as that. You know what? I'm not doing it. You can find somebody else. Kick me upstairs. And that's it. I don't know. Steve, I don't have anything else that makes sense.
The longer I've heard people speculate on it, the more I'm starting to believe maybe there is some truth to the conspiracy theory about Larkin forcing a power play. It's me or him, and that's why he was strong-arming with his short list. But I just want to say an overall assessment of the job is what I'd like to say here, and then I'm done with my time. I believe truly in my heart of hearts, say what you want, that Yzerman did his job. This wasn't a championship team, but I do believe that the roster was good enough to make the playoffs, at least as a wild card team. I choose to believe this has more to do with organizational culture or locker room chemistry, which Steve picks the groceries and picks everyone, so he's part of blame for that. But I think more than anything, drafting, stubbornness, pro scouting, whatever, I think the biggest failure on this rebuild was exiting it too quickly and too fast, especially when he got Kane and DeBrincat. I think the team needed to.
How about Kopp? How about Comfort?
Yeah, I mean,
those contracts really slowed this thing down.
Absolutely. And I think on top of that, he parlayed that exit too quickly with his worst quality, which is stubbornness. He thought he was the smartest guy in the room. And as we've seen, people change, player styles change. Players are not really adept to that line of thinking anymore. It's more of a players league. So that old school stubbornness, my way or the highway, it doesn't fly.
No,
so,
and I think you've avoided a secondary disaster too, Steve, is outside of DeBrincat taking some deep hometown discount. You already heard the reporting from the 32 Thoughts pod with Elliot Friedman. He didn't want to pay him market value. So basically, you'd be waving goodbye to DeBrincat too. That's why once Larkin asked out, I would have expedited everything to this offseason. We've been on the precipice multiple times. We're not good enough to get in. The captain wants out. I don't want to pay my 40-goal scorer. And Evanson shouldn't be here. Evanson should have been in the Quinn Hughes deal, but I digress. The point is, nothing's going well. Nothing's working.
Right. It's like, imagine if he would have just did this last year or at least at the end of the season. Like, you set yourself so far back that you've ridden off a year. And that's the frustrating thing about it. Yes, right now we're sitting there saying, okay, he's gone. But when the dust settles, you're looking at rubble. You're looking at
I can
what
tolerate it. I can tolerate it because it's not him. I can. And I know that feels like, I don't know, backwards. But what did I say to you? If he was willing to pull the plug, blow the thing up, admit that he's been a sham, and try again,
you were going to give him a second chance.
I would have been able to find my way around that too. But whatever the hell, I like the fact that we got, at least we got this right in the face of all the hockey nerds. You never had leverage over Larkin, ever. I mean, that was such a fantasy. That was an Al Bundy hand in your pants on the couch fantasy. The guy has a full no trade. He's the captain now. And then you think you get to dictate what you get? Look, for me.
And you weren't willing to work with him.
No.
Because I don't think either side was willing to really do this. This was going to blow up. I thought it was going to go the other way around, and Larkin was going to have to do the skate of shame as he showed up to training camp.
I know. Well, hey, maybe he still does. Maybe there's a mea culpa. Maybe they've delivered like a Carvel Fudgy the Whale cake to his house.
You know what?
We love you. Come back.
In the shape of a C? There you go.
I don't know. I don't want him back. But the new...
You know, I actually saw one of those Carvel cakes that you always talk about.
Those are childhood, man. Those are legit in the East Coast. They don't have those out here, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Where?
There's one out near IKEA.
Really?
Yeah.
Heck, don't sleep on it, man. Carvel ice cream cakes. That's how you knew it was going to be a good couple of weeks with Dad's paycheck. If you had one of those at a birthday,
you know what? You're getting a Carvel cake for your birthday.
They still do the Fudgy the Whale?
Yeah.
Oh, baby. David, you ever had one of those?
Not the Fudgy the Whale. I've had other cakes though.
What,
from
the Cookie Puss? Listen, I'm telling you right now, we should celebrate Iserman's firing with a Fudgy the Whale. I mean, that's...
You want to get one of these brought in today?
No, this? Fudgy the Whale would incinerate 6 minutes in the car. You kidding me? You'd have to bring the cake in a Ziploc bag. Maybe another day.
Mike, are we supposed to drink this cake? No.
You got no choice now. 97.1. All right, we'll get right back to the calls, but we'll touch the table on something non-Yzerman. You got to have at least one segment of non-Yzerman, and then we're getting to you guys. David, go ahead.
So let's go through.
So Steve Yzerman got fired today.
We went through the quarterback list yesterday.
I'd like to power rank 10's worst moves. Steve's worst moves.
Let's go through the wide receivers that the execs think are top 10 in the NFL.
JT Comfort.
So let's start at number 10 here.
Kosa.
Devontae Adams.
Maxime Talbot
is number 10. His highest rank is 6. Lowest rank is unranked.
Yeah, I think unranked's more appropriate. Old, clear-cut number 2. Puka gets the vast majority of the targets, and I'm out of that. I think his Taco Bell commercials are better than his. I'm out.
Yeah, he can still make plays.
He's fine enough, but is he a top 10 receiver?
Well,
No.
I think 10 is fitting because I think after this year, he's unranked.
Rasmussen.
This is it for him.
Agreed. Not Rasmussen. I agree with what Rico says. Number 9, A.J. Brown for the New England Patriots.
Nope.
Highest rank 6, lowest rank unranked.
Unranked, unreliable, unpredictable, lost the ability to catch footballs, bulky knees, getting older, attitude, noise, massive contract. I'm out.
You know what, David? He would be ranked for the first half of the year or until he gets bored or has an attitude or he's reading a book on the sideline. Once he cashes out, he's done and there's no salvaging him. But when he's engaged, he's one of the best receivers. But how long does that last?
Yeah, to you guys' point, he was ranked 5th last year, so he's already fallen.
And I would take him off the list. You have to perform at an incredibly high level to be on this list.
Yeah, how long before he's telling Drake May, you know what, you need to do this, throw me the ball every time, and yeah.
Number 8 on the list, Nico Collins from the Texans.
Stud.
Highest rank is 3, lowest was unranked.
Yeah, absolute stud. So only Michigan wouldn't figure out how to use him correctly. He's an absolute monolith. No doubter, top 10.
Yeah. Especially not knowing what's going to happen with Tank. No.
Tank Dell is as done as Yzerman's professional career.
No, it's like, we saw this with Dallas. When all of a sudden CeeDee Lamb went down, you didn't take up the slot. He did. He went to Houston and said, throw me the ball, I'll get this done, and it's worked. David, that was not a shot at you. It was saying.
I think we know what's going to happen with Tank.
No. But it's a lot of times receivers are given that next man up and they can't handle it. He did.
Number 7, George Pickens for the Cowboys.
Andrew Kopp.
That's who did not pick it up.
Unranked was lowest ranked.
I view Pickens a lot like A.J. Brown. I can't have you this high on the list. I certainly wouldn't have you over Nico Collins. I don't know, play to play, series to series, half to half, game to game, week to week, what you're going to offer me. You want evidence? Put on the tape at a game against the Lions. CeeDee Lamb dies, and they desperately need you, and you looked like you were part of the Steve Madden IPO on Quaaludes. Now, I'm out. Can't do it with him.
And you know what? I'm agreeing with him because I can't get past watching for the Lions because I thought in a contract year, this was his chance to say, hey, Jerry, you need to pay me as much money as you can. And the Lions were down members of the secondary. Like, it didn't matter. He just went out there.
You know what Pickens did? No and no.
Number 6 would be his teammate CeeDee Lamb. Highest rank was 3.
Stud. First guy never tackles him. Absolute stud. He's had the trait since Oklahoma. I love him. Plus, one of the all-time draft night deals where his girlfriend tried to look at his burner phone and he went, nope.
That was him?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Okay. CD, absolute stud.
Wait,
yes.
Was he the one that without even breaking stride just reached over? No, that's not for you.
Just gave her the Pink Panther. Go ahead and take that. That absolute top 10 guy. Yes.
Number 5 on this list would be Amon-Ra St. Brown. Highest rank was 2.
Yep. You know where I'm at. Yeah. Reliable, tough, responsible. Don't love the podcast, which he'd get rid of that. But other than that, the dude will play hurt. The dude's productive. I've been an Amon-Ra truther for years. So, yes, I think that's appropriate.
Plays through the pain. I think the only thing that may have hurt him was some of the drops last year. Uncharacteristic.
And you know what? When you see the article when training camp opens about he's in the best shape of his life, it's actually true. No. Amon-Ra looks like he's ready to take the stage at the Arnold Classic.
That just means he worked out with Dad over the summer.
Dude, he looks ridiculous. ridiculous. Like
His
he's on a
father's
revenge
psychopath.
tour.
I
This
mean,
year.
have you? Yeah.
Mhm.
He's not as good as Nico Collins, though. And he's not as good as CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
He doesn't have the traits to be as good as those guys.
No, listen, Paul.
So what are the traits?
Probably
He doesn't have the
6'4",
speed and the
220.
separation that they have.
Okay.
I think Paul's right in one regard is that if you don't have the ability to high point a football, or you're not a sub 4.4 guy, those physical traits can manifest more often in games. All I'm telling you is, as long as Amon-Ra's in your top 5, Paul, we're good. I agree Nico and CD should be up this list.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have him in the top 5, though.
You wouldn't?
I'd have Amon-Ra somewhere between 8 and 9.
Okay, you're a hater.
No. I get. So you're saying he's a possession receiver, and he's a really good one, but he's not that take it to the house guy.
Is possession receiver the game manager of
It is.
quarterback?
Yes,
Is that
it
like
is.
how you insult someone?
It's not an insult. It's a possession receiver is 3rd and 7. This guy's going to move the chain.
He's a super slot receiver, meaning he has enough ability to play outside, but he's the best in the slot.
Now, you throw it to CeeDee Lamb, and that 3rd and 8 becomes a touchdown. Amon-Ra, it's a first down.
Okay.
So it's not an insult. I see what you're doing.
I'll finish off the list here. At 4, you have Puka
David, take your
Nacua.
time.
3, you
Okay,
have
hold on. Puka Nacua at 4?
At 4.
Okay.
At 3, you have Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Okay, fair.
2, Justin Jefferson. And 1 would be Jamar Chase.
I would not have Jamar Chase 1.
I'm with Rico on this. Justin Jefferson's the best receiver in the NFL.
He is. I mean, he did it with no quarterback whatsoever. With who, Mike? Pete Brosmer.
It's Bob Brosmer?
No, Justin Jefferson, yeah, and JSN. Actually, I may put JSN as the best receiver because he didn't have anybody else, and everybody knew Seattle was going to be throwing him the ball, Paul, and he still made the catches. So Chase at 1, I think, is reputation, not necessarily what he's done.
I think Chase is the most physically gifted receiver in the NFL. I think Justin Jefferson is the best receiver, and I think Puka Nacua is number 2.
That is fair. That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. The Red Wings are moving on from Steve Yzerman as their general manager. He now becomes an advisor to Chris Ilitch. The Wings said they'll look for an internal and external candidates. Yzerman will remain in the role until his successor is named. He'll advise in that hire as well. He said, quote, "My commitment to the Red Wings and this community will never waver, and I look forward to supporting the organization in whatever role is needed to achieve our collective goals," unquote. Max Boltman joined Carson Anderson earlier to discuss potential replacements. The NHL dropped all 32 home openers from the upcoming season. The Wings will host the Islanders on Friday, October 2nd. The full schedule due out
Nobody
tomorrow.
cares.
Okay, Chris Chelios showing the score in Chicago and said Patrick Kane told him that he's going to play for the Blackhawks or the Sabres this season. ESPN listed out their new top 10 prospect rankings after the
You
MLB
said
draft.
Red Wings funny.
What?
You said Red Wings funny.
Did I?
Yeah.
Red Wings. Tigers' first-round pick Cameron Flukie is listed 5th. England and Argentina getting ready to battle for a spot in the World Cup final right now. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, you heard it right. Steve Yzerman, he got soft served. Oh, he got fired. Make no mistake about it. They put Milton in the basement and told him to go find his Streamline stapler. I'm not even convinced Steve's phone will be plugged in at his little office. Steve Yzerman doesn't run the Red Wings anymore.
The Brady Hoke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And this is 2 years overdue.
Yeah.
And if you're like, well, geez, how come you're so happy about it? Because when people in sports get fired, I have no human empathy. First of all, they have all the financial backing they'll ever need. Second of all, you play fantasy football for a living. Wah. The guy'd been here for 7 years and produced nothing. You can't go to your job for 7 days and produce nothing. So pardon me, we're going to put the tissues away, and I am going to tap dance on his professional grave. He didn't deserve the job he held. You want to run the Red Wings, produce something. This is the winged wheel, for God's sakes. This is the New York Yankees of the NHL. And it's a disgrace. And you know what I like? I like when people who are obstinate and stubborn and arrogant, when they get got. I'm glad this happened because Yzerman was going to drive you into Middle Earth. This wasn't going anywhere. Him thinking he had the leverage in the Larkin situation, that told you how out of touch this cat was. Then you had the Friedman report saying he didn't want to pay DeBrincat market value. And all the while, nothing's done with Evanson, and you're risking an offer sheet. So, and by the way, he missed the buyout deadline, so you couldn't buy out Comfer and Rasmussen.
I mean, when you put it like that, Mike, and we saw the timeline, it really kept saying, all right, Steve's going to make this big move. Steve's going to do this. Okay, just wait. It's coming. It's coming. But we've been saying that for at least the last 3 summers. But this year, it was just weird because the Larkin thing got thrown on the table, and you thought, okay, this is going to make him make a move. And I guess the biggest move was him moving to the basement. That was it.
Now, the question of what happened, what caused this, what took place in the last couple of weeks, guys, that's what some of the insiders are going to have to uncover. I mean, is it as simple as, Steve, you have to trade Larkin for futures and come to reality? No and no. Okay, you're fired? I don't know. I don't think it's a ridiculous thing to speculate. No, I don't think he was shaving in the morning and looked in the mirror and went, I don't know who you are anymore, and he just quit. I mean, but do I think he had any ability to be a GM in today's NHL? No. He didn't like term. He didn't like what money players were getting. He doesn't like player empowerment. And honestly, for all the people who want to cape up for his drafting, what has it produced outside of the first round? He didn't find a Braden Point. He didn't find a Kucherov. He didn't have the success he had in Tampa. And even your first round picks outside of Mo Seider, I'm not putting Lucas Raymond in a Mo Seider category. I'm not putting Casper there. And the rest of whatever Grand Rapids is a collection of guys with 15-goal upside. So, yeah. Oh, but he drafted Kosa. Whoops, traded him.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say. Hey, guess what? Patrick Kane's down to his last 2 teams. You're not one of them. So Larkin wants to be traded. Kane's out the door, and allegedly he didn't want to pay DeBrincat market value. You had to fire this guy. Period. I'm thrilled. And I'm making a donation to David's church because of it. David, you're going to get a donation from the Yzerman Fund. But where are you guys with it? You know, for us, we were going to be tap dancing today.
Yeah.
I'm Sammy Davis doing the old soft shoe. This is dissolving and evolving in real time. This is tremendous.
Little hello, Detroit. Little hello, Detroit.
Hello, Detroit. And he mispronounces gross eel.
Yeah.
All right, carry on. David, text, and we'll get to the people.
I've been busy and just clicked on, and I can't tell if Mike hit the trifecta and the bingy thingy or at the racetrack or Yzerman got fired. Can't quite tell.
It's Yzerman.
Glad he is gone. The will he had as a player didn't translate to the front office. It's hard to run a team when the other GMs don't want to deal with you.
That's
Thanks,
right.
Tom.
That's right. And think about it. Teams have been reaching out, but Yzerman, even if he could have gotten a deal done, wasn't willing because he wanted things that weren't available. I would love to hear a report that this was simply a mutiny in the building. Like all the hockey people went, look, we're giving the guy the best advice possible, and he ain't listening to none of it.
Right.
But I don't know that to be the case. That's just my sappy love story.
Which is why I can't see them giving this to Draper. I don't think we need the Drapes plan.
Listen. Can't happen. Cue up Mike Singletary.
Cannot win with him.
Can't do it. You can't do an in-the-family hire and hire an Yzerman friend and lieutenant. You can't do it.
I am hoping.
That's my take on Chris Draper or anyone who's currently here. Because, again, you would always have to fear, even if Steve's in an office that's unlit with a space heater and an unplugged phone, if you hire one of his lieutenants, they're going to be, I think they will be more malleable to being influenced. I want someone who has no history here. None. Mm-hmm. New ideas, a new lens to look through, a new approach.
No.
The problem is you're going to be dead on arrival your first year. You have no ability with the draft, no ability really with free agency, and also the buyout deadline's gone. So your opportunity to shape this roster the way you want has to wait.
I know. And then I guess stepping back, new GM, does McCullough get a pass for this upcoming season?
McClellan?
Do you get a pass?
I've never really had a problem with him, to be candid. I don't. I think he's tried to hold his players accountable. I loved what he had to say about the fans. I would, but if I'm McClellan, let me offer you this. Do I want to be here? This new guy comes in and burns this down to the sticks. McClellan's got better things to do.
Okay, that's fair. I can see Todd just saying, yeah, you know what?
I didn't sign up for this.
Buy me out.
You hate to see it.
Give me the Ward plan. I'm out of here.
I'm going to leave that
No,
alone.
I mean the buyout.
Got it. We'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's up? So I'm actually glad he's gone. And, I know they're going to keep him as an advisor, to help with the next GM. I don't even want him doing that. I don't want his input on anyone who's going to help build this team better than the crap that he's done. And I was telling the screener, someone finally left the Coney Island, but he didn't leave willingly. So, there's only 3 people left at Coney Island now.
Well, there'll be someone new, and they'll have to keep the chili cheese fries warm. But, yeah, John, I love the fact that somebody in this town got held accountable. It's overdue.
Do you agree that he shouldn't have any input whatsoever in finding a replacement?
1,000%.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason. See, I'm different. John, I wouldn't have him in the building. There would be no kicking him upstairs. I would have thrown his ass on the street. It's strictly business.
Want him in the Yeah, I wouldn't trust him to build a Lego set. All right, you can't build a franchise.
You should have put him on the queue line, and it would have driven him the 10 feet down the block.
You know what? Hey, Steve, give us your recommendation. Thank you. Put it in a sealed envelope, and you just keep moving on.
Oh, wait. I have his recommendation right here.
But, John,
Get out.
remember, new guy always pays for the first meal at the Coney Island.
That's right. But no, John, I do. I think if you're a Red Wings fan, I mean, if you're somehow nostalgic about it or sad, that's on you. I'm happy. I want these GMs in this town held accountable. I want these GMs to have to pay a price. There's no world you can do a job as poor as he did it and keep that job. How it happened, why now? I'm willing to wait for those details, but I'm not doing what some other people at this station are. Well, I want to wait until I hear more. Man, there ain't nothing to hear. It's party poppers. David's drunk.
David is not drunk. The communion wine is safe.
It's a great day.
It's safe.
4 p.m., David's putting on a purple Bishop's outfit just to celebrate the occasion. The Iser sham is no more.
Bishop Don Juan.
I mean,
here.
wow. Doesn't he wear green?
I can't remember what color.
Yes, green with the cup.
But he's not a bishop. He's a pimp.
He's both.
He's both?
He's both. I think he's a pimp. I don't think he's
Wait,
an actual...
you can be a bishop and a pimp? There's no... How?
Not really, but he says he is. So,
but he's not.
Right. Unless maybe he was once in his past life.
Okay.
But,
I should leave all of this alone.
Yeah, well, I think we should, move on.
Yeah, just a smooth segue.
248.
Yeah, hey,
Was he a pimp?
Let's talk about air conditioning. Pontiff or Pimp 248. It's Mastercraft Heating, Cooling. I'd like to apologize to everybody at Mastercraft for that segue. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Hey, it's 110 degrees out. You may want to make sure your AC's firing on all cylinders. Call Mastercraft today and let them get to work. They offer great same-day service, flexible financing, $79 AC tune-up for every power failure or heat dome or whatever the hell we're going through here. You can visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're going right to the people. First time all day, I've had 2 open lines. So if you want them, you've been trying to get through, pick them up. They're right there on the floor for you. Yzerman, for all intents and purposes, has been fired. He will be the special assistant to the traveling GM in the same way that George Costanza had a job with the Yankees. You're on a search for a new hockey czar. Why did it happen now? I mean, you draw whatever conclusions you want. The Wings weren't forthcoming with why now. I'm sure it will be unearthed. Rico and I mean, we're a couple of doorknobs, but okay, look, we just surmise this Larkin thing had been handled so poorly and is dragging on to a point of no return. The organization did not want to be Thelma and Louise going over the cliff. And they're like, this is what you have to do. No and no. All right, you're fired. That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm looking at, was it the Ilitch family just saying, Steve, we have been standing still all off season long. Like the Costa trade, what are we doing here? We didn't do anything before the draft. Free agency,
buyouts,
Like, so your plan of action is what? You'll see. Steve, we've been waiting for some years, buddy.
So that's where we're at. Now, what do you want in a new GM? You tell me. I would like to think we could all hold hands on something. This can't be an internal hire. This cannot be someone Steve can get his tentacles into. Doesn't this have to be a broad-based national search, so to speak?
It has to be a broad-based national search. It can't be, Red Wings, keep it in the family type of thing. And you brought up something earlier in the show, and I'm starting to really think that you may be onto something.
What's this?
Because you're going to tear this thing down, you need an analytics guy. You may have to moneyball this thing for a little bit until you can get back to where you want to be. I'm not big into the analytics thing, but you may be forced into this because you're going to be given a lot of draft picks.
That's the only reason I said it. And when you look at it, Carolina's the most data-friendly organization in the league. They just won a Stanley Cup. You've seen more of a data-driven approach in places like Buffalo. I believe Ventura is one of the names that's out there. I don't know, man. I'm not claiming to have a list of 15 guys. I'm just offering. And look, I'm not mad if you call and go, listen, I don't care. Put Jim Nill in spandex and a cape and send him home at age 68. I'm not mad if you say it. The difference, this ain't a zero-tax state. So I don't think players are lining up to come here.
Right. And then, is he going to be around long enough to see all of this stuff? Yeah. Or is he just going to be there, you know what, I'm gone? Because
well, if you do that, then you're not tearing it down.
Right, because the way this is looking, you're going back to the years of the dead things where this is going to be bad for a little bit.
Well, oh, no, you're at that. But you're giving away cars at the Olympia right now. I mean, we're one step from setting up a stripper pole and having Jim Costa dance for dollars during the second period. The youth teams don't even want to come out.
Put them in the phone booth case with dollar bills coming down.
That's it. Costa's cash dump, second period against Vancouver. Let's go to Vince, 97.1.
Yeah, auction for an hour with Costa.
Vince, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, hey, Vince. What's on your mind, buddy?
Good. You just said something about the Carolina guy. I'm sticking right around Carolina. What about that Darren York, the assistant GM?
Sure. So listen. You're gonna hear the names of every assistant GM of every good team. I'm not going to bristle at anybody. I'll wait until they make a hire. Vince, my one line of delineation, it can't be anyone from in-house. It just can't.
Yeah, I agree.
Why do you think it happened now, Vince? The timing is strange. What in your mind caused it now?
It's a mixture of both the Larkin and the new whoever's going to have to step in for him is going to have to massively overpay for Simone Edmondson.
Well, but again, it's not going to be, on one hand, okay, there's only so many of these jobs. But on the other, no, Vince, you're right, is that you're entering, for all intensive purposes, a dead year. I have to take this job. I don't get the draft. I'm already leveraged where I can't get current assets for Larkin. It will be what I'll get to do next year. This is not an easy thing. So that's why, I was listening earlier and Gator was saying, well, they don't have to tear it down. And I'm like, then Scott, what's your pathway to being good?
Right.
The East got better.
Right.
You are getting worse. Kane gone, Larkin gone. How are we going to magically, deliciously become great again? Like, so I view it that you have to tear it down. And I think that conversation starts with Alex DeBrincat. Oh, but he's raising a young family. Alex, do you want to lose in Continuum, or would you like us to get you out of here? 248.
Yeah, I mean, you literally put a for sale sign on the front lawn of the LCA. Make us a deal. Let's talk. How much? What do you want? We're having a garage sale. Everything must go.
I want my LED roof. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, fine. Thanks for taking my call. We got to get rid of Draper. You just can't have your head scout drafting his son. It's unprofessional. Nobody wants to play with the boss's son. There's talk that they want to, and in 7 years, where's the center down in Grand Rapids to replace Larkin?
They don't have one.
Exactly. So what are they doing in Grand Rapids? They just recently picked up a 28-year-old career defenseman. So what are they doing to win in Grand Rapids? They're not running a farm club playing the 21-year-old defenseman or center to gain experience to come to the Red Wings. They're playing the 28 or 29-year-old guy because they want to win games and put fannies in the seats.
Well, I've heard that criticism where, you do have this idea that Grand Rapids is this treasure trove of high-end talent. It's really not. Mm-hmm. When you go through and you talk to people who follow it at a granular level, you talk to people who can produce scouting reports on players, like they have a lot of bottom six forwards, two-way types, 15-goal ceiling. They don't have a lot of supers. They don't have that whiz kid down there. They don't. Now, if you want to hope cast Carter Bear into that, well, that's your business. I'm not doing that. I mean, we know you have two really nice goaltending prospects, none of which will be in the league next year because we just don't do that.
Maybe now you would, because, I
don't know.
Tearing it down, man, Mike, at this point, you're just looking to see what you got. So I think everybody's going to get a chance.
We have nothing.
Or at least, when you get eliminated, because we were saying, like, when you're done, just bring Kos up for those last games. Let's see what he looks like. Nah, we're not going to do that either.
There's none. I mean, what we all said it. Go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you been?
Oh, man, Mike, I've been calling and listening to you for so long. I've been through so many different Wings off seasons. This has to be, I don't know if you agree, this has to be the most shocking. And it's not that we haven't seen great things, and it kind of sucks that we have to be so excited about something that is negative, but is also hopeful at the same time.
Yeah.
It's definitely long overdue. It's definitely, it's one of those things where when Yzerman was hired, everybody was so relieved because we got rid of Holland. That was over. Yzerman did all the stuff in Tampa. We thought we were getting the super aggressive Yzerman that we saw in Tampa, where even when Tampa was rebuilding and trying to get good, he was making shrewd, aggressive moves. Something happened when he got to Detroit. If it's something where he was too concerned about, like I don't want to say he felt the pressure because it's Steve Yzerman, and I really do feel like he really didn't feel the pressure because of the long runway. But something happened where he lost that aggressiveness, and he thought maybe he had way more time. So the reason why this gives me hope is a lot of things that you said, is that, everyone, including myself, was so frustrated with him and Illich and whatever, because it seemed like for a long time that he had a lifetime contract. And that worried me. It kind of gives you a little bit of hope in some areas, but it worries you overall because it feels like you could slow burn this forever. And the one thing that I don't know if I'm really disagreeing with you or anybody else, but I think the one thing that's super important for whatever new GM we get is that while this may need to be a step back year for 1 or 2 years or whatever, I'm not going to put a timeline on it. You have to be way more aggressive because Yzerman, a big, quality that he had was that he was very patient. He played the games of chicken, and he won a lot of those games in the past. But that wasn't a flat cap or a cap that was so little money that you were allowed to do that because the players didn't have as much power. Now they do, and you can't play those games of chicken. We just saw what happened,
with
in
Leo
Anaheim
Carlson.
And all that.
Look, and by the way, who runs Anaheim? Oh wait, Yzerman's understudy, Pat Verbeek.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just one of those things where it's like, the next GM we get, I don't disagree that we don't have a lot of high-end prospects. You have to have a better talent evaluator, be able to evaluate the assets, move them for players that will actually contribute and not just wait for all of them to lose their value and everything like that.
I think whatever you do is this. If you want to really distill this down, just my opinion, Andrew, I'm sure people will disagree. You have got to get someone in here along with whatever staff he could put together, and it's late stages. You need someone who understands true NHL level acquisition, pro personnel. Their pro scouting has been miserable. It's your free agency, your trades, misery. That to me is beginning, middle, and end.
Well, that's what I said. I think your idea of just getting an analytics type of guy so that you could pick and choose the best prospects and what would work best and who would work best together. This is the path that you're going to have to take in order to get back to being a team competing for a cup maybe in the next few years.
And I just want to add on to that. I think that just goes back to the stubbornness. I'm sure maybe it's brought up, but, they lost Mark Howell. They didn't replace the director of pro scouting. And that just kind of goes back to just, I'm smarter than you guys. Last thing I'll say, Mike, I haven't had a chance to call in during this whole Larkin saga and stuff, but I really feel strongly, and I'm not a Todd McCullough hater or anything like that, he has to go as well. He might start the season,
sure,
but GMs, as you know, they always want their guy. And from what I've heard, and this is unsubstantiated and all that stuff, the players do not like him. And I think a lot of that comes because it's great for us, it's great for media and stuff to kind of hear those quotes, after the stuff, because it's stuff we want to hear. We want our coach to be hard on the players, but it doesn't translate to anything, any results, and no one is actually getting better. All that's doing is you're losing the room. You're kind of in a way.
You can only bomb the team so many times before they tune you out. Yeah, I hear you. And look, whoever I hire as general manager should have the right to hire the coach he wants. So, no, good point by you, Andrew. I guess we'll fire McClellan too. To hell with it. Broom them all out. Why don't we just have another press release this afternoon?
No, but you know what? Todd may not want to stick around. Like you said, this is what this is what I got to. This is what I'm putting out on the ice.
And if you have an Yzerbot in your life, check on them today. Make sure they're okay.
Wellness check.
Are they wearing their Yzer jams today?
Have we talked to Cookies?
Oh, he's fine. Steve,
Okay.
the Cookie's in an Yzerbot. He'd had enough. Plus, Jim is paying customer Costa.
1 foot in, 1 foot out, I think.
Well, then call him. I talked to him earlier.
That's what I said. Have we checked on
He
him?
was in good spirits.
Okay.
This broke when he was on the air.
It did.
It was like 9:05. No, he's fine. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico to tell you about his basement.
No, I'm not.
Damn it.
Mike, that'll be at 4. But right now, usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine somebody saying you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, right? But with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut that mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year with no commitment. That's a lot of streaming and sharing and scrolling or whatever else you do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wow, right? Now, all you got to do is think about how you'll spend all of that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit a local Xfinity store today to switch. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates apply. Big news of the day, Steve Yzerman basically fired, reassigned, new job, Yzer plan over. Broke this morning. Shocking, but not really shocking, because when you really think about it, could you really allow the man to do the rebuild of the rebuild after 7 seasons? The answer was no. Will we ever find out why? Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think we'll ever know what happened today and why was today so much different than any other day. But unfortunately, the Wings are so far behind because they missed out on the draft. They missed out on doing so many different things. And you do wonder, was it all because of Dylan Larkin and you know, the trade and the lack of teams that he gave Yzerman to move him to? 248-539-9797. But we're here for you because it's a brand new day for Wings fans.
Hallelujah. No, we're here for me.
We're here for
David. This is
David.
exciting.
We're here for David. We're here for Michael. We're here for everybody, Detroit. There will be a new member.
Hallelujah.
New member at the Coney Island.
This child is a blessing to the both of us.
All right.
David, a few texts.
Let's go. Zach in Phoenix texts in and says, if Yzerman stepping down convinces Larkin he should stay in Detroit, then rehire Yzerman. I want Larkin gone too. From Tom texting in says, I'm not happy, but I'm relieved, especially after nothing happening since the end of the regular season. I pray to Gordie Howe they bring in an outside guy. Scott White would be a nice get.
No, I think it's important too, as you look at this offseason and you go, oh my God, now we're screwed for 2027.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't think it's a rebuild, I'm willing to listen, but I need you to help me understand the pathway there. I really do. And by the way, the final report, Patrick Kane's down to 2 teams. You're not one of them. And while I don't think Patrick Kane is some version of Superman, you're not better losing him for nothing. Just like you're not better losing Larkin for futures. And then you get to the DeBrincat thing, which is going to be the next crisis for this franchise. You're either going to have to pay him $13 million a year, or you got to trade him, and you're invariably not better.
Which just leads me to, you know what, let's just be not better. Let's just start all over again. Get somebody who can really analyze and do the data and get the best players up here from the minors, and let's just hit the reset.
Look, whatever you've been doing hasn't been working, so let's try it a different way.
Yeah.
That's my only out. David, go ahead.
Yzerman finally did what's best for the organization.
No, he didn't. He got fired. No, take him off that cross. Give me a stepladder. Let me pick him up off that cross. Don't you martyr him. He got fired. Do what's best for the organization. What is he, Mother Teresa? Did he feed some lepers this weekend? He got fired. Which means he wasn't willing to do what was right for the organization. Why else would he be fired 3 weeks into free agency post-NHL draft?
Because to that person, Mike, he walked in the room and said, I'm going to do the honorable thing.
What is this, Game of Thrones?
Yes, I have let this team down.
Okay. You live in that world.
You know what, Chris? For Rudy.
I'm going to Larry, 97.1. Larry, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I got to give you guys credit. You've been hammering away for some years now about Yzerman and what he's been doing. You've given every single scenario that's possible. And I got to believe, as big as your station is, those guys listen. There are fans that listen. People listen. Yourself, David, Kenny, God rest his soul. You guys were pounding and showing them that they had no way out, that they had created just an absolute landlocked situation. They couldn't make it, and you did that every day. So I do believe those. That's really what I would call it. So you guys have been doing a good job. Continue to do what you're doing. And who knows? You don't know how much power you have. I think you have quite a bit.
No, look,
Larry, I appreciate that.
Larry, it's kind words, but let's be very clear. No one gets lost in the sauce. I mean, do we help shape fan opinion? Do we carry a voice? Sure. But these are These are multi-million dollar decisions. I surely hope our radio station does not play a role in that, Larry.
Larry, put it this way.
All right.
Mike's going to be running for MSU Board of Trustees.
Oh, boy.
In the fall.
I'll be voting.
Oh, baby.
Write him in. Write him in.
I think I'd quit. I'd be gone faster than Guskowitz.
Then you'll be back.
You got to be kidding me. I'd be 10 minutes into a board meeting. I can't work with these people. I'm leaving. Could you imagine?
Mike, I gave you a paintball. Just go ahead.
Super. Up next, Rico's got me running against Shri Tanadar. It's going to be exciting.
You'll be better.
Nobody can beat Shri.
Dude, these political ads, oh my, hold on.
John James.
That's David's guy. Nobody hates John James more than David. That latest commercial, I almost crashed. I was on the road, and it was almost like I was voicing the ad. They're like, he's a loser. I'm like, oh, my God, you can't say that.
John James. When they asked him the question, he brought up the race car.
I couldn't believe it. You could be like, he's not right for the state. Dude, the ad straight up was like, he's an effing loser. I'm like, whoa, you can't say that. I got to start doing voiceovers for political ads. That's great work if we could just start calling people straight up losers.
Right. That was just it. Then followed by the banjo. Barry Johnson.
Oh, my God. Not that guy. He's a liberal loser. I'm like, whoa. It was one of those moments I was laughing alone in my vehicle. Like if someone pulled up next to me, they'd be like, that guy's unwell. I couldn't believe it.
Right. It's like that commercial we run with the guy was like, I finished 95th behind a guy wearing jeans. They gave me a medal too.
Dale's a loser. Right. It's that. Yeah, I think Bet365 can get away with that. I was blown away in a political ad.
Come on, man. Really?
Yeah, because this guy doesn't like puppies and he's bad for the state. That's one thing. I've never heard someone straight up called a loser.
Why not?
I'm just saying, it was unbelievable.
It reminds me when we did those political ads.
We should break those back out. It is midterms year. I'm Big G, and I stand by this message. What a world, man.
I was so happy he did that. I'm not going to say anything bad about my son. Okay, will you say this? Okay, I'll say that.
Rico Beard's a scumbag. David, are those still in the system?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'll pull them out today.
No. Just in good time. We have time. Today's not the day for that. But I'm glad you mentioned that. We'll put those in the rotator.
All right.
Oh, man.
Mike and Shri this fall.
It was just the only name I could think of. Hasn't that guy run like 700 times?
Yes.
750.
Has he ever won? Or is he like the Washington Generals?
Oh,
No,
yeah.
he
He's in
wins.
right now. He's
He's in now.
Yeah,
okay.
He wins because I think people are like, I'm going to vote for Shri. Wait, he won?
Whatever. All right, we'll get more to people coming up next. Sorry about that. That ad was too funny not to mention that.
It is funny.
God willing, it plays during our show. I'll fall out of my chair laughing. 97. He's a loser. 97. What? All right, I know we got a little off track there. Sorry. We'll get right to the phones. I just want to catch up on some texts with David. Steve Yzerman, he got fired. You can call it whatever you want, but they're kicking him upstairs to some dark office. What do you want to do? I mean, what do you believe the future for the Red Wings is? Do you want this to be an outside hire? But look, the most fascinating part of it to me is why now? I mean, the draft is over. The buyout period is over. Free agency is about 75% over. Why now? And we've had some conversations, and I think Rico and I, look, it doesn't take Inspector Clouseau to kind of be like, look, the way he's misplayed his hand with Larkin, maybe it actually did go to the top. Maybe it was. You trade him for futures, or you get this done, or you're not going to have a job. I don't know. But no, look, I'm happy to hear whatever speculation you got because we're all waiting. It is bizarro land for it to happen today. I love it, but it's bizarre. Yeah. David, go ahead.
Someone texted in and says, you got to sell anything not named Raymond or Sider, and I agree. We need someone who knows how to scout players. Time to get off this 7-year-long carousel.
Yeah, or at least, look, you got to stop with what we call the Yzerman free agency plan. Basically, you could create a player, 33 years old on a 1-year deal for about $5 million. That's the Yzerman list. Those guys aren't getting you where you need to go.
You guys have me laughing alone in my car. Someone was drive by and think I'm crazy. Thank you.
I'm glad we can entertain.
I'm sorry. And listen, politics ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't know the platform of either of these cats. I'm just telling you, I've never heard somebody straight up call somebody a lying loser.
Bruh,
that was unreal.
This is just the primaries?
Correct.
Wait till the real election in November. He's a scumbag.
Oh, dude, I've never heard something like that. That was crazy.
They were in first place the beginning half of the season, and guess who bleeped the bed the second half of the season? Your boy Larkin. Get rid of him, too.
My boy, I want Larkin gone. I think you're misplacing your anger.
He might be reaching out to some callers. It might be what
or
he's
it could be
responding
because
to.
I said that Larkin may end up being the person that years from now will say, you know what? If it wasn't for what he did,
all right, you're turning Larkin into Rosa Parks here. Take it easy.
It ain't Rosa Parks, but Mike
Claudette Colvin.
Claudette Colvin, yes.
The fact that for 7, you're basically been on a hamster wheel, and maybe he was the one that said, enough. I'm not doing this anymore. And it forced the team into doing something different.
You know who stopped segregation? Dylan Larkin.
He did.
He was a brave man.
He did.
He's the Malcolm X of the Red Wings.
No, but to Rico's point,
you know what? Guess we can.
Okay. It's like to see that movie. Is there anything I can do for the cause? No.
Nothing.
Let's go to Paul. 97.1. Paul, how are you?
You know, I'll tell you what. You guys get paid to have such a great time. It should be illegal. It's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, at least we produce results, unlike Yzerman.
No, that much is true, and especially some of our Republican nominees for governor.
Dude, I'm sorry I even brought the commercial up. I was just in shock at what I heard. That's all.
Well, Rico's right. It's going to get even worse. But, Rico, I need to assure you, Costa's fine. This morning, they went from Farm Report to a 50,000-watt blowtorch in about 20 seconds. I'm surprised they didn't go out and buy a Mustang convertible, have Heather wear a sash, miss breaking news, waving to the crowd, and having a great time driving down Woodward. It was unbelievable.
All right.
Okay. Well, thanks for the update.
Well, hey, fellas, I want to toss a name into the early GM thing, like a lot of guys, and some of the suggestions are great, but what I think went wrong with Yzerman is that, first of all, he's not stupid, but he's a very, very stubborn man. And you can look at guys like Billy Guerin, Jim Nill, Rob Brindamore, Craig Patrick, a lot of these other guys, Lindy Ruff, for crying out loud, they've adapted. And Gary Bettman has exactly what he set out to do, a very competitive NHL with a legitimate TV contract. You know, say what you will about the NHL being off the radar, the fourth best, whatever. He's done a pretty good job in that respect. The problem with Yzerman is, I think, threefold. Stubbornness, falling in love with his prospects, and absolutely thinking that the winged wheel on the crest of your jersey still means something. Guys, with the modern player, it doesn't. It doesn't hold the cachet that it used to. For me, it does.
Sure.
The Red Wings are a long time winning franchise, but it's changing. The landscape is changing. Look at the Las Vegas Golden Knights. 3 Stanley Cup appearances, 1 Stanley Cup. Look at Carolina. Look at Florida, back-to-back Stanley Cups. Look at Buffalo, back in the mix. Montreal, a few short years later. Granted, original 6, but it is.
No, but your point is taken.
Leave Toronto.
No, your point is taken. There were teams that in the same time frame of your Yzer plan were good, got bad, and got good again. I mean,
Right,
this
but-
had to happen. It's just fascinating that it happened on July 15th with nary a rumor, that it was just
Exactly.
a bombshell.
Exactly. And I think that you're right in the respect that it's like, Steve, what are we doing? And Marion is still around, and Mom had to be respected. But the thing is this, my name for the future, and you guys can Google him. I did the same thing. He is an evil genius, assistant GM for the Vegas Knights, Vaughn Carpin. That guy was instrumental in
Good
getting
with it.
Tortorella.
I don't care. No,
I'm telling you.
Paulie, listen, I'm not going to laugh at anybody's suggestion.
No.
If they're not
No.
Yzerman's buddy and they haven't been a Red Wing, they're on my list. I think it is time for one of those. We got to go outside the family. This didn't work. I'm fine with I don't care. I've seen lists 10 names deep. I'm thrilled. You may as well take your time. You're effed. This offseason is effed.
Yeah.
So take your time, get it right. I think the first thing you got to do is just tell Dylan, listen, you're priority one the minute we get a new GM in here. We're not asking you to come back. We're not trying to do some mea culpa thing, but you got to get this right.
Right. We're going to trade you, and we're going to try to get the best we can for you. You won't be here, but yeah, and then next year, let's find out what we got. Let's just bring up the young guys.
The other thing I want to see is how many guys retain their job within the organization under a new GM, or can you not build that staff until next year?
You can't.
Oh, come on. Really? Oh, jeez.
I mean, you know what?
Oh, you got the commercial song in my head now. Thanks a lot. Oh, my God. I couldn't believe it. You can't say that.
He just did.
No, I know, but you can't call somebody a loser. You could say they're a bad fit, or you could say that they do a terrible job.
Well, I mean, I guess you could judge because he said lying liberal loser, so he didn't really call him
Wait a minute,
loser.
Isn't the guy he's calling a liberal loser? Isn't he?
You're exactly
He's
right.
a Republican, right?
Yes, he is.
He is.
Not
even going down that road.
How does that work again?
You know how that works.
No, I really don't. You explain it to me like I'm a 2-year-old. Rico just told me it's time. I ain't gonna say the other thing. Tell him about your basement.
97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings announced that Steve Yzerman is transitioning away from the general manager role to an advisor role. Owner Chris Ilitch said, quote, "Clearly, we're not where we and our fans expect to be as an organization. I'm looking forward to bringing in new leadership to build the championship caliber organization Hockeytown deserves," end quote. Max Boltman spoke with Carson Anderson about possible replacements. He noted they may look at former Red Wing exec Jim Nill, who's currently leading the Stars, or maybe Grand Rapids Griffins GM Sean Horkoff after their success, or this. Former Wing Anthony Mantha has signed a 2-year, $9.5 million deal with the Devils. England and Argentina are tied 0-0 at half. The Houston Astros finalizing a trade to send pitcher Lance McCullers to the Brewers. The 32-year-old has struggled this season with a .651 ERA in 55 innings. The Astros get Jaden Fielder back in the deal, Prince Fielder's son. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to get back to the people momentarily. Yzerman is obviously the big news of the day. I've got one note on Scooble. Buster Olney had some comments. I just think it's worth playing the audio, which is 15 seconds and won't be nearly as offensive as some political ads. What, David? What? Oh, you know what? No, stop. And stop that right now. I'm telling you, stop that, because you're gonna get people in a tizzy. Don't do that. Touch the table on some football, please. All right. Sorry. We'll get to the Scooble stuff.
That's okay.
Carry on. What do you want to know?
That's okay, buddy. You know what? This is the season of list. So CBS Sports has come up with a list of the top. They rank all the triplets, basically the quarterback, the running back, and wide receiver or tight end from every NFL team. Not going to start off with 32 because Lord knows we don't need to talk about the Cleveland Browns.
Is that the worst triplet?
That is the worst triplet.
Oh, geez. Quinshawn Junkins on one leg, Deshaun Watson with one arm.
It's Shedeur Sanders, Quinshawn, and Fannin Jr. as your
Bowling
wide
Green's
receiver.
finest.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
So we're going to start with the top 13. And that is the Chicago Bears come in at 13, Michael.
Burden, Loveland,
Swift, and Caleb Williams.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Loveland blossomed into a star. Burden's doing the same thing. I know you're not allowed to say the Bears are doing a nice job, but they are. I'm very eager to see what year 2 of Ben Johnson looks like offensively. We know regression will happen on that turnover margin, but offensively, the Bears could be downright terrifying.
They could.
Yeah, and that's why I think it makes sense to have them at 13 there, because they have room to move up. If they then falter this year, then you just back them out that list, keep further.
At number 12, let's stay in the division. The Green Bay Packers with Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, and Christian Watson.
It's overrated. I mean, Jacobs is fighting legal problems. Watson gets hurt every 3 games. Plus, his legs are 2 different lengths or whatever it is. Go read the articles on that. Love's got a lot to prove. I would not have them in this range.
So
I think
too high for them.
It is. It's death by 1,000 paper cuts with them. They always have 4 or 5 receivers, but I don't put Watson there despite how they paid him. And Jacobs, to me, no. I would say too high.
Well, Watson plays, half a year? So
Ops.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him here.
All right, at number 11, Michael, your Super Bowl champions for this upcoming season.
The Bolts?
The Los Angeles Chargers.
I love them.
Herbert, Omarion Hampton, Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, and I think Hampton will be the biggest bounce back because he got hurt. The O-line crumbled. No Joe Alt, no Pipkins, no Rashawn Slater. Yeah, I'm expecting a huge year. I'm good with it. And I just think without an offensive line, everything falls apart. So, yeah, I buy.
Yeah, I have to wait and see on this one. I think it's too high currently.
Okay, Jansen.
Because I have to see what Omarion Hampton looks like.
You believe this guy? He just did a let it play out during a blitz. You can't do that.
I said back him up is what I would do currently.
He needs to see it, Mike. You got to prove it.
Okay.
At number 10, the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts, Saquon, and Devonta Smith, they finished as high as 7, as low as 11.
I'd lower it. I think Barkley's cooked. I think Hurts completely fell off a table. I'm fine with Devontae Smith, but I'm not nearly as optimistic about that trio.
I like this trio, actually, and I think it's going to be even better without the distraction of A.J. Brown in that locker room.
See, David,
so I like this placement.
That right there is what I've always wondered. Did Jalen Hurts just get so fed up? He was like, I'm not even going to pay attention to this clown. Until he's gone, then I'll start playing like myself again. At number 9, New England Patriots, Drake May, Ramondre Stevenson, and A.J. Brown. They finished as high as 7, as low as 10.
God, that feels overrated to me. Stevenson's fine enough, but I don't put him in the upper echelon of backs. I don't love A.J. Brown off what I watched. I absolutely love Drake May, but that feels almost solely dependent on Drake May right there.
It is solely on Drake May, and I'm not completely sold on him. Had a very easy schedule last year, and so I want to see when tougher competition comes his way this year. But Ramondre Stevenson, they should be further back because of him alone. He's not good enough to put them at 9.
So out of the top 10?
Oh, yeah.
So we move the Chargers into the top 10.
I guess we have to.
Or you can go Green Bay. All right, at 8, San Francisco, Purdy, CMC, and Mike Evans. They finished as high as 5, as low as 12.
A lot of variance there. You know, if Evans stays healthy, he becomes that 1A receiver they haven't had. You know, Kittle being hurt, what's the impact there? It's going to take away a lot in the running game, too. People don't respect Kittle the way they should.
No, they
He's
don't.
an elite blocker. But CMC, Purdy together, I like that more than the last couple you've offered.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike Evans is the weakest link of the triplets here. But yeah, I like it. 8, that's fine. Enough.
At 7, Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, James Cook, DJ Moore. Highest 3, lowest 9.
I don't love DJ Moore. Cook and Allen, it's lights out. I'm not in the DJ Moore business. He's not for me. So I understand it.
He's an acquired taste.
But see, I'll give you an example. Like, none of these triplets match up to, like, when I think triplets, I think the Lions. I've thought of the Bengals in the past. I think of the Rams. I think there are teams that it just makes a lot more sense to me. Mm-hmm. Some of these feel like, well, we like these 2. Throw the third guy in there.
Right. Yeah, 2 are carrying the team, and the third guy is just kind of there. Because you had to have 3.
Yeah, because of reputation with Evans, I would then flop and flip the Bills and the San Francisco 49ers because the reputation of DJ Moore is not a great one.
So you put, the Niners at 7.
I would flip that, yeah.
Wow, David, you really are happy that Eisman is gone. At number 6, the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, Kenneth Walker III, and Rashee Rice. They finished as high as 2, as low as 8.
I'm sorry. I know I want to apologize to listeners if they feel like I'm being overly negative here, but like, I hated K9 going to Kansas City. I don't feel like it ever really works when backs leave in free agency. It's 1 of every 20. Rashee Rice is fine, but I don't consider him a top 10, top 12 receiver.
I think this is one where the quarterback kind of carries everybody.
He's not as good as he used to be.
Well, and so you notice that Kelsey wasn't one of the 3.
That's true. I think it's laughable that they were as high as 2 from the voters. No way.
At number 5, the Dallas Cowboys, Dak Prescott, Devontae Williams, and CeeDee Lamb. They were as high as 3, as low as 8.
I'm good with it. At least all 3 players have the ability on any given week to be the best guy, of the week. Like Javonte Williams had a resurgence and he was healthy. CeeDee's a top 5 receiver.
Yeah.
And as much as I think Dak is overrated in the latest ESPN front office poll, I still think Dak is somewhere in that 8 to 12 range of a quarterback. Like, that trio makes sense to me.
Yeah, they'll get their stats. They'll look really good. The question always with Dak is the big games, playoffs. But everything else, yeah, there's still a top trio.
Yeah, playoffs especially.
Yes.
Dak does Dak things in the playoffs. At number 4, the Baltimore Ravens, Lamar, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers. They finished as high as 2, as low as 7.
As long as it's a regular season.
No, I'm sorry, high as 2, as low as 10.
As long as it's a regular season, sure. Now, Derrick Henry's got to figure out this fumble issue. Zay Flowers is a stud as long as Lamar can get him the ball. I'm okay with this. Like, that's a trio. It is regular season.
All three pieces deserve to be there. When you put them together, they're a really good trio. Lamar Jackson, again, it's all about the playoffs. Regular season, he'll get his numbers.
But I agree with it's Derrick Henry. Like, the Lions broke him. He's never recovered after that game on Monday night. Speaking of which, Detroit comes in at number 3. Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I can make a case
as
it's
high
number
as
1.
2,
Yeah.
as low as 7.
No, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, I don't want people getting upset, but Goff is better insulated than basically any other QB in football. I'd make a case the Lions have the number 1 trio. Gibbs could be the number 1 back in football, and you could make a case about Amon-Ra if he had a high target, 150 plus target season. He could be a number 1 receiver in football. They're studs, superstars. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, based on the teams that I'm imagining are 1 and 2, I would, say 1 because there's injuries involved with the other 2 teams with their triplets. The Rams, I'm guessing, are up there.
The Rams are 2. Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, Puka Nacua. They finished as high as 1, as low as 3.
So Puka Nacua is dealing with the injuries a ton. So I will put the Lions over them because they don't deal with that.
And remember, the Lions finished as low as 7, so I think that's what hurt them and put them at 3. Because the other 2 teams at number 1 is Kansas, Cincinnati Bengals, Burrow, Chase Brown, and Jamar Chase. They finished as high as 1, as low as 4.
Yeah, it's hard to argue. And again, we're not factoring in the O-line or anything like that, but Chase Brown is a guy you and I loved at Illinois. Mm-hmm. Another guy, hard to tackle, versatile. He's a weapon in the passing game. Jamar Chase is just a one of one. He's built in a lab. Yeah, I have no problem with it. I couldn't. By the way, did you hear Jansen yesterday? He took Goff over Burrow. I told you, we got to start having pee-pee cups outside the studio.
Wait, really? You know what?
Let's start drug testing.
No,
guys.
but see, I think that's just because Goff is a Detroit Lion, and
well, see, I wouldn't do it in the triplets situation. I would definitely do the Lions over them because Goff is reliable. He's always there. Burrow gets hurt, so triplet wise, I would take the Lions, but I wouldn't take Goff over Burrow if it's individual.
Do you think that's why he took Goff over Burrow, because Burrow's hurt and Goff isn't?
I don't think that ain't no reason that I heard from him.
Goff hasn't missed a game in
but that's
forever.
Not the point of the. Right.
No,
it isn't the point of that list. You're exactly right.
I'm just asking, because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm just trying to think like Jansen. I'm sorry. I set myself
I'll say
up.
nothing.
I
say
set
nothing.
myself up for that, David. You know what? Nothing. That's on that one. That was on me. Go ahead, Mike.
Nope.
I put it up on a platter for you.
I'm all set.
That's your NFL triplets 97-1. All right, good news. I get to watch all of these triplets in the basement built for me by Matrix Basements. And good news for you, it's not too late if you're trying to watch football, whether it's college or NFL, in your basement, designed and built by Matrix Basements. But you got to get started right now because it's going to take some weeks for them to get it going, especially if you have a totally unfinished basement that you've been procrastinating getting fixed. It's going to take a little bit of time, but if you start now and you go to matrixbasements.com, let that design staff come up with a plan for you. You'll be ready for football season in the man cave of your dreams. As I stated, go to matrixbasements.com. In the paralysis, as a matter of fact, you go to the Matrix Basements YouTube page, you can see a lot of the finished basements that they have done. And trust me, you're going to get a ton of great ideas. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
Yeah, I know it's a blockbuster news day. I will just tell you, England just scored one of the most beautiful goals you're ever going to see. It was like 3 total touches from the goaltender to a long ball to a cross to a goal. It was just bang.
Wow. Okay.
It was phenomenal. And all it took was Rico saying, I don't think I've seen a shot on goal yet. England's up 1-0. If you're just tuning in, Steve Yzerman was fired. I love it. I don't like it. I love it. He didn't deserve his job. He was terrible. But the question is, okay, after the initial shock of it, after, the initial, moment of, oh my God, it actually happened. Well, then the question is, okay, why did it happen now? I mean, July 15th is a borderline obscene time to fire your general manager, barring scandal. And I'm not insinuating that. I'm saying that if something happens this late, usually there's a reason.
Right.
We don't have a reason. Now, again, I think the Larkin thing has been a disaster. I think he grossly overplayed his hand. Could that be the reason? Did that finally reach the mountaintop with Chris Ilitch? Was there some form of consensus in the hockey department except for him? I don't know. I guess we'll wait for Elliot Friedman. But with him gone, my question is, what do you want now? Rico and I think we're aligned, is just whoever you hire cannot be a Red Wing. It can't be a Draper. It can't be a Horkoff. It can't be people who are here because they've been partisan to this disaster. Fairly or unfairly, that's how I view it.
No, it's somebody, you brought it up earlier in the show, you got to be analytics driven. You have to be able to sift through and find the best pieces to jumpstart this team as quickly as possible.
And to do it in maybe a non-traditional way. Just understand, I'm only saying that because there's a revolution right now in hockey. Look, baseball went through this long ago. Basketball was the next one. Football. Right. The NHL right now, it is a data-driven league. You're seeing the most data-friendly team in the league. Carolina just won the thing. I was offering an idea because here's your problem. You can't get free agents to play here.
Correct.
You haven't won the lottery. I don't think you have some unbelievable cachet of prospects. I'm trying to figure out a way, Rico, to offer people something. It's the best idea I got.
No, but see, I don't even think that person will be the long-term solution. I think it's more so to get you back to being respectable. And then at that point, you maybe go out and find another GM who could then attract top players to come here. But for right now, this thing is about to get really, really, really bad. You got to get out of that quagmire, and then maybe you can start talking Stanley Cups in a few years if you do this the right way, because you're going to get a ton of picks, because I think Larkin still will be moved. And I think you're going to see a lot of other players get traded out of here because they're not going to want to be here for this next rebuild.
And that's the problem. I mean, right now on July 15th, you've missed 3/4 of free agency, you missed the draft, and you missed the buyout period. So I'm going to be fascinated to see what they can pull off. But I want to hear from you guys. I mean, the day has come. How did it happen? I still don't know. I think the statement by the Wings is cryptic at best. You don't just wake up on July 15th and fire your GM. Something materially happened. I can only draw a conclusion of the reporting on the Larkin thing this week, Larkin adding one more team, a triple down by Yzerman about what he wanted to get back, and then you had the strange reporting about a 3-team deal with Jason Robertson, and the idea that the Wings themselves wouldn't want Robertson, according to reporting. I don't know. We're all grasping at straws a little bit here. Mm-hmm. But at some point, maybe the big man upstairs went, all right, look, if you're not going to live in 2026, you're going to take this thing off a cliff. And Yzerman is uncompromising as it gets. What does he care? That's why I never feel bad for these people. People act like Steve is going to be working at Radio Shack. The guy has more money than God. Oh my God, he lost his hobby. It's not even a job, it's a hobby at this point. Great. So what? He can only have 2 private islands instead of 3.
You feel bad because for some people, you didn't want to see him fail, but I think he did. I think management said, Steve, what are we doing here? Like, what do you plan for this upcoming season?
There is no plan.
And I think that's what it was. He gave him a lot of word soup. And okay, Steve, we're not going to give you 2 more years of this. So
no,
let's just part ways. Now it's horrible timing because you're writing off next season.
And the other thing is when you look at the three big pieces of this offseason, if you want to include Kane, it's 4. All right. Larkin is demanded out. Elliot Friedman says Yzerman does not want to pay DeBrincat market value. He hasn't gotten a deal done with Evanson, and at any point you could have an offer sheet there. And then, okay, Kane's down to 2 teams, and you're not one of them. I mean, that's just about as bad as it gets. And it is July 15th, and none of these things look like there's closure on the horizon. So I'm thrilled. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I've wanted the guy gone for 2 years. But where do they go from here? Burn this mother down. I would trade everybody. Mm-hmm. This isn't winning a Stanley Cup. If DeBrincat wants to raise his family here, tell him great. You come back in the summer to your lake house. We're trading you. Mm-hmm. I mean, what's the sense of paying DeBrincat $13 million a year? What's that going to do for you? You know, obviously, you keep Mo Seider unless Mo decides he's tired of losing. I don't know what to say, but this is about you guys. Your shock level, why did this happen, and kind of where do they go? 248-539-9797. Did we hit everything there?
I think we did.
Connor, 97.1. Connor, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'd like to welcome you guys to year 1 of the advisor plan.
Advisor. It beats the Iser sham.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't know if you were told ever what, you know, the Steve Bots would say on Twitter. Lord knows they wouldn't call into this show. But I got 2 here that I want to highlight to you. Costa was going to war this morning about where all the Iser bots were today. Some guy said, "You're a moron, Jim. There's nothing to celebrate here. Reality is, without lottery luck being an undesirable situation, no GM was going to succeed here." And like hearing people say stuff like that,
wow.
Like I thought the bots had nothing to fight for. And here's one more that was really funny. The new GM will have the easiest job in the NHL. He has unlimited cap space, assets everywhere, endless flexibility, all thanks to one man who was given the task to rebuild this organization. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, and I look, while I can understand, like, I don't have a problem if people want to bring up, damn, you know, not winning the lottery makes it harder, and they want to cite teams that have had that lottery luck. But if it only comes down to winning the lottery as the only qualifier to being able to rebuild, then I guess none of these guys are any good at their job, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's such a weak defense point. Okay, so it was made a little bit more difficult. Fine enough. Connor, think about this. We're not firing him because we didn't win a Stanley Cup. We're firing him because we didn't make the effing playoffs in 7 years. Like that argument.
7 years of not getting out of second gear or even first gear, you know, spinning your wheels.
Like, here's my question. And Connor, I'm being very sincere when I ask you this, okay? Explain to me how he allowed, because it's like the most underreported story of the summer, because the Larkin thing was in the forefront. How did Yzerman let the buyout period go by without buying out Comfer and Rasmussen? Was he asleep at the wheel or outright delusional?
We joke that GMs come and go, but Rasmussen the Moose is eternal. Yeah, I don't understand that one. You know, we got depth piece. They're great. The thing about those two is they're great third and fourth line people, but the problem is we got third and fourth line 20-year-olds in Grand Rapids that should be playing here.
That's right. Yeah. You nailed it. I mean, Connor, when you factor in this offseason, I'm not trying to be salacious. I'm not. I may tap dance on Yzerman's professional grave. That's one thing. I'm not trying to act like there's something salacious, but there's something more here that just hasn't been reported yet. Again, not salacious, right. Not like a Netflix crime drama. I'm saying when you look at this offseason and it's you didn't buy anybody out, you didn't do anything for the draft, you traded Kosa for a pick and not a player, and then the unreasonable Larkin thing, and then the DeBrincat thing that leaked out, and then Kane not coming back. It was like, Steve, are you present? Are you here?
Bro, everything about this summer and this off season is even the firing today. Like, wait, so you picked today to do this, not a few weeks ago, not right after the
Something
season.
materially happened.
Right. Somebody got fed up, flipped the table, and said, enough. We're done here. We're going to move on.
Were they at the world headquarters where said table was flipped?
I don't know. I don't know if the Coney table got flipped or a pizza table.
Well, don't they bolt those down?
It depends on where Coney Island
Fair.
goes.
Okay. I was going to say, like, if Thanos sits down at the Coney, I don't think it's, or Bane.
None of these guys are Thanos or Bane.
Well, what if it was like The Boys and they were just a normal person with superpowers?
Right. I'm looking at the GMs and presidents that we have and the lack of moves. They're not.
Well, first of all, it's hard to lift a table when you're face down asleep.
Exactly.
That would be Trajan. Trajan, how's your food? You hear?
Is this filming?
Honest to God. All right. Silverado, $159 a month. You heard that right. Only at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Chevy lessees can lease a 26 Silverado starting at $159 a month, 24 months. $19.99 total out of pocket. New Silverado for $159 a month. No employee discount required. And the offer is good through the 17th. So whether you're tackling summer projects or towing the boat or whatever it may be, Silverado has you covered. Shop online anytime at MoranExpress.com or just go by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. That was my response when I got the news today about Yzerman. I was dissolving and evolving all at once. All right. I want to play just a piece of audio before we get back into the Yzerman deal. So Buster Olney spoke. You can do what you want. If you think he's a Rubik's Cube, cool. If you respect his opinion, also cool. But everyone right now, it's basically a Scooble car wash. That's what's going on in the afterglow of the All-Star game. So I want you to listen to what Buster Olney had to say, and I want you to really focus in on kind of some of what he adds to the baseline opinion. Because it's something we've been saying for a while, but I think it's different if a Buster Olney says it. Just take a listen. We'll talk about it for a few minutes. What do you make of that? Now, we've been saying, I'm trading this cat. This guy says, keep him and add. Now, we've said, if you're keeping him, you have to add.
Correct.
But my problem is, he made the cardinal mistake. 3.5 at a wild card. There's 7 teams.
It's no. It sounds good when you say it until you actually look at it on paper and you're like, okay, but 3, and you start moving your finger down the list and wait, where? Oh, wow, they're second to last at the bottom of that list.
It's just I don't value that as much as, do I have a chance to win my division? And look, they're going to play a bunch of garbage out at a break. But it was just interesting to hear someone, because the general consensus across media nationally is the Tigers have to trade him. It was interesting to hear someone say, not only should they keep him, they should add. Yeah. I just thought it was worth playing because there are plenty of people who do want to keep him. It's your prerogative. I don't care. Do whatever you want.
I mean, just know you're going to keep him, but you'll get a compensatory pick for him when he walks away, because I don't see a long-term deal, because if it was, I think it would have happened already.
David, do you have another piece of audio on there? I just want to make sure, and Paul, I appreciate it. I didn't mean to snipe you during the middle of a show there, but I thought it was interesting.
The only other one that was interesting was he went through teams that could go after Scooble.
I mean, I know the Cubs are one.
Yes.
I don't think the Yankees are one. The Rays are an interesting one. I know Caminero got dinged up last night pretty bad, but
Milwaukee.
Yeah, but go ahead. Let's take a listen. Look, the whole reason you play that is simple. Like, I just don't buy the reporting that there won't be a robust market where teams are going to trip over their ding-a-lings to get them.
Hold on, buddy.
And that's my point.
Hold on. For both of you.
Thank you.
Because on one side, and I get it, he's asked the question in an interview, but on one part you say they shouldn't trade him, but then you're naming 3 teams here, just 3, and there will be more involved.
Yeah.
So yes, you trade him.
Well, and you think, listen to those teams, they have quality in their farm system. They have some everyday players that they would be willing to part with in order to win a title right here, right now. And it's wait, the Dodgers are offering what? All right, you know what? I didn't want to part with this guy, but throw him in the mix as well.
Look, here's the other problem I have. When people talk about, look, just get in and anything can happen. You're right. You know what else can happen? You could lose in the wild card round. And then you kept Scooble and got nothing. So I just try to, and I understand it's a 36-game sample size, but over 162 games, the Tigers are one of the 5 worst teams in baseball. I just can't make 5-year decisions on a mini sample size.
Right.
That's why, like, I love this idea. I saw an article in The Athletic. Can the Tigers win enough to keep Scooble? Well, I don't know, man. That ship kind of sailed. You got 16 games. Are you going to decide something that impacts your organization for 3 to 5 years over 16 games? Yeah. I'd like to think we're a little bit more mature than that if we're running a baseball team.
You know what? That's the key word is mature and maturity, because that's an emotional decision. That is everything that you do wrong. That is everything that gets you fired in this business is you let your emotions. Somebody has to be smart and say, okay, wait a minute. This is a fun ride, but let's look at the bigger picture here. We could still go for this wild card. We could still go for the playoffs, and we could also reset our future if we do this the right way. That's what I would do. Because you got enough in your rotation. You can keep winning. You can keep this voodoo going. You'll play teams, and all their best players will just fall out right before you play them. And then you could also restack the deck by trading Skubal.
It's just never going to end. I mean, I'm pumped up I could get rid of Yzerman. That took my number one most hated topic off the board. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling Skubal will be eternal. We're never getting rid of it. They're not trading him.
What are you about to say, David?
What I was going to say was they completely missed their window by starting so poorly to even think, in my mind, to keep him. If they were 16 games over 500 right now, then I can say, you know what? I get keeping him because now you're going for it. You're going to add and you're going to actually go for this thing because you could probably win the World Series. But they're not that.
Let me stop you right there. Are you sure they're going to add? Because they had a chance.
I don't know what they're going to do now.
They had a chance last year to add, and Scott came out. You know, he didn't want to be haunted by giving away prospects seeing them do something elsewhere.
Is it? I'm fine if people say it's wrong for me to relate these two. I'll never be able to let go of that trade deadline. And the fact that you were so cowardly, you didn't buy as a first-place team, but I'm supposed to believe you're going to buy while you're 6.5 out of the division, 3.5 out as a part of a 7-team goofball wild card. Like, I can't forget it.
That makes you a smart man because, once again, don't think like how you want to think. Think like the GMs here. The beauty of all of these guys, Mike, at the Coney, they tell you the truth. They tell you what they're thinking. Just believe it. And last year, when he had an ample opportunity, he came out, I couldn't pull the trigger because I was afraid. That's what it boiled down to.
The other problem for me, and I understand baseball's coin flippy. I mean, Lord knows there's been a couple of years my team's been the best team. And guess what? We didn't win it. Now, that included when AJ and the Astros cheated us out of a World Series, but I digress. The point is, does anyone in their heart believe this team's winning a World Series? Because it's not about making the playoffs for me. That's where I can't overcome that. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean I'm right. I can only just tell you what I'm feeling. I can't in any universe believe that this team's winning a World Series.
No.
So therefore, I'm not sure what we're talking about. But I wanted to just play it for you for the crowd who says, keep him, buy. That's a smart baseball guy. He went to Vanderbilt.
Not because why? You're in the graphic right now. And that's satisfying for a lot of people.
I feel like in another life, you would open a sports bar called In the Graphic.
Maybe that's our
right
call.
on Woodward.
Look, we missed out on the whole, youth baseball stuff. Maybe that's it, Mike. We opened the bar.
In the Graphic.
And
it has an LED roof.
We sell Coney Islands in there.
We get 4 wax figurines of the GMs in this town, and we put them in the corner booth in the back.
Yes.
And we rope it off.
And people can take photos.
I like it. Oh, man. Put like Doug and Scott's tub of pretzels there, and people get to put their little piece of paper in the thing.
You know what? You could even shoot your political ads at In the Graphic.
Okay. Turn his microphone off.
They have a Steve Yzerman gold placard where his chair is, just a reminder that he used to always sit there with them.
That's right. Like they do in Vegas.
That's right.
Frank Sinatra once drank here.
Right at the end. Steve's table. Warm weather's here. Everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers, people flying all over the place. Look, if a crash happens, you're already a few steps behind. The insurance company has a team. You don't. So if you want that, you want to draw level, you call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get right back to the calls, but we'll touch the table on something non-Yzerman. You got to have at least one segment of non-Yzerman, and then we're getting to you guys. David, go ahead.
So let's go through.
So Steve Yzerman got fired today.
We went through the quarterback list yesterday.
I'd like to power rank 10's worst moves. It was Steve's worst moves.
Let's go through the wide receivers that the execs think are top 10 in the NFL.
JT Comfort.
So let's start at number 10 here.
Kosa.
Devontae Adams.
Maxime Talbot
is number 10. His highest rank is 6. Lowest rank is unranked.
Yeah, I think unranked's more appropriate. Old, clear-cut number 2. Puka gets the vast majority of the targets, and I'm out of that. I think his Taco Bell commercials are better than his. I'm out.
Yeah, he can still make plays.
He's fine enough, but is he a top 10 receiver?
Well,
No.
I think 10 is fitting because I think after this year, he's unranked.
Rasmussen.
This is it for him.
Agreed. Not Rasmussen. I agree with what Rico says. Number 9, A.J. Brown for the New England Patriots.
Nope.
Highest rank 6, lowest rank unranked.
Unranked, unreliable, unpredictable, lost the ability to catch footballs, bulky knees, getting older, attitude, noise, massive contract. I'm out.
You know what, David? He would be ranked for the first half of the year or until he gets bored or has an attitude or he's reading a book on the sideline. Once he cashes out, he's done and there's no salvaging him. But when he's engaged, he's one of the best receivers. But how long does that last?
Yeah, to you guys' point, he was ranked 5th last year, so he's already fallen.
And I would take him off the list. You have to perform at an incredibly high level to be on this list.
Yeah, how long before he's telling Drake May, you know what, you need to do this, throw me the ball every time, and yeah.
Number 8 on the list, Nico Collins from the Texans.
Stud.
Highest rank is 3, lowest was unranked.
Yeah, absolute stud. So only Michigan wouldn't figure out how to use him correctly. He's an absolute monolith. No doubter, top 10.
Yeah. Especially not knowing what's going to happen with Tank. No.
Tank Dell is as done as Yzerman's professional career.
No, it's like, we saw this with Dallas. When all of a sudden CeeDee Lamb went down, you didn't take up the slot. He did. He went to Houston and said, throw me the ball, I'll get this done, and it's worked. David, that was not a shot at you. It was saying,
I think we know what's going to happen with Tank.
No. But it's a lot of times receivers are given that next man up and they can't handle it. He did.
Number 7, George Pickens for the Cowboys.
Andrew Kopp.
That's who did not pick it up.
Unranked was lowest ranked.
I view Pickens a lot like A.J. Brown. I can't have you this high on the list. I certainly wouldn't have you over Nico Collins. I don't know play to play, series to series, half to half, game to game, week to week, what you're going to offer me. You want evidence? Put on the tape of a game against the Lions. CeeDee Lamb dies, and they desperately need you, and you looked like you were part of the Steve Madden IPO on Quaaludes. Now, I'm out. Can't do it with him.
And you know what? I'm agreeing with him because I can't get past watching for the Lions because I thought in a contract year, this was his chance to say, hey, Jerry, you need to pay me as much money as you can. And the Lions were down members of the secondary. Like, it didn't matter. He just went out there.
You know what Pickens did? No and no.
Number 6 would be his teammate CeeDee Lamb. Highest rank was 3.
Stud. First guy never tackles him. Absolute stud. He's had the trait since Oklahoma. I love him. Plus, one of the all-time draft night deals where his girlfriend tried to look at his burner phone and he went, nope.
That was him?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Okay. CD, absolute stud.
Wait,
yes.
was he the one that, without even breaking stride, just reached over? No, that's not for you.
Just gave her the Pink Panther. Go ahead and take that. That absolute top 10 guy. Yes.
Number 5 on this list would be Amon-Ra St. Brown. Highest rank was 2.
Yep. You know where I'm at. Yeah. Reliable, tough, responsible. Don't love the podcast, which he'd get rid of that. But other than that, the dude will play hurt. The dude's productive. I've been an Amon-Ra truther for years. So, yes, I think that's appropriate.
Plays through the pain. I think the only thing that may have hurt him was some of the drops last year. Uncharacteristic.
And you know what? When you see the article when training camp opens about he's in the best shape of his life, it's actually true. Amon-Ra looks like he's ready to take the stage at the Arnold Classic.
That just means he worked out with Dad over the summer.
Dude, he looks ridiculous. ridiculous. Like
His
he's on a
father's
revenge
psychopath.
tour.
I
this
mean,
year.
have you? Yeah.
Mhm.
He's not as good as Nico Collins, though. And he's not as good as CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
He doesn't have the traits to be as good as those guys.
No, listen, Paul.
So what are the traits?
Probably
He doesn't have the
6'4",
speed and the
220.
separation that they have.
Okay.
I think Paul's right in one regard is that if you don't have the ability to high point a football, or you're not a sub 4.4 guy, those physical traits can manifest more often in games. All I'm telling you is, as long as I'm on in your top 5, Paul, we're good. I agree Nico and CD should be up this list.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have him in the top 5, though.
You wouldn't?
I'd have Amon-Ra somewhere between 8 and 9.
Okay, you're a hater.
No. I get. So you're saying he's a possession receiver and he's a really good one, but he's not that take it to the house guy.
Is possession receiver the game manager or
It is.
quarterback?
Yes,
Is that
it
like how
is.
you insult someone?
It's not an insult. It's a possession receiver is 3rd and 7. This guy's going to move the chain.
He's a super slot receiver, meaning he has enough ability to play outside, but he's the best in the slot.
Now, you throw it to CeeDee Lamb, and that 3rd and 8 becomes a touchdown. Amon-Ra, it's a first down.
Okay.
So it's not an insult. I see what you're doing.
I'll finish off the list here. At 4, you have Puka
David, take your
Nacua.
time.
3, you
Okay,
have
hold on. Puka Nacua at 4?
At 4.
Okay.
At 3, you have Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Okay, that's fair.
2, Justin Jefferson. And 1 would be Jamar Chase.
I would not have Jamar Chase 1.
I'm with Rico on this. Justin Jefferson's the best receiver in the NFL.
He is. I mean, he did it with no quarterback whatsoever. With who, Mike? Pete Brosmer.
It's Bob Brosmer.
No, Justin Jefferson, yeah, and JSN. Actually, I may put JSN as the best receiver because he didn't have anybody else, and everybody knew Seattle was going to be throwing him the ball, Paul, and he still made the catches. So Chase at 1, I think, is reputation, not necessarily what he's done.
I think Chase is the most physically gifted receiver in the NFL. I think Justin Jefferson is the best receiver, and I think Puka Nacua is number 2.
That is fair. That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings are moving on from Steve Yzerman as their general manager. He now becomes an advisor to Chris Ilitch. The Wings said they'll look for an internal and or external candidate. Yzerman will remain in the role until his successor is named and will advise in the hire. Max Boltman joined Carson Anderson earlier to discuss potential replacements. Neal was with the Wings in the past. The Wings home opener is set for Friday, October 2nd against the Islanders. The full schedule released tomorrow. Chris Chelios joined the score in Chicago and said Patrick Kane told them he's going to play for either the Blackhawks or the Sabres this year. ESPN listed out their new top 10 prospect rankings after the MLB draft. Tigers first-round pick Cameron Fluke is listed 5th. I spoke with his college head coach Kevin Schnall about his arsenal. Argentina close to closing it out over England. 2-1 they lead. Lautaro Martinez just scored an extra time with the head. Enzo Fernandez tied it up in the 85th minute. Anthony Gordon had a goal at the 55th minute. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
I know nobody cares, but I swear to God, England is like Notre Dame football. If there is... I got a buddy who's originally from England. He lives in Vancouver now.
Check on him.
Arsenal season ticket. Oh, dude, he's in a bad way right now. He wasn't even up 1-0. He was ready to have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
But then in a flash, in like a 6-minute span, 2-1. England is just.
Make sure you talk softly to him when you call too.
No, today won't be a day we'll speak. I texted him. This is not a phone.
You know what? You're a good friend.
I leave.
You are.
Dude,
you know, I can attest to that.
I don't do that to people.
You're not that person. Look at your team.
No, that's me with the Wings today.
Okay, you know what?
No, look, we started the day 9 a.m. and you're like, wait, is this the Onion? Steve Yzerman out? Now he'll be transitioned like Milton in Office Space. He's down in the basement with a can of bug spray. He'll be the special advisor. That's nothing more than like a fake degree. Like you didn't go to this college, but we're giving you emeritus.
The honorary degree.
Yeah. But why July 15th? Look, the best we can do is theorize. No insider has claimed to know yet. And I think we're all just kind of waiting because you don't get rid of your GM this late into the offseason. You've missed the buyout period. You missed the draft. But I still go back to it. And this is kind of, and again, we have open phone lines for basically the first time all day. I really think the Dylan Larkin thing is the crux of the matter, is that Yzerman thought it was 2010 and you could bully the player and you were obtuse. That defines his whole time here. Arrogance.
To the end.
And really just a very obtuse, stubborn man. Dude, you could want an NHL return. But you were out here making a mockery of the process. Wyatt Johnston plus picks. Oh, I want Boldy plus picks. Huh?
But you do wonder what was the tipping point last night or this morning that they said, okay, you know what are we doing here?
Rico, they signed a 2-way contract 72 hours ago. So you're right. Like the last 48 hours, what materially changed here?
Somebody said something of like, what was that final straw? Like, you know what? Seriously, what are we doing here? All in favor of Stevie just getting back.
Here's and again, guys, we're talking sports. We're not brokering Middle Eastern peace, so we don't need to take it that serious. I can offer you a theory. The theory to me is simple. It finally reached a breaking point either within the hockey ops department or with ownership, where they're like, right here and now as we sit here, you're about to create a completely untenable situation with our captain. Mm-hmm. You're not going to pay market value for DeBrincat. Patrick Kane is down to 2 teams. Detroit's not one of them. And at any given point, somebody could poison pill Edvinsson and offer sheet him. Steve, are you here? You didn't buy out Comfer or Rasmussen. You've done nothing in the trade market. That's the only thing I can offer you is, did it finally get to a point where, as I always told you, no one was going to be able to tell Steve what to do, or this would be the outcome? Look, he's at a point in his life, he's 60. He's got more money than God. So maybe he just went, you know what? F it. I don't need this.
Yeah. I'm going to do this my way. I'm going to go out my way doing things. There'll be no regrets. I won't budge. He's not going to get traded. And if he does, I'm going to ask for the world.
No regrets. But I would love to hear from Red Wing fans. It's my credo. That's how Yzerman entered the meeting.
Not even one, Steve? Not even one regret?
No regrets.
Not even one? Okay.
That's my credo. Get out. But what do you guys make of it? I mean, 2 to 6. We've wanted him gone for 2 years. I can't help the bots. I don't know what they're up to today. They can do whatever they want. The guy was objectively horrific at his job. There's no other way to put it. And I don't want to hear any more about, well, he never got to win the lottery. Guys, we're not firing him because we didn't win the Stanley Cup. He's fired because it's 7 years without an appearance in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Those are different bars to clear.
In a sport where kind of easy just to make the playoffs.
Teams that were good got bad and got good again, all in the span of you simply being destitute. Mm-hmm. So, again, his obstinance, his unwillingness to adapt, it's like Brad Pitt in Moneyball, evolve or die. He didn't want to evolve. I mean, I think back to the Friedman report, and I wonder, I don't know, if Friedman knew it, would he say it? But the idea of Yzerman doesn't like term. Yzerman doesn't like these modern contracts. Won't pay DeBrincat market value. You just wonder if this finally got to a point, and it's a theory, was everyone in the organization against him? And they did the Jeff Van Vonderen intervention and had the van ready for Steve to get in.
You know what? It's funny because I think that everybody individually was probably thinking that. But then one day they kind of sat there in a group text and somebody had the nerve to say, or maybe we just let him go. You know what? I've been thinking that the whole time. I thought it was just me. And then they just did the vote like, Stevie gone.
If there's one particular thing that kind of sent this over the edge to me, it was his attitude about Larkin. You don't even have to like Larkin. Yeah. But the idea you're going to bully a player in 2026 who has a full no trade and he's your captain, like on one hand, you have Hockey Elite saying what a value contract he is, yet Steve Yzerman's unable to produce a package for him because Yzerman wants things that are just wholly unreal. This is why I had such an issue on this station, whether it was callers or hosts, with you got to ask. No, you don't. You don't go in your fantasy football league and offer Rod Baronis for Josh Allen. No, that's how no one deals with you. Asking for Wyatt Johnson, who, by the way, you could have drafted instead of Costa. Oops. Or Boldy. Like, I just feel like materially behind the scenes there had to be, not a coup. This isn't politics. But there had to be something here, Rico, because you're right. I mean, that statement by the Wings, that's not really illuminating. Yeah. But what's your theory, guys? And then part two, and if you don't agree, that's fine as well. I just think whoever they hire, it has to have no ties to Yzerman, no ties to the team. If they do the old promote from within, and it's a Horkoff or a Draper, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not here for it. I need somebody who's got no ties to this. New ideas, new lens to look through. I'd completely revamp the pro player personnel department. I'd fire everyone. I'm not trying to be crass. It's just,
I don't think you can keep them around because
they're loyal to Steve.
Yeah. So if you're going to do the same things that Steve did,
if there's a hint that you're compromised or you can be a victim of influence, I can't have you.
Now, unless you're on the record of you were the fly in Steve's ointment and every time he wanted to do something, you were always the voice of dissent.
Rico's got guys wearing lapel pins. I hate Steve.
No, just like one of those, like, Steve, we shouldn't do this. Like if I knew you were that guy, then maybe, because we got to do something totally opposite.
Yeah.
But if you were just like, yeah, Steve is right, I can't bring you back in.
248-539-9797. Let's get a couple of the phone calls. Just leave it to you guys. I mean, I'm thrilled. This had to happen. This was headed nowhere. And look, you guys know this too, right, wrong, or otherwise. At least I'm consistent. I'm tired of no accountability in this town for GMs. Mm-hmm. This had to happen. Period. Why it happened now is going to be a point of fascination until we get an answer. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's good, guys? Thanks for having me on again. I really appreciate it.
Hey, Paul.
Dude, you guys are cracking me up today. I've been listening for 18 years, dude. You're the best at what you do. Just keep it up.
Oh, I
it's
appreciate
hilarious.
that. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, first of all, big shout out to Kenny. I'm going to live in a world where I think he made this happen. This is amazing that this happened today. All right. I never saw it coming. I thought he had a long-time deal.
Same.
And I wonder where Lou Holtz is right now. Well, I wonder where all the Steve bots are right now, because, Mike, they are quiet today. They are quiet today.
They are.
And, this guy has done such an egregious job over the last 7 years. It's unforgivable. And what I think happened was, I think ownership just got fed up with it, and they're like, hey, well, you didn't bring me any real talent here in the last 7 years. Your free agent signings have been terrible, and now this Larkin thing, no, you're gone. Get out of here.
Yeah, but Paul, here's the problem. If we sit back and think about this, Paulie, at the end of the season, all of these conversations could have been had. And the minute Larkin asked out, anyone with a brain, I always love that too, Paul, is like the bots would call up, you don't know puck. Cool. I said he had to be dealt by the draft or you're staring down disaster. Okay, who's right now? Something materially had to happen here.
It did, Mike, and let me make a couple points here. I am going to lose my effing mind if we don't hire from outside. When we hire somebody from the Good Boys Club and promote from within, then it's like, dude, I'm going to lose all faith in this franchise, because we need somebody not connected to Steve, right, to come in and just tear this effing thing down and start over.
That's what I want.
And
Paul, I mean it. I don't know another way out. If someone could pathway somehow contending next year to make the playoffs, Paulie, I'm burning this mother down. Mm-hmm. I'm going to DeBrincat right now and saying, do you want to lose or do you want us to place you? Because we're about to burn this to the sticks.
They have to, Mike. There's no other options. We don't have the assets to go ahead and retool like some people are suggesting. We need somebody not Yzerman to come in here and make the right moves. And dude, can we just be aggressive? Unlike all the other GMs in this town that are asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
Can we just have one general manager in this town, not at the Coney Island, not in the corner at the Coney Island, fast asleep?
And you know what?
I'm praying to God we do the right thing.
And Paulie, that's a key point too, is people only view aggression when it's, quote, going for it. Aggression is also identifying this will not result in a championship, therefore, F it. Burn it all. That's all. Maybe aggression's the wrong word. We're looking for decisive action. Just decisiveness. And if any Red Wing fan thinks this current core eventually gets their names engraved into a Stanley Cup, then you won't agree with what I'm saying. I just don't see that. I don't think there's a world that this core, in any timely fashion, results in that. Yeah. Well, then get a new core. I don't know what else to say, because I got news for you. The clock will start ticking. You have a value deal with Larkin. No, you don't. No, you don't. It's the same thing. How long till Mo Seider says I've had enough? Lucas Raymond, for all he's a point a game. What, back in the game, baby. What was he the last 25 games of the year? So you have to start, the new GM's going to come in. He had no loyalty to these people. Unless you do the promote from within thing. And then I'm out.
If that's the case, did you really make a change?
Just hit that bell for yourself. All right, biggest change in the world, FanDuel. They got you covered. I don't know what to tell you about what we just watched. My God. I got to console my buddy. FanDuel Super Sub, your player gets subbed out, bet stays in. You saw England making 17 substitutions. Well, if somebody had scored, you had a bet on one of their guys who went out, you still cash. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started right now. 21 and up, present Michigan. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. No, I know. As much as we might fantasize about somebody going WWE with Yzerman at the World facility, I don't know. I can't wait for some of the reporting to come out. Something went down. You do not get rid of your GM on July 15th. David, a couple of texts, and I'll get right to the calls. What a day.
I think Larkin is what pushed the bus over the cliff. That trade request from Larkin really highlighted how bad he is at his job. And I think Larkin saying the team needed help and Yzerman saying no to that help drove the bus over the cliff.
But it's also the fact that Larkin didn't blink. Here, you want to fantasize more? We'll do it. Maybe at the beginning, Steve goes, guys, don't worry about it. I'm going to break him. I'm not going to acquiesce. He's going to expand his list. We'll get what we need. Cutscene.
He's sure about that?
He did not. You sure about that? And he didn't. And the final straw might have been, oh, okay, Steve. Oh, tough guy? Okay. I'll open my list up. Here's Dallas.
So you're not really helping me. Well, watch this. I'm going to ask for something ridiculous for you.
And at that point, you wonder if an adult stepped in. I don't know. It's just why. I mean, I'm thrilled.
Dude, you could do a 30 for 30 of the last 48 hours.
I would love to.
Of just what happened. Because something, like, I would love the tipping point. You know what? What are we doing here? Steve, you're gone.
We'll go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's good, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Mike.
Love the show. I've been listening to the station for years and years and years. I have never once called a radio station in my life, but this conversation has kind of got me to the point to where I had to call in finally. One thing that I'd say is I think you guys have pointed it out more than anything is that you repeatedly said that he is a businessman. He's not a fan in regards to Ilitch.
Yeah.
And I've been in account management my whole life. I'm responsible for numbers. I'm responsible for results. And there's one thing that these managers don't care about is how hard your job is. They don't care.
No.
And when I listen to Yzerman's press conferences and he's sitting there going, you just don't understand how hard it is. It's just not that easy. It's not that easy. To a manager, a businessman who's in charge of results, that drives them crazy.
Correct.
And the other thing I think, and I'm telling you, I think that Larkin made that team list only 3 because he wanted to highlight Yzerman's inability to get a job done and problem solve. And you know what? Larkin won that, and he highlighted that more than anyone can tell. And I think the only reason that Ilitch kept him around as long as he did is because people were chirping in his ear. Kind of like if you inherited a business from your family and you and your sister are both running it, and you have to hire your nephew to run the sales department, but he's not producing results. And finally, you get to that point where you're like, go to your sister, and you're like, hey, we need to get rid of this kid. Yeah, he's family, but he's not doing anything, and he's driving this business down. He has to go. We'll put him as a janitor. We'll put him at the front door, whatever we have to, but he has to go.
Right. We're not trying to make Thanksgiving Day awkward,
Right.
but
No, and Mike, I think, look, you know how I feel. I agree with you totally. I can't stand when these guys want to act like they're brain surgeons or they're curing cancer. Guys, you use a billionaire's money to buy and sell players. It's essentially glorified fantasy sports. Talk to the guy who's up on a roof today in 105-degree weather if you want difficult. Cut it out. But it's a results game. All of us have results, and you either deliver the mail or you don't. That's it.
And this is the other thing. In my opinion, the general manager's role is also partially a salesperson. So you have to sell people on the fact that your town is someplace you want to come. And when you're put in a situation like this with Larkin, you go, hey, you know what? We had some rough times. I know these 3 teams is your, places you want to go. But here, let me tell you why it's a good idea to open it up to other teams. You got to be a salesman. He's not a salesman. He wants things to fall into his lap, and when they don't fall into his lap, he just talks about how hard it is, and that's not what we need in this town.
Amen. No, Mike, I agree totally with you, brother. I do. Part of being a modern GM in this game, you got to recruit. You're a coach at that point. And look, there are certain things we can't compete with. I can't change that we're not a zero state tax place. Right. I mean, there's a myriad of reasons I wish we were for industry and otherwise, but we'll leave that alone. The point is, we can't compete with that. We do not have palm trees.
No.
Noted. What we do have is a number of people who grew up here, played juniors here, played in the Little Caesars program, whatever, went to U of M. This guy, in his 7 years, didn't make a meaningful addition to this team that wasn't handed to him.
Right.
DeBrincat was handed to him. DeBrincat showed up nude in an Easter Bunny hat saying, this is the only place I want to play.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If you win, people will come here. They don't care about the taxes. They don't care. And Steve benefited from that when he played here because Detroit was the place to be.
Well, they also had no cap.
Right,
but yes,
But
I understand.
When you win, people will go wherever. Doesn't matter. In football, all of a sudden Green Bay became the new hotness.
Look,
it was Green Bay.
His biggest problem, when you look at the drafting, he did nothing outside of the first round. The secret in Tampa, yeah, obviously, you got a generational goalie in Vasilevsky. He inherited Victor Hedman. He inherited Steve Stamkos. Where the secret to the sauce was finding a Braden Point, finding a Kucherov, non-first-round gems. He's done zero here. And the guys that you are bringing up, look, you want to say he nailed the Mo Sider pick. I'm fine with that. But if you're holding that up as your grand championship, what did he do in trades? What did he do in free agency? And then I honestly felt like our man when they didn't buy out Comfer and Rasmussen. What did I say to you that day? I go, this is the most underreported story of the summer because of the Larkin thing. I go, is this guy in a cabin up north?
No, I give you that because you have been saying that for a while, and it was just kind of one of those. At first, you're like, okay, really, Mike? That's what you. But yes, it was something. But yes, you're right. You didn't win the lottery, but you also passed on Wyatt Johnson. When you could have had him, then when you wanted to make a trade, you're like, yeah, we want him back, and we want picks.
Well, the other thing, too, was the Kosa thing. Look, I don't have a problem if you tell me the guy got passed up within the system, but you're trading Kosa to get a pick who you're not going to see for 3-4 years? Nothing showed urgency. And then you go, well, the Larkin thing was holding it up. The problem was Steve was holding it up.
Right.
It was obvious from go you weren't going to win the Larkin situation, NHLer for NHLer. You were going to need to do something. Look, I gotta believe the story will just come out. It's puzzling today. I mean, I love it, but it's puzzling. Go to Vince, 97.1. Vince, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, Vinny. What's the word?
I'm so excited to talk about this. So I've had this idea for a while, and I have been an Yzerbot for sure. I will admit it. You know, when the Larkin news came out, I thought, what a whiny little baby, like whatever. But at this point in time, I think the Ilitch has figured out Stevie is willing to dig his heels in and let this go to training camp, let this go to even the preseason, and have a disaster on their hands. I don't understand why Steve couldn't have decided, okay, I can't get NHL talent. I am going to load up with the best futures package that I can get. And then once the trade deadline comes, if the team is on track to tank, you know, and then you sell what you got for even more assets and you do burn this thing down. But if this team figures out a way to play and they rally around Sider, then you have lots of great assets to build at the deadline. Like, I thought for sure that this is what Stevie would do, and I was holding out hope, but I think at some point, I think ownership figured out he ain't going to do that. He's going to sit there and he's just going to wait this out, and they didn't want that disaster on their hands at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
That's my theory of
Vince, I share it. I never could laugh at what Rico was saying. Rico wasn't saying this is what he wanted. He was just feeling like, oh, no, he'll beat a Huckleberry to do it. I just sat here going, there's no world you're opening up camp and Larkin struts through that door without the captaincy on. It's untenable. So you're right.
If I'm Chris, can't do it. Can't do it. Like, and it would be a total embarrassment to the franchise if that happened. And what would really realistically happen, I think, is Dylan will show up to camp, because if he doesn't, he won't get paid. So he's going to show up to camp, he's going to pull a hamstring, and he's going to be like, I can't play, and wait out Stevie even longer. And then we're stuck with nothing. We have no assets for Larkin, and we have no Larkin. And I feel like Steve, as stubborn as he is, was willing to let that happen.
I agree, and at that point, someone has to be a good steward of the organization, and if Yzerman refuses to do that, he can't be here. Yeah. I don't think it's a crazy theory, Vince. And by the way, let me just say this, since we're just talking directly now. I'm not big on people apologizing for how they feel. Everybody wanted it to work with Steve, and some people were more loyal to it than others. I obviously was done about 2 years ago. Man, you don't have to feel bad about it. You don't have to, I'm a reformed Steve. Vince, we all want the same damn thing. We all want to be down at a Wings game in the playoffs and have a reason to care. And please, don't feel bad about it. We all wanted it to work.
Yeah, we're doing remotes downtown. Just not now.
David, text or two, or are you okay?
I am great.
Okay.
If I'm 18 that wants Edvinsson, they offer him right now while the Wings are in chaos. Another one says, waiting until this point in the offseason is criminal at best. I'm completely disgusted with everything that's happened with the organization since mid-season of this year. Utterly incompetent. That is Lucas in Plymouth.
Yeah, no, I think those are conversations we do have to have organizationally. No question. But all I'll say is on the day a move happens, I'm not going to sit here and be upset that it happened. I'm thrilled. But in no way is anyone down there at the world headquarters absolved. The Red Wings have turned into a kind of a second-rate deal right now. That's a very proud organization. I view that like the Yankees, the Lakers, the Celtics, the Patriots. That's what the Detroit Red Wings are supposed to be. They have lost a lot of luster.
Yeah, and let me give you this thought. Now you got to wait even longer for any moves because there's nobody to pull the trigger. You got to hire somebody. And so if you thought there was nothing going on this summer right now, Mike, that's why I said, next season, you've punted. It's over. Like, let's just get ready for the season afterwards because who's making the choices right now? Do you take your time bringing in a GM or do you rush it in and you hire somebody from within?
No.
Please take your time.
Yes.
That's what I would say.
97-1.
All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. Hamilton is hosting a blood drive in the showroom at 14 Mile and Mound tomorrow, July 16th, between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. to support the American Red Cross. Go to HamiltonChevy.com to schedule your appointment to give blood, give hope, and save lives. And look, while you're there, you can check out the master's inventory of their 2026 Chevys. The selection is best right now, including the July Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Get this, as low as $249 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them I sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com, and while you're there, make sure you sign up for the blood drive that is tomorrow. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
I'm telling you, stop that because you're gonna get people in a tizzy. Don't do that. Touch the table on some football, please. All right. Sorry. We'll get to the Scooble stuff.
That's okay.
Carry
buddy.
on. What do you want to know?
That's okay, buddy. You know what? This is the season of list. So CBS Sports has come up with a list of the top. They rank all the triplets, basically the quarterback, the running back, and wide receiver or tight end from every NFL team. Not going to start off with 32 because Lord knows we don't need to talk about the Cleveland Browns.
Is that the worst triplet?
That is the worst triplet.
Oh, geez. Quinshawn Junkins on one leg, Deshaun Watson with one arm.
It's Shedeur Sanders, Quinshawn, and Fannin Jr. as your
Bowling
wide
Green's
receiver.
finest.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
So we're going to start with the top 13. And that is the Chicago Bears come in at 13, Michael.
Burden, Loveland,
Swift, and Caleb Williams.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Loveland blossomed into a star. Burden's doing the same thing. I know you're not allowed to say the Bears are doing a nice job, but they are. I'm very eager to see what year 2 of Ben Johnson looks like offensively. We know regression will happen on that turnover margin, but offensively, the Bears could be downright terrifying.
They could.
Yeah, and that's why I think it makes sense to have them at 13 there because they have room to move up. If they then falter this year, then you just back them out that list. Keep further.
At number 12, let's stay in the division. The Green Bay Packers with Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, and Christian Watson.
It's overrated. I mean, Jacobs is fighting legal problems. Watson gets hurt every 3 games. Plus, his legs are 2 different lengths or whatever it is. Go read the articles on that. Love's got a lot to prove. I would not have them in this range.
So
I think
too high for them.
It is. It's death by 1,000 paper cuts with them. They always have 4 or 5 receivers, but I don't put Watson there, despite how they paid him. And Jacobs, to me, no. I would say too high.
Well, Watson plays, half a year? So
Tops.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him here.
All right, at number 11, Michael, your Super Bowl champions for this upcoming season.
The Bolts?
The Los Angeles Chargers.
I love them.
Herbert, Omarion Hampton, Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, and I think Hampton will be the biggest bounce back because he got hurt. The O-line crumbled. No Joe Alt, no Pipkins, no Rashawn Slater. Yeah, I'm expecting a huge year. I'm good with it. And I just think without an offensive line, everything falls apart. So, yeah, I buy.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to wait and see on this one. I think it's too high currently.
Okay, Jansen.
Because I have to see what Omarion Hampton looks like.
You believe this guy? He just did a let it play out during a blitz. You can't do that.
I said back him up is what I would do currently.
He needs to see it, Mike. You got to prove it.
Okay.
At number 10, the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts, Saquon, and Devonta Smith. They finished as high as 7, as low as 11.
I'd lower it. I think Barkley's cooked. I think Hurts completely fell off a table. I'm fine with Devonta Smith, but I'm not nearly as optimistic about that trio.
I like this trio, actually, and I think it's going to be even better without the distraction of A.J. Brown in that locker room.
See, David,
so I like this placement.
That right there is what I've always wondered. Did Jalen Hurts just get so fed up? He was like, I'm not even going to pay attention to this clown. Until he's gone, then I'll start playing like myself again. At number 9, New England Patriots, Drake May, Ramondre Stevenson, and A.J. Brown. They finished as high as 7, as low as 10.
God, that feels overrated to me. Stevenson's fine enough, but I don't put him in the upper echelon of backs. I don't love A.J. Brown off what I watched. I absolutely love Drake May, but that feels almost solely dependent on Drake May right there.
It is solely on Drake May, and I'm not completely sold on him. Had a very easy schedule last year, and so I want to see when tougher competition comes his way this year. But Ramondre Stevenson, they should be further back because of him alone. He's not good enough to put them at 9.
So out of the top 10?
Oh, yeah.
So we move the Chargers into the top 10.
I guess we have to.
Or you can go Green Bay. All right, at 8, San Francisco, Purdy, CMC, and Mike Evans. They finished as high as 5, as low as 12.
A lot of variance there. You know, if Evans stays healthy, he becomes that 1A receiver they haven't had. You know, Kittle being hurt, what's the impact there? It's going to take away a lot in the running game, too. People don't respect Kittle the way they should.
No, they
He's
don't.
an elite blocker. But CMC, Purdy together, I like that more than the last couple you've offered.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike Evans is the weakest link of the triplets here. But yeah, I like it. 8, that's fine. Enough.
At 7, Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, James Cook, DJ Moore. Highest 3, lowest 9.
I don't love DJ Moore. Cook and Allen, it's lights out. I'm not in the DJ Moore business. He's not for me. So I understand it.
He's an acquired taste.
But see, I'll give you an example. Like, none of these triplets match up to, like, when I think triplets, I think the Lions. I've thought of the Bengals in the past. I think of the Rams. I think there are teams that it just makes a lot more sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these feel like, well, we like these two. Throw the third guy in there.
Right. Yeah, 2 are carrying the team, and the third guy is just kind of there. Because you had to have 3.
Yeah, because of reputation with Evans, I would then flop and flip the Bills and the San Francisco 49ers because the reputation of DJ Moore is not a great one.
So you put, the Niners
I
at
would
7.
flip that,
Okay.
yeah.
Wow, David, you really are happy that Eisman is gone. At number 6, the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, Kenneth Walker III, and Rashee Rice. They finished as high as 2, as low as 8.
I'm sorry. I know I want to apologize to listeners if they feel like I'm being overly negative here, but like, I hated K9 going to Kansas City. I don't feel like it ever really works when backs leave in free agency. It's 1 of every 20. Rashee Rice is fine, but I don't consider him a top 10, top 12 receiver.
I think this is one where the quarterback kind of carries everybody.
And he's not as good as he used to be.
Well, and
So
you
it-
notice that Kelsey wasn't one of the 3.
That's true. I think it's laughable that they were as high as 2 from the voters. No way.
At number 5, the Dallas Cowboys, Dak Prescott, Devontae Williams, and CeeDee Lamb. They were as high as 3, as low as 8.
I'm good with it. At least all 3 players have the ability on any given week to be the best guy, of the week. Like Javonte Williams had a resurgence and he was healthy. CD's a top 5 receiver.
Yeah.
And as much as I think Dak is overrated in the latest ESPN front office poll, I still think Dak is somewhere in that 8 to 12 range of a quarterback. Like, that trio makes sense to me.
Yeah, they'll get their stats. They'll look really good. The question always with Dak is the big games, playoffs. But everything else, yeah, there's still a top trio.
Yeah, playoffs especially.
Yes.
Dak does Dak things in the playoffs. At number 4, the Baltimore Ravens, Lamar, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers. They finished as high as 2, as low as 7.
As long as it's a regular season.
No, I'm sorry, high as 2, as low as 10.
As long as it's a regular season, sure. Now, Derrick Henry's got to figure out this fumble issue. Zay Flowers is a stud as long as Lamar can get him the ball. I'm okay with this. Like, that's a trio. It is regular season.
All 3 pieces deserve to be there. When you put them together, they're a really good trio. Lamar Jackson, again, it's all about the playoffs. Regular season, he'll get his numbers.
But I agree with it's Derrick Henry. Like, that, the Lions broke him. He's never recovered after that game on Monday night. Speaking of which, Detroit comes in at number 3. Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I can make a case
as
it's
high
number
as
1.
2,
Yeah.
as low as 7.
No, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, I don't want people getting upset, but Goff is better insulated than basically any other QB in football. I'd make a case the Lions have the number 1 trio. Gibbs could be the number 1 back in football, and you could make a case about Amon-Ra if he had a high target, 150-plus target season. He could be number 1 receiver in football. They're studs, superstars. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, based on the teams that I'm imagining are 1 and 2, I would, say 1 because there's injuries involved with the other 2 teams with their triplets. The Rams, I'm guessing,
The Rams
are up there.
the Rams are 2. Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, Puka Nakua. They finished as high as 1, as low as 3.
So Puka Nakua is dealing with the injuries a ton. So I would put the Lions over them because they don't deal with that.
And remember, the Lions finished as low as 7, so I think that's what hurt them and put them at 3. Because the other 2 teams at number 1 is the Kansas Cincinnati Bengals, Burrow, Chase Brown, and Jamar Chase. They finished as high as 1, as low as 4.
Yeah, it's hard to argue. And again, we're not factoring in the O-line or anything like that, but Chase Brown is a guy you and I loved at Illinois. Another guy, hard to tackle, versatile. He's a weapon in the passing game. Jamar Chase is just a one of one. He's built in a lab. Yeah, I have no problem with it. I couldn't. By the way, did you hear Jansen yesterday? He took Goff over Burrow. I told you, we got to start having PP cups outside the studio.
Wait. Really? You know what?
Let's start drug testing.
No,
guys.
but see, I think that's just because Goff is a Detroit Lion. And
well, see, I wouldn't do it. In the triplets situation, I would definitely do the Lions over them because Goff is reliable. He's always there. Burrow gets hurt. So triplet-wise, I would take the Lions. But I wouldn't take Goff over Burrow if it's individual.
Do you think that's why he took Goff over Burrow? Because Burrow's hurt and Goff isn't?
Yeah,
I don't think
that ain't no
Goff
reason that I heard from him.
Goff hasn't missed a game in
But that's
forever.
not the point of the. All right.
No,
It isn't the point of that list. You're exactly right.
I'm just asking, because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm just trying to think like Jansen. I'm sorry. I set myself
I'll say
up.
nothing.
I
say
set
nothing.
myself up for that, David. You know what?
Nothing.
That's on that one. That was on me. Go ahead, Mike.
Nope.
I put it up on a platter for you.
I'm all set.
That's your NFL triplets 97-1. All right. Well, big news of the day.
What's the big news, Rico?
Yzerman got reassigned. Quietly let go.
Yeah, didn't Holland get reassigned too? And it took about 2 weeks, and then he was gone.
Yeah. That's Jeff Rieger. He and Wojo. Wojo is in today.
Hello.
Personal friend to Steve Yzerman.
Wojo's going to give you the breakdown of what Yzerman had to say.
Yep. Blow by blow, how it went down, why it went down.
I heard Steve called you right away after it went down.
No, not true.
No.
We all have our theories, right?
Yeah.
I do
There's
think
some good ones out there.
The least provocative, but probably the most likely theory. What do you call that? The razor thing?
Occam's razor?
Yeah, that thing.
Did anybody study in school?
No, I know.
What's a razor?
The Gillette razor. I know. I think there was some mutualness to this, right? Like, I mean, Yzerman knew that his tactics weren't working. I mean, as far as negotiating and attracting free agents, and Chris Ilitch, well, what the hell are you going to do with Larkin then? I'm just going to wait. Well, no, we can't just wait.
Right.
So they said, all right, let's end this. I don't think he was dragged out of the building by his ear.
I would think so too, but I do think obviously it's Larkin motivated.
I think so for sure.
Right? I don't think there's any question, even though there's some other things with the team
not
going
that
on.
Larkin pushed for it.
No, but
I think the situation.
Do you think Larkin is celebrating right now?
Maybe.
No, see, I think Larkin maybe a little bit personally because in his world he won.
He did win.
I think we're going to look at it years from now. Larkin was the catalyst to get to the new wings. Like if this team starts winning in 3-4 years, it's going to be this move. Like right
Larkin
now,
will be hero. He as a captain,
right? And
the guy that got rid of Steve.
And these guys made fun of me because they're like, "Oh, you're turning him into he's just martyr." No, but I do think that he started all. He stood up. He was a captain because he stood up to the captain and said, "I don't like how things are being run."
To a certain degree,
Yeah.
that is true. But he still hasn't yet landed where he wants. We'll see what still becomes of him.
But does he stick around? Maybe.
But Wojo, I think now my theory, his list is going to expand. Now it's more. You know what? I wasn't going to make it easy.
Well, then
for
he's being a
Steve.
hypocrite.
No. But he's actually what we talked about yesterday. I did say I thought Larkin was trying to screw the Red Wings and screw Steve by only giving him 3-4 teams. But if he does expand his list, you're right.
Yeah,
it was simply about Steve and the grudge that they have for each other.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule out him coming back. I haven't ruled out that even before this.
Well, I have a theory that I think is dead on. I'm going to give it to you.
Really?
Yeah.
Which means it's not dead on.
It's so hurtful.
You guys got a full show?
You know what's great tomorrow?
Yeah.
He's your problem tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I am.
I get 4 hours to myself by myself. Meanwhile, he's your problem.
Thank God this didn't happen tomorrow, right?
And
Hello.
And you know what?
What would you have done if this happened tomorrow?
Wait, what was that?
We would have bailed.
Oh, yeah. Doug got very upset because somebody said Yzerman was high.
The beauty of it is tomorrow I get to play Wojo.
Yeah.
I just get to sit
To
here
not do anything?
and do nothing.
Just
play
make
Wojo,
goofy
you got-
noises. Yeah.
Okay, to play Wojo, you have to not answer your phone
Oh, that's
up until
true.
like 20 minutes before the show.
Okay, that's personal.
Yeah.
That's only you,
know what?
Jeffy.
Hey, you guys keep that within your marriage.
And
Rieger and Wojo up next. 97.1.